Alright. So this is a Breathfire 2 Marathon submission slash PB attempt. So I will be playing this a little bit more aggressive than you normally would in a marathon attempt, but there are plenty of safeties. Some of these fights you can, I can just play slightly less aggressively. Obviously, it will affect the final time, but they're not that big of a time loss. At most, I could spend like 10 minutes having to do safety stuff over the course of the run. As long as I don't make any major mistakes and have to make major tweaks, we should be alright. So, the category that we're submitting specifically is the GBA category. And there's a reason I'm submitting that over SNES. The SNES any percent is probably about 5 minutes faster than this. Mainly because it can skip a dungeon and just do a boss fight immediately. It's also safer in some ways because you have access to infinite moon drops. But the early game is much more dangerous. Unless you go out of your way to play it much safer. In the GBA version, though, we'll have much more safety after, like, the first boss fight compared to the SNES version. The first boss you normally take at maybe level 2, level 3 in the SNES version, at least in any percent, because you can buy all the upgrades and stuff. Glitchless, I think you have to grind a bit. In GBA, you don't really have to grind because they actually doubled the EXP gain and tripled the money. You'll see here, because normally this gong gives you 5 and 5. 5 EXP and $5. Ooh! Maybe this is the run. No, it wasn't the run. So you can't die here, but we do want to get in critical as soon as possible so we can get Gainer to cast S-Boom here and clean this guy out. So 10 and 5, like I said, double, triple. But yeah, that fight is programmed so that you can't die. You literally, at worst, you can get to 1 HP. That's the only fight in the game like that, though. There are some, like, kind of story fights, but you can die in them, depending on how you play them out. This is the only one where the training wheels are on. Man, I really punted that Harpies fight. That was godlike luck. So that must have been an 8 if it rolled into a 4. I wonder if 7 would have rounded up to 4 anyway. Well, that means 6 would have been 3, so I had to dodge to survive that. Okay, I can't play it that aggressive anymore. I need to do the math. Okay. So that first fight, we just want to lose as quick as possible, so Gainer saves us. You may notice that we're moving faster, and the dialogue is also much slower than the SNES version, or at least you might. With a SNES speedrun, you actually just use turbo, and you can hold the button down. And then if you mash as well, you can also speed up the text quite a bit. GBA, the text scroll moves very slow, but you can cycle the text by just holding the D-pad. So, it's much easier to just kind of get up and walk away, take a break. Downside is, obviously, that you have some breaks baked into it that are just long, which is nice, because you actually... this is around, like, close to 6 hours for a very good runner with good luck. Closer to 7 hours at my current skill level and luck. I'm aiming to get my execution to a point where, like, 6:45 is a very good estimate, but I'll probably stick with a 7-hour estimate no matter what until I get really good. The big thing is, early game we don't have much in way of choices outside of, like, just stopping a turn and healing. Oops. Okay, that's funny. But once we get a full party, we can actually change our formation quite a bit. And we can choose between a, like, hybrid formation a offensive formation and a defensive formation, and then parallel, which is just a bad hybrid. The normal formation focuses its damage boost on the center character, who's in slot 1, and then everybody else is either neutral or has a defensive buff while taking a little bit of damage reduction, as in their damage they deal is a little bit reduced, as well as they get a slightly higher amount of damage reduced of what they take. The easiest way to put it is like a plus-minus system, but for me, I like knowing the numbers. Like, in normal, with 4 party members, like, I think slot 1's 140%, so they deal 40% more damage and take 40% more damage. While in the back, you're like 85% and like 80% damage taken. The other thing, too, is what position you're in also determines how much damage, or how much chance you have of being struck. Slot 1 is a flat 50% pretty much across the board, and then the 50% divides between slot 2, 3, and 4. The real funny one is if slot 1 dies, its 50% gets transferred to slot 4, so it goes from being the safest slot to being the one that is going to die at first. This is a 2-minute cutscene, so I'm going to have some of my fries while I yap a little bit here. I had to stop to make lunch, so I gotta eat it at some point before these get completely cold. So there is a lot of risk, but most of that can be mitigated by intelligent gameplay. Obviously, in a PB, you have to, like, just put the gas to the floor. But if you make intelligent decisions, dynamically, like changing formations, healing, knowing the damage does X, Y, and Z damage. Like, the Harpies, if we get there at level 3 or 4, will do 6, 7, or 8 damage, and they will only attack Ryu. So if he's at X HP, like 14, he, either got 7 set, they have to roll 7 a 7 or an 8-6 to kill. Or a 7-8 or 8-8. So, like, 50-50. I could play it aggressive or I could just heal. But I probably need to heal because I have to survive after that turn because they're going to hit me next turn. And also, we change our formation to scramble. Bo will get a slight attack buff, but the big part is Ryu will take 10% less damage because he's in the back slot of scramble. So it'll make surviving that fight a lot easier. So you do 6, 7, 8 instead of like 8, 9, 10. Honestly, the fact that GBA gets double EXP means that we're going to get there around 3 or 4, because I'm actually going to stall out and take an extra fight on purpose. So the way that encounters work in this game is kind of weird. In the SNES version, you get 4 free steps after every fight and every screen transition if you're in an area that can give you an encounter. And then every step after that, you roll a flat chance that is the same every single step to get an encounter. And then that maxes out at 64 steps. You are forced to take an encounter on that step. Every room that step count resets, and the 4 steps reset. Every encounter, same thing. Back for more piss, back for more piss. I had a really good Harpies, then I threw it away because I got aggressive. I got like 6 dodges and then accidentally Guts turned 1. It was such a sad state of affairs. I gotta be more careful with his attacks because I've done that more than once now. The big issue is in the SNES version, left and right change enemy targets, and then left and right change enemy targets, up and down changes whether you're attacking your party or not. In the GBA version, it's inverted. Left and right changes whether you're hitting your party or the enemy, and then up and down changes which enemy you're targeting. So you have a non-zero chance of, like, accidentally inputting your special command when you're trying to hit attack, which is enter, and then down to change the target, or up to change the target. Kind of annoying. So we did pick up a life pill and a tree pole here. We got that for some cash. We're going to buy 14 herbs, 2 stacks of 7. You could buy it 9 and something else, but I find it easier to do it this way. We're also going to take the rest of that cash and trade for a sword. So trade sells your current item and replaces it with the one that you purchased, and we'll sell it immediately to swap it out. We don't always want to do that. At least early game, we want to keep our trash armor, so that we can take it off and death warp to some locations. But for weapons, there's usually no reason to do that. Let's see here. This. So I did it this way because Ryu can one-shot a sludge, but Bo cannot. Especially with the defense, we weren't going to one-shot anyway. Sure. Yeah, whatever. This'll definitely level up Ryu, but I don't know if it'll level up Bo. Okay, yeah, it's not enough. Okay, I guess we're doing this. So entering a hunting zone, and then exiting, you know what, we're going to stay on Ryu in slot 1. Since Bo doesn't have a level right now, Ryu's going to take better care of himself. Alright, we're going to stall out next to the fountain here, even though I really don't want to. We're going to auto. That was a bad mistake. So Ryu can kill a leech, but he cannot kill the spider with a single hit. So what we're going to do is we're going to attack. We're going to do it this way. This is why I stalled out next to the water, just in case I get hit by a poison attack here. Bo should kill the leech here, which is unfortunate that he takes 2 hits. If I was really thinking about it, I would have used shot for a 50% chance to one-shot the spider with him. We're chilling out next to the water here, though, so we should get 2 levels on Bo. That's unfortunate. Whatever. We're going to heal at the water and move on with our day. Level 2 and 3 should be enough to get through the rest of this without too much of a struggle. Bo will lose out on some AP, but it's not that big of a deal. Form. Auto. I'm going to put Bo in the front here because he's much tankier than Ryu. That'll be fine. Level 2 Bo should be able to one-shot a leech here. So Ryu kills one, Bo kills the other, and we move on with our day. Oh, good job, Bo. Good boy. You suck at dealing damage. Good boy. What I should have done was scrambled there, now that I'm thinking about it, to give Bo a slight damage buff. Ryu would have taken a slight damage penalty, but it would have been fine. I play this a little bit different than I probably should. I shot here, because Bo is just not going to do enough damage to do much of anything. And I get punished. What a shock. What I could have done there was shot again, but at this point, Ryu is going to clean this up on turn 3. Because it's 10 plus 1 is 11, plus 11 is 22. Alright, we're going to heal both of them up now. Need to be pretty aggressive about healing here, because you're just so weak. 2-3, huh? This is going to be an awful fight. Oh yeah, this is going to stink. 2-3 is very low. This is probably the lowest you'll normally see on a GBA run. You can see a 1-2, but 2-3 is brutal. Luckily, Bo cannot be targeted in the front slot, so... I'm hoping he does at least 10 damage here. This is going to be a brutal one, though. Ryu, I really need you to... Okay, that is actually really important. Because the amount of damage they're going to be able to do is not as much as I need. 8, that's 16, 26, and then I need to heal Ryu here. We're going to have to heal twice, which is a bit unfortunate. Yeah, Bo being level 2 here really stinks. Because he's just not going to hit hard enough to kill anything. We're really hoping for, like, counters and crits. You know, that's... Highest damage roll is nice, too. So she has 11 damage on her right now. We need to hit 40. That's the game that we're looking for. 18. I need to heal. They're both going to hit Ryu here between 6 to 8 damage. Which means he's going to be... I really hate dodging at that point, because it's like, I would have been safe. Problem is, even if I hadn't dodged there, if I hadn't dodged there and hadn't healed there, I would have died there. Okay, Bo critting helps. We're gonna jump to level 7-6 here. If we... I'll heal after this next turn if this doesn't kill. Yeah. So we can survive a hit here. I think... Yeah, we already killed. Okay, that's good. Defense up, so that's level 7 and level 6. Unfortunately, we took a lot more damage than I'd like to there, so I'm going to enter the menu and cure Ryu up. 28 was probably enough HP. I actually shouldn't have. I keep forgetting that you get, like, 20 hit points after you level up there. Unfortunate. Goblins are a bit annoying because their attack animation is so slow. But, they're the highest money yield up here. And with triple, they drop a pretty good amount of cash. If I'm gonna kill something, honestly, goblins are what I want to kill. Because they're a one-shot now. And, they're worth a lot of money. And early, money is very tight. But because we make triple, as long as we spend our money wisely, we can get through all these areas pretty consistently. And have more than enough. Oh, that's nice. So, you're not guaranteed to get through any of these rooms, because they're over 7 steps. But, like, getting through that room is not very common. I'd say it's like a 50-50. We're gonna have Ryu hit the spider here, because she could hit for 22. Meanwhile, Bo has no chance of one-shotting the spider. So doing it this way, I might kill him. Which I didn't. Great. But there was at least a chance of killing with this setup. Rather than 0 chance, so... Alright. We're gonna come over here and grab this fire rock. There's very few chests we're gonna go out of our way for. And that fire rock chest is extremely valuable. We'll actually be going out of our way to save money to buy fire rocks later. They're an extremely good item. They're about 800 coins a pop. This one we will not be selling. We're actually going to be using it to quicken up a fight where enemies almost infinitely spawn, if you're unlucky. But the fire rock is an extremely late game. Well, for us, it'll be about mid-game. Fireball spell is what Fire Rock casts. But the items are super cool. They're kind of like rods from Final Fantasy games. They ignore resistances and always crit. So they're extremely potent. Luckily, they're not quite as expensive as rods, but the economy in this game is really goofy, so it's kind of a hard comparison to make. So we're going to head on out of here. I think I'm gonna heal up Ryu before we do this. Or I'll heal both of them up. Oh, I was out of, healing. That's... I didn't intend to open the menu again. So, when you open up the menu, you have to hit the select button, which the GameCube doesn't have. So you have to hit the X or Y button. There's a couple of different setups, but that's how I have the menu set up. You need to, when you open the menu, you use the select button. If you hit the button again, it automatically closes the menu, no matter how deep you are in it. Critical. So, we do kind of want to get Ryu hit here, but we want him to counter. Ryu and Cat are the only 2 characters that have any chance to crit in the game. Everybody else can dodge, and that's the only, like, reaction they can take. Special's completely useless here. So the reason I wanted to heal up is because we're going to obviously take some damage here. And then we have to fight the big roach after this. So if we level up off of this, that's going to indicate how many encounters we got on the mountain. Ryu should be the only one leveling up. Oh, good. That means we had a pretty decent mountain. If neither of them level up there, that means we had a pretty decent mountain. Most often, you'll see level 7 on Ryu. And sometimes level 8. It does unfortunately impact the damage here, but having a slightly slower roach is way faster than getting extra encounters on the mountain. So this guy's got 100 HP, and has a 50% chance to just get back up at 30 to 50% hit points, and we did not see that. Nice. Level 8, level 7. Good to go.
Anytime we get past the roach at lower than 20 minutes, I'm in a good mood.
So, we're gonna have to come back here, because Bo's gonna commit some crime, or fail to commit some crime and get caught doing it. So he has to go on a run from the law. But while we're back at town, we have so much money, we're going to buy a few things. The smoke is the marble item of this game, if you're familiar with Breath of Fire 1. They have the marble items. One of them gives you a crit. One of them gives you a 50% reduction on encounters, and another one just straight out prevents encounters for 64 tiles. In Breath of Fire 2, affording smokes is like your main goal. Glitchless has to struggle to get them because the money yield is very low. GBA, with a triple amount of money, we can buy smokes now. Normally, we would not be able to buy smokes this soon. The only other category that can buy as many smokes whenever it wants is the any percent SNES route, which glitches on those recovery items that I was talking about, and also glitches their money to the moon. There'll be a few places where their money gets cut in half from death warping, or buying a boss fight, or having Rand steal it all because he needs to buy antidotes. I don't know why, but whatever. But they can buy smokes immediately. For us, we have to wait a little bit, which is fine. Okay, what do we got? Okay, we're gonna buy 3 then. Just under 600 tells me that we're very close to the threshold here. So we're probably going to get more smokes on the way through the mountain. Also going to buy this safety armlet. You normally would buy this in the next town if you had enough money. But I find that buying it before the trip across does help your survivability tremendously. It's very slow to go out of your way to grab it. But for like a marathon setting, picking that up early is not a bad idea. The only downside is I'm very poor right now. Under 600 coins or zenny is really low. You normally should have like 600 to 700. Even though we were at 599, I still consider it sub 6. So normally we buy 5 smokes if we're feeling really gutsy. The problem is that the expenditures at Corsair start at 900 and then go up from there. So if we bought 5 smokes, we would have almost 0 going to Corsair. And the rest of it would just have to come from encounters. So I'll risk taking some more encounters for guaranteed armor in the next area. Because having to cut armor in Corsair is just non-negotiable. If you can't get the Ranger cloak and the steel armor, or not steel AR, the bronze hat, you're boned. The only problem is the encounters on this side of the pond don't really yield a lot of money. So Bo's decided he's going to go back to his old ways of stealing, despite being on a straight and narrow, which is going to send us on a heck of a trip for the next 2 hours. 2.5 hours. To clear his good name. We're going to head up here, because our bookshelf actually has 100 coins here. So funnily enough, there's a lot of bookshelves and drawers that have multiple things in them. We know which ones have the good stuff, like a smoke or a stack of cash, and which ones are kind of a waste of time or have nothing. So we'll have to check a few of them. But the annoying part is you can't actually check them from the side. You have to check them from the front. Which is weird, because checking chests from the side work, but checking bookshelves from the side does nothing, which is really annoying. So we're going to head over here, talk to Bo. So we got 500 from saving Mina's pet. Whatever it was called, I can't remember. And then there's 100 from here, so we guaranteed we'll have at least 600. And that's part of the reason why I pulled back on smokes. Normally you would buy 5 if you're really super competitive. I usually buy 4, and if I'm sub 600, I buy 3. 5 smokes is optimal. Theoretically, having those additional smokes when I go over Mount Fubi and then come back through Mount Fubi, I should get 1 encounter. But that means I have even less money. So I'm very less incentivized to do it. It is technically optimal, but it's already a really high reset area, and I don't want to get to Corsair and find out I don't have enough money. Because it's not like I can go outside and just take an extra fight. Your problem solved. You're going to have to make it through Tag Woods, and then come back and buy the thing. And you don't want to do that. You just don't. Ugh. Getting to Corsair is in of itself a very high difficulty spike. But for now, we still need to go back to Township. Or at least the town that will be known as Township in the future. So the funny part here is saying that we don't remember here actually has less dialogue, so that's the one we're going to pick. We're going to try and do our best to make sure that we pick the correct options to minimize dialogue. So we got to head over here. And the gatekeeper's going to be like, oh, you can't go nowhere. And I'm going to be like, yeah, I got trash. And he's going to be like, oh, that stinks. You can take that outside. So Bo is in the garbage. And will not be joining us for the next several hours. And when he does join us, it will be his last. So unfortunately, he's out of the party so long that he's just not usable. He's a fairly good character, though. Good grief. Probably just a 1v1. He is a fairly good character, though. He does have a pretty decent amount of defense. He also has the defense up and defense up X buffs, which count separately. So you get multiple layers of defense boosting there. He also learns Cure 3 as well, which does 120% healing to all party members. He's actually really good. The only problem is he's not quite as tanky as Rand, which is like a minor downside, but Rand also learns Renew, which is super helpful. It's a 70% revival from death. I am going to do a few things here. Equip, wristband, item, sort, change, doot. So we still have 11 herbs, which is pretty nice. And because we're level 7 or higher, we've learned Cure, so I can start using that. That won't last very long, though, because we'll be getting our dragon transformation on an hour and a half M. And then Rhea's EXP, or AP, will be exclusively for firing off dragons. In terms of the dragons, this game's a bit different. I mean, none of the Breath of Fire games are really consistent with how dragons use or implemented. But in this game, it's a single spell that just does a ton of damage as long as your AP is full, which is your MP for the game. So a lot of the boss fights are going to revolve around filling up Ryu's AP multiple times and just spamming high-powered dragons that do about 512 damage. Until we get the G-Dragon, then we'll use that a bit. But we get G-Dragon so late that we really don't use it too much. I could save over here, so that if I die, I can just reset back to the ruins, but we're playing this fast and loose right now. Extra goblins, that's nice. I do like getting a huge stack of cash if I can get it, you know. The only downside is these guys are slow. I can't believe none of them ran away. I'm kind of impressed. And annoyed. An extra 50 coins. Nice. That'll help with my busted ass wallet. Alright, so we're going to come over here and stall out at the bridge so I can get those 7 steps. Because the next encounter area is going to be much harder to survive. Might be impossible in certain circumstances. This is why I actually buy the steel AR here for survivability. We're going to go spell cure, and then we're going to go smoke. Alright. So we're hoping we get through here with almost no encounters. Bibaroo is a bit dangerous. Okay, never mind. Bibaroo can be very dangerous. They'll counter any attack you hit them with. The only reason we didn't see a counter is because we specialed. The Devil Kid here hits like a truck, even with the steel AR. That's with armor. A slight upgrade. Just imagine what it's like without it. He hits for like 15. It's cray-cray. Gonna heal up after every fight we take damage, because there's a high chance we just die to stuff. Single fly? That's very uncommon. The Devil Kid fight is very nice, actually. It will give you a pretty big chance of getting a gold drop, which can save time and make the forest safer. What we're gonna do is buy the Ranger Bronze. I'm gonna do this the other way. Okay, we're gonna buy a couple of antidotes because we have the money. 3. Then we're gonna buy herbs. We're gonna lose this money in the woods. It's gonna get cut in half from a death warp back. We're also gonna go over here and talk to this guy. We need to talk to Rand, who's only here at night. So I purposely time warped it back to day, because that is a free in. So that'll recover my HP and AP for free. And having a couple of extra cures stretches my herbs a little bit longer. Ideally, you don't do that, but not having to deal with herb management is super nice. So we're going to get an extra smoke here, which will give us enough smoke tiles to get all the way through Tag Woods, which is probably the most dangerous place in the game. Okay, we're gonna heal here. Or save, rather. Excuse me, I'm lying. We went upstairs in the bar to grab a free smoke so that we could actually afford all the smoke that we need. That was on the smoke tile, and I'm very annoyed by it. That's frustrating. So, because we got the upgrade in armor, this fight is a lot less dangerous, but it can still take a lot of time if you get sleep locked. Luckily, with 2 of them, it is somewhat likely that you'll get hit with sleep and then woke up. But it will cost you a turn. Bro, this is ridiculous. Alright, now they get another turn. Because they outspeed me. This is why I wanted more healing. Alright, that's gonna make the other one hit. Nice. Well, that's annoying. I should be able to survive any encounter. If I see those jerks again, we're gonna definitely play that a bit safer. Go for the Devil Kid. Let him hit me a few times. It's fine. Devil Kid is nice. Like I said, I could get a gold drop here, which means I could skip like 20 steps in the forest, which is really nice. We get nothing. Good day, sir. As you do. We run from the tree every time, because it can cast Spark, which does like 30 damage. Actually want to use that smoke. So the reason I want to use that bottom smoke is, if I use the one I moved to the top here, I'm going to get this gold drop out of the chest, and then it'll go in my top slot, which means I don't have my healing there, and I don't want that. Fun Bear. This is why it's called a Fun Bear. It does that. Very unfun. Very fair and balanced. We're gonna heal here just in case. With that much, nothing else can really hit quite as hard as a Fun Bear, but that was not only a Fun Bear, but a super high roll Fun Bear too, which is super annoying. So the big thing here is we want the smokes to last long enough to get through here, because these enemy encounters are much more dangerous. Like, the difficulty spike is pretty high here. Smoke. Probably we'll see one more fight, if we're fortunate, and that's it. Very funny. Very funny. I'm not even really annoyed that I gotta spend herbs on this. I'm just annoyed that I have to waste time healing in between. Like, it's non-negotiable to heal here. Fudge! I always get stuck on that tree. And I got an extra fight because I got stuck on it. So we want to roll a 26 here to one-shot the birds. It's not likely, but now they're going to get stuck in a healing loop. They'll both spam Cure here for 2 turns. So if I do roll a 26, it would be nice, but not guaranteed, so... 23, 23. Alright, that's the end of their HP. So we'll heal after this, or we'll heal after the fight, rather. This is because I bonked into the tree that I rolled this encounter. I would prefer a counter or a special. That'd be great, actually. Nope, nothing. Gotcha. So since we're level 7, it's... Okay, sure. Thanks. Change this here and use this. I'm gonna buy more antidotes and stuff once I get back to town. So this guy, we need to hit him for 160 damage. 169 damage, actually. Normally we get here around level 8, but we had a very good forest, so we got through here a lot quicker than normal. Let's see here. We heal at 28. So we'll probably heal after this turn regardless. Spell. Oh, heal. Duh. Alright, now we want a Death Warp after this, so we're just gonna spam attacks. Did I zone out my crit? I don't know. We're gonna find out. He's got 169 HP, so that's very interesting. Yeah, we'll be able to kill him next turn. That's unfortunate. We ended with a little bit higher HP than I'd like, but... So yeah, we could have saved some more time if I had not messed up the movement, because then I wouldn't have gotten that encounter. I'm gonna walk back here, and maybe get the... Okay, we didn't. That's fine. Good. That's great that slam hit. Okay. We're gonna buy some more stuff here, because Rand is gonna take our cash at the Coliseum here, so... Buy another, 6... 1, 2, and then the rest in herbs, please. Okay. So I have enough help BLs for Terrapin now, and I should have enough healing for Terrapin as well. So we should be fine. I might need to use a few herbs, but I think I have like 30-something. I wasn't really paying attention. I could also buy smokes here as well, but we'll get those when we get back to town. After we get Cat. So the next big fight is the HR director. As long as we have our stuff equipped, we're good to go. Pretty sure I equipped everything at the church, so... If he hits me for like 22 here, that'll be a good tell. But, yeah, we're good. That might speed things up. Depends on if I slam again here. Or counter. 2 slams, okay. It may seem weird that I'm healing here, but Cat hits much harder than this guy, so we want to make sure to heal. And we also have enough AP for a couple more heals, so it really doesn't matter. So the next big fight here is going to be Cat. Cat has 220 HP, which is more than she will ever have in the speedrun. She's never getting that high. I think the best she gets is like 140, something like that. Some decent armor and some good positioning should keep her from dying, but there's still some places where she can die, like J-Worm, where we need a little bit of extra damage from her. But we'll deal with that when we get there, assuming we get there. So, luckily, this fight is nowhere near as bad as in the SNES version. SNES, NES, anything like, or any percent, is really really a big struggle. Your HP is so low, even with the armor, she can chip through your HP way quicker than you would think. She's 220, and she does one of three things. She'll either hit you normally, talk smack, which can make you do anywhere between 1 to 4 damage, depending on whether you crit that turn or not, but basically will nullify your damage that turn, so it's basically just a stare off. And then the third is a slam. The slam is pretty high variance in the damage. It's like, at lowest, at least for GBA, it's like around a 15, 14, something like that, I think is the lowest I've seen. And it can go all the way up to 36 damage. Now, with our HP as it is, she'd either have to slam us for 36 twice, or 3 slams that are in the 20s range, if I didn't heal off of the first one. So in other words, the likelihood of dying to her is fairly low. But if you want to play it extremely defensively, you can heal a bit higher, but I usually heal around 40, somewhere between 40 and 45. If I'm below 40, 100% I heal. So this chest right here actually has 1,000 coins in it. But it's completely safe to grab this, in my opinion. If I die to her, I lose half of it. But I can go buy her armor and weapon from the store, which is what I really need. If I manage to keep it, I get to buy all that plus a bronze hat, a salad bowl, and a steel AR, which gives her another couple of points of defense. But the cold reality is she just dies to literally everything, so she struggles to survive getting hit directly by most things. So we're gonna fight her now, and if we do this fight correctly, we can avoid, that's annoying. We can avoid, her getting poisoned. This is the smack talk I was talking about, and that is me losing my strength, which means I'm great. Love getting a special for 2. Ooh, woman! So she can kill me here if she high rolls a crit. And we're good. We're at 28 damage, by the way. I just thought I'd put that out there. This can either be a free turn or a massive damage drop-off. Losing out on that slam got me kind of feeling mad, honestly. 29. So we got 80 damage in. 27. 110. $168. I missed a whole attack in there. Alright. So if we push her into the doorway like this, she won't get poisoned. We'll eat all of the poison needles there. Which will have her join the party before August rather than after. If we don't push her up there, we have to fight him with Ryu and Rand only. Grab an extra herb here. Not really worth it, considering how much money it costs to buy one, but ideally I can avoid... Why did I go that way? Whatever. Ooh, no, 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 no. Turn around. That's why you went that way. Almost forgot. Okay. All that will give her a slight damage, slight defensive buff. If August hits her, she might survive a hit. If he goes critical and then hits her, she's just gonna get obliterated. We mainly want to buy the Hex Staff there, because that will give her enough damage boost that she does 50 plus damage, and so does Ryu. August having 680 HP, being able to melt 100 a turn, as long as you're able to attack, is super nice. We're gonna poke with Rand here, turn 1. Wrong. Scramble. Scramble will boost her damage. 51. 51. Yep, that's what I thought you were gonna do. Jerk. Attack. And we're gonna use Wake here to try and revive her, because that will activate her Guts roll and get her up on her feet. Okay. Double attack here and cure Ryu. Okay. Getting her back up was worth. Okay, Ryu might die. Ryu will die. Funny game. Alright, he's trying to kill me here. You cereal! Get up, Ryu. Oh, this is bad. We gotta... We have to heal Rand here? Oh, this is so ridiculous. I gotta... Oh, great. Okay, we're good. Heal yourself. Attack. Heal Ryu. Alright, if both these go to Ryu, we should be okay, as long as it's not a charge hit. Okay. Alright, we're good. We're back in the saddle, baby. Cure yourself. Alright. As long as he goes to Ryu, we're okay. Alright, we're fine. What an abysmal fight. He really tried to kill me. Okay, that's what I thought was the case. That was super unlucky. This is what I mean by, like, dynamically choosing things. I probably should have switched back to normal stance in that instance. Because it would have reduced the amount of damage Cat and Rand would have been taking. Though Cat was in a position, if she got so much as breathed on, she would have died. Luckily, he only decided to hit her once that fight. That wouldn't have gone nearly as bad, though, if we had been able to wake her on the first attempt. This is why I'm saying the life pill is so frustrating that it's so extremely expensive. Because Rand is the only one with any way to revive characters with that wake command. And it's once per fight, 1 HP, because it's the Guts roll activation of the character. I'm gonna do something I wouldn't normally do. Whew, that was infuriating. Wrong. I hate doing this. Luckily, please? Okay. Yeah, because she survived, we should be fine. She only has trouble killing if she doesn't survive August. Alright, she's level 8 now, neat. So ideally, we don't hit anything. Of course we gotta... Yeah, funny. One of these gongs is definitely going to go before us. So yeah, August isn't usually that dangerous, but if he decides to do what he did there, he can be. That charge into what I think was a crit is the only reason that killed. And it's hard to tell because it doesn't really announce the crit because of the charge attack. Because usually when you land a crit, it does that sound, but it always does that when he hits with a charged attack. What could have been really rough was if he decided to charge on the second attack. Another thing that would have been very helpful is if he decided to cure himself, because that would have made the fight take a little bit longer, but I also would have been one less hit going out. So we're gonna lose Rand here. The rolling is nice because you can't get encounters while you're rolling. It's only when you hit something. The problem is that Rand rolling is very difficult because the game only looks for the input for like 1 frame before it continues your roll forward to the next frame or the next tile, rather. So trying to get through a Rand roll without bonking with these 1-tile movements is not super easy. I've done it a few times, but not consistently. So losing Rand here actually heals the party. Same thing with gaining Rand and gaining Cat. Both of those would have refreshed our HP and AP. But since they all happen in rapid succession and you end up at the inn after fighting Cat, it goes a little bit quicker. So I did mention earlier that Ryu and Cat are the only 2 that can counterattack. So right here, if either of them get hit, they can't counter. If they dodge, that takes precedence, and that's their special for the turn, or their action for the turn, after being attacked. So you either dodge or counter, not both. An interesting thing of note, if you slam and then counter, which, I mean, obviously this only applies to Ryu and Cat, but you do get additional crit. Let me see here. Change this, move it down here. By 8 smokes. That's a lot of money we have, actually. So we're gonna head over to Mount Rocco here, because these thugs that work for Joker are trying to kidnap Nina. Although she doesn't have any reason to not fry them. Since she actually knows magic, she just hits them with spells and get out of my face. Unfortunately, the Nina that we were talking with earlier is her sister. Younger sister, to be specific. However, Nina does not know she's here. Unfortunately, the thugs do. So the thugs kidnap her younger sister here and force her to go over to Joker's hideout. Then we do what a hero does and stick our nose into somebody else's business to go help her out. Joker's hideout's a bit obnoxious. But, could be worse. There's only a few rooms where you can actually get into an encounter, so 1 smoke will last both of those rooms. It's just a matter of whether the game decides we're deigned with the luck to get through all of them without any encounters. The big thing is we want to go out of our way to grab a silver dagger, and whether we do it before or after the boss fight, there'll still be encounters in that room. So we want to obviously grab it before the boss. Forgot to use the smoke. That's annoying. Really doesn't matter which side of the bridge now, because we have enough defense and offense that these go down in a single hit. Honestly, it's preferable to get the encounters on this side of the bridge. Just a little bit of overkill. No bad kill like overkill. Okay. I would have preferred to see a couple of devil kids there, but it looks like I'm not going to be so lucky this time. We're gonna switch to scramble here. 35's not high enough. We need to roll a 47, which I don't even think we can. Okay. These annoying little jerks have 41 HP, so 45 would not have worked. 45 and 35 are just low enough. We're gonna switch to scramble formation here to give Ryu a little bit of a damage bump. Cat's not strong enough yet to one-shot in normal formation, so we switch to scramble here for a short period of time. I might need to change my formation depending on what's going on, but it does increase the chances that I one-shot. That's always frustrating. If we were in normal, I believe that does kill. That, however, is extremely frustrating. Counter, please. Yep. This guy has, like, 200 hit points, so we're gonna be here for a bit. Unless we land a crit. And we're gonna have one more turn here. Man, he's just spamming poison attack, huh? Luckily, when you're already poisoned, there's nowhere there's nowhere to go but up. Alright, so we're gonna heal up here real quick. Antidote you. Cure. I could have just done that. We'll cure you too. Why not? Item, smoke. Come back in here. We're gonna try and grab the silver dagger without an encounter. Please. Yes! That fight is awful without the silver dagger. That was a very big YOLO run, but it's not worth doing without the silver dagger on. Should be able to one-shot still here. Counters would be great. I'm gonna be honest here. Thank you! I'll take another one, please. Another one, please? Well, shortened it by one. So it may look like I should probably heal before the boss fight, but Nina will join our party, so getting an encounter here stinks. This room, it's like a 50-50 whether you can get through it. Because there's just enough rolls for you to likely have to take a fight, but not enough rolls to guarantee that you're going to 100% hit one. This thief right here is as strong as the one at the door, but with the extra level on Cat plus Ryu's silver sword, this is guaranteed. We're going to stick with Scramble, mainly because we want to be in Scramble in the boss fight. Unlike August, Cat and Ryu can't do a ton of damage here. They do, like, 30 or below together, so they end up doing about 60. Nina's cold spell will hit for about 62. Up to, like, 110 if she high crits. But for the most part, we are going to see 60, 70 damage. Spells can crit. The game just doesn't announce them like it does the other thing, but it still does the whoosh and a sound. Hey, John? Yeah, it's an all or nothing run. First death or major inconvenience, and I'm pulling the ripcord. It's quite absurd to be doing what I'm doing here, but I died at Witch's Tower getting sleep locked after I let Sten die because I was being greedy. Yeah, we're all in. I gotta, because if this doesn't work out, I'm not gonna, like, reset. I'll come back tomorrow. I could have restarted sooner, but I wanted to get something for lunch. And I felt like making fries, so I had a nice amount of carbohydrates to kind of keep my brain in, hopefully, an operating standard. So there shows 5 thugs here, but it's only going to load up 4. That firewalk we grabbed about an hour, or a half hour ago, is what we're going to use here, because these guys have a 50% chance to spawn another enemy. We can just one-shot them, but it takes forever. So where's that firewalk? It should be here. There we go. We want to use it with Kat, because she'll go first, so we can skip all the enemies' turns as well. Wow. Getting into Joker sub-hour is very nice. Despite August's best attempts, I'd say we have a pretty decent run going. Though we still have like another 6 hours. So that's a bit of a misnomer to be saying that. So Joker has 580 HP, and with the weakness to cold, we can do a lot more damage per turn. What we're looking for is single targeting attacks, mainly on Ryu, because if he just targets Ryu here, we can just blow through the fight. We're gonna attack, and cold. We get to keep scramble formation, because we had it in the previous fight, 35. Wow, Kat is hitting pretty hard right now because of the extra levels she got from not dying on August. 62. Alright. Okay, we're gonna heal up Kat here, actually. Attack with Kat, and cold. 31. We're at 150. We got 500 or 400 more, give or take. 64. Okay. That's the funny part, is that's still not enough for me to want to have to heal Ryu here. So we're at 340 right now. Now I'll heal Ryu. The big thing is learning to menu consistently and quickly. And to know what decisions you want to make in response to certain RNG. I could have gone for another turn here, but I decided to play it a bit safer. Because we should be able to gas out here. Oh, never mind. Ooh, that's actually very good. Spell, Cure, Cat, Attack, and Cold. Next turn, it's all gas. I don't think we could have killed this turn, and I didn't want to risk... Yeah, I might have been able to kill this turn, but I did not want to risk Cat dying if we underrolled here. 62... Yeah, we... 50, 60, 70... We wouldn't have been able to kill. This will kill, though. Ryu wouldn't have done enough damage. We're going to pause and antidote everybody here. Because this is just a waste of time. I'll have to spend a lot of time healing and stuff if I don't open the menu now. I could very easily walk through this room and the next room that doesn't have encounters, then wait for the smoke tile. But I don't feel like having to spam a build, like, 4 herbs on everybody, or switch to Ryu and spam Cure 1. So, yeah, that's a split that I should have made earlier, but whatever. He's still dead. Doesn't matter. It'll probably tweak this split a little bit, unless I have a reasonable amount of encounters. Which is very possible. We'll probably have like 4 or 5 encounters minimum. Doot, doot, doot. These enemies don't scare me. I will heal before we get into Winda territory, though. Now, ideally, we get out of here without another encounter, but that's not guaranteed. Okay. So, normally we avoid chests and don't bother wasting time on them. But there are some that have very high value. There's going to be a chest with a charm in it that sells for 500. One with a wise hoop that sells for 500. And then there's going to be a lot of these 1,000-point chests. You know what we're going to do is we're going to actually go... we're going to herb you and herb you. So, time warping can be very obnoxious. It messes with your... Obviously, it messes with your time on the current map. Luckily, you can just cast it again if you mess something up big time, but using time warp is usually not something you want to do unless you have to. And doing it like that was definitely a have-to moment. Okay, changed my smoke tile to where it's supposed to be, because I didn't overmove this time. So, we're going to be moving into the Winda area here, and the enemies are going to get a lot stronger real quick. Ryu and Cat can kill an enemy on their own, Or if we get a crit, we can also kill them that way. Though Cat is the only one that can move before the enemy's guaranteed. So we'll do this, and we're going to Tornado. Okay, that one's dead. If Ryu specials here, this is a one-shot. We use Hurricane here, or Tornado, so we don't have to waste time. I think it's Hurricane in the SNES translation. That's why I keep wanting to call it that. Okay. Attack, attack, and Tornado. The big problem with these guys is they will Egg Beater, which means they'll hit twice. I think this is the first place where that comes up. Technically, August does this, but he's like programmed to Egg Beat. Oh, that's so annoying. In a very weird way. You know what? I should be doing this a different way. Oh, great. Oh my gosh. Want to make sure that we have these smoke actives for as many steps as possible. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go this, and Thunder. So they can kill together, but because Cat can't one-shot, and Ryu doesn't go before the enemies, we'll just use Thunder here. This is what I should be doing. This is probably, like, my worst mess up. I do this a lot here. I forget to use Thunder. Let me in. There we go. So we had a bad amount of encounters. That does mean I have extra money, which is nice. But money isn't everything. Yeah, sometimes it is nice to have extra cash, but this is not going to be it. You know what I mean? So here is going to be the next weapon store that we can upgrade at. We won't get another chance until Semaphore, which will be about another half hour, 45 minutes before we can actually enter Semaphore itself. So we do want to make sure we top off here. I'm going to set my controller down with the thumbstick pushed down so that it will move into the Sten cutscene and progress from there. Be right back. Oh. Alright, so Sten buried us because he's a good guy. He did nothing wrong. He did everything correct. Alright, so we're coming up to the next big point of RNG here. Mr. Terry Penn! Or, as everybody likes to call it, the turtle bop bop boppity bip bop. So, theoretically, Terrapin is not dangerous to you at all. The worst case is Terrapin spends multiple turns spamming things like 8.0, which is the Earthshaker attack, or Fire Breath. Fire Breath and below are all reasonable things we can deal with. Terrapin's other attacks are throwing a big egg at you, which will do a decent amount of damage, but not a ton. Or it can Brainwave. Brainwave is very obnoxious in other categories. Luckily, everybody of a consequence outspeeds Terrapin. So Brainwave would normally eat your turn and then have you attack an ally. But because we take our turn first, Brainwave does nothing but make us hit our allies. Luckily, if we slammed that turn, it doesn't guarantee that Brainwave slams. Brainwave slams differently. What we're looking for, if we're really wanting to be optimal, we want to see nothing but Brainwave, specifically on Sten, if possible, or Nina, if she's still alive, or the egg launch on Ryu or Sten. Sten is going to be spamming potions most of the fight so that we can survive, but Nina will be allowed to die because she just doesn't do enough damage and her AP runs out fairly quick. So we'll sell... Where's my bronze sword? There it is. Yes. Buy you. 2, 2, 2. Seriously. Trade? Okay. That's fine. Equip. Long chain. No, not chain. You stay on Ranger for speed. Bronze, bronze. Silver, chain, bronze, bronze. Chain, glass. I bought 2 glasses somehow? What? Sure. Well, whatever. Is that better than bronze? No, it's not. We'll just have to sell that later. Whatevs. Huh. I didn't hear it buy the second one. My bad. That's fine. I'll just sell it later for money. It'll be worth less, but I don't have to worry about losing it. Smoke. Attack 1. Oh, this is going to be frustrating. Nina, Thunder. I forgot to change my party. Okay, luckily Nina didn't get hit, which is fantastic. If anybody dies before we make it to Captain, we'll just use the inn to revive them. Most likely have to take an extra turn here. Thunder should clear out the archer, and then we'll just auto from there. Yep. That's unfortunately slow, but not dangerous. So the big thing I need to do here is I need to put Sten in the middle. Oopsie. Form, order, auto, and then manual. It's a silly mistake. Sten, Doot, Thunder. Between Ryu and Cat, we should be able to do enough damage to kill this guy with Thunder. Poison Breath is just slow, not super dangerous. Thunder should do enough to kill here, I'm hoping. Unfortunately, the flashing on the... Oh, that's super annoying. Sten, Cat, Tornado just in case. I want... Cat, it was very close to dying, so swinging with Cat kind of stinks there. Okay, good. Sten hitting a special here should be enough. That I don't need a follow-up from Nina. Okay. I need to... Oh. Of course. Doot. Ryu, Sten, Cat, and Thunder. The goblins here will survive Cat unless she high rolls. They'll always survive Sten. And the archer will survive a single hit. So we split up the damage in all of these fights. I can't believe he max rolled Ryu like that. Ridiculous. Nope. I need to have you hit that, and then we'll throw another Thunder just in case something goofy happens. Alright, so we're just gonna have to limp to town with what we got. We're gonna have to use the inn with Ryu dying here. There's not much I can do about it. Okay, if I got an extra encounter, there's the misstep there, I would have been very annoyed. Not change, we're gonna stop. Sort. We're gonna have to buy some herbs, unfortunately. I could sell that glass ring, but I think I'll hold on to it unless I need to buy stuff. Alright, so what we're gonna do is come over here and buy a stack of herbs, and we should be good. Buy one whole stack of herbs. Buy 3 antidotes, too, just to be sure. Items, sort, change. That's good. Okay. So Terrapin is a very bulky boy. Luckily, Ryu is fairly strong, and since we have him equipped, he has very good survivability here. We want to get at least 36 herbs here, so that pretty much no matter what, unless the boss just decides we're dead, we can win the fight. We're going to also switch to normal here, which will reduce Sten and Cat's damage by quite a bit, because that would have hit about 100 if we were still in Scramble. The problem is, these guys, they attack twice, and as you can tell, Ryu is taking a ton of damage here. Since we got a double special here, I'm going to switch to Scramble. I should be able to kill during my offensive turns. But I need to make sure we kill him before Ryu takes another turn. Or else he's at a very big risk of dying. The thing is, in this instance... Let me take a look real quick. Oops. Yes. Normal stance... gives you 130% damage buff in slot 1, and it's neutral in slot 2. So Ryu is dealing 30% more damage, but he's also taking 30% more damage, so he's at a very high risk of dying. 77 should be fine. If he dies over that 3 HP, I'll, first of all, reset, and second of all, be kind of sad that I'm such a goober. Okay, up here. So we're going to try and skip the Creon here if possible. Move. Thank you. Okay. What we're waiting for is this other turtle to come back down here. Okay, we got it. Nice. Turn that off. I need to top Ryu off here for sure. Everybody else is maxed out. Okay, let's go. Alright. I'm gonna grab the charm here since I accidentally bought 2 glass rings. I'm gonna go back to normal, attack, spark, attack, and tornado. 80 damage, nice. Already at 100 damage. Already at 200, jeez. Nice. Alright, so Ryu can attack again because he has just enough HP here. And Nina's just going to keep spamming Tornado till she dies. 32. Attack. Heal yourself. Heal yourself. And Tornado. I could technically use down abilities, like agility down or defense down. Alright, Sten taking control here is a free turn. I'm going to heal Ryu, not because he's in danger, but because Sten needed to heal him last turn. Now he's at like a point where he absolutely needs to be healed. Talking about that stuff made my brain think about it. The problem is that it's very hard to land status debuffs. We're not going to bother healing Nina, like I said. If she dies, she dies. She doesn't do enough damage, and her AP is not enough, usually, to get through the fight. Since I used the N, she has a bit more AP than usual, so she might actually last the whole fight, depending on how this goes. 36. We need to do 1,300 damage to this guy. We're almost 500 in. So we're in a pretty decent spot here. Fire Breath can be a bit dangerous. We're in a decent spot with everybody, and that'll probably kill Nina. Yep. That's expected. Herb yourself. Herb yourself. If Ryu has to stop and heal, I will have him just cure himself. But it really doesn't matter if I have him cure himself or not. I did buy a couple of help BLs, so if he does get hit pretty hard like here, we will just immediately use a help BL to get him back up to top immediately. 73, I think. That's fine. So we're just under 600 damage, so we're almost to the halfway mark. Okay. We're gonna have to heal Ryu here. Heal your... actually, cure yourself. That damage was a little bit higher than I wanted it to be. And 40 is a little bit too close for me to risk it. We should heal below 55, but my threshold is like 45 to 50. When I fall below 45, I don't play stupid games to win stupid prizes. This should be fine. He'll do a lot of damage, but not enough. Herb, attack. Man, these crits are helping a lot, though. Three. Ryu getting controlled here is fine, because it's just a single target. Like I said, it's just a single target. That slam is separate than his regular one, though. Because it's part of the attack. So if we slam here or special, if he got brainwaved, it wouldn't have done any more damage. Oops. Herb, you attack. We're almost to 1,000 now, so we can consider being more aggressive, because we do have to Death Warp after this fight. I'll still heal Sten here. Wrong. Sten, heal yourself. 38. I need to keep Sten alive long enough that we're guaranteed the kill, which we are pretty much in range of now. We have about 1,100 damage. Spark. I would rather not lose the EXP on Cat, but we should be able to get through this. But Big Bar and Steel. Alright! Alright, we're gonna grab the charm here, because I accidentally bought that extra glass ring to kind of round out my money. The only downside is we've got to wait an extra turtle cycle here. So that's the next big hump. Unfortunately, like, with the way that boss works, you kind of have to just sit there and heal if he hits you hard enough. 8.0 is the worst, because it'll always do enough damage that you should heal Ryu. Because if he follows up with a Fire Breath, a high damage roll, or another 8.0, you'll die. And since we had to sell that life pill earlier, dying here is GG. But in a marathon run, you would just kind of heal out every time he gets to even to a questionable place. Ryu is pretty safe around 45, but anywhere below there is very questionable and absolutely a full heal situation. If you want to play it super safe, you would heal somewhere around 50, 55, but if you play too safe, that fight takes forever. Because if you're only wanting him to do certain attacks, you're going to be there for a while. I'm going to sell the charm here so that I get it out of my inventory. I'm also going to buy some W fruits after, which is part of the reason why I grabbed the charm specifically. I'm going to sell the glass ring here too, because we're going to stock up on W fruits. We're going to come in here, and we are going to sell this. Yes, where's that glass ring I accidentally bought? There it is. Alright, then we buy 9 smokes, and as many W fruits as I can, 1 of you, and a stack of you. Alright. We're going to come over here, grab something real quick, and then we're going to head back out. There's another W fruit over here we can pick up. So that means I got a stack of 9, which is nice. So W fruits are going to become extremely important here. W fruit refills your AP for 20 points at the cost of taking 20 points of damage. I'm going to have to do this in the worst way possible. Salad bowl, wristband. Wristband. This scramble attack. Bums and wristband, as well as yeesh, bandana, equip, attack myself, attack yourself. Yeah, we should be fine. That is not going to help me at all. Okay, everybody self-target. Gonna have to finish the equipping cat on the other side. Problem is, if I leave them fully equipped, they take forever to death warp. So it's that was like a very annoying way to have to do that, though. All right, so we go equip, full, bandana, wristband, correct, bandana. Actually, no, that's fine. We'll give you the bums, sellable, wrist. Okay. So some weird things happen here. We warp back to Township. We didn't ever have to set a save point here, though, because when we dropped Rand off, the game set this as like the checkpoint. You can talk and save at a dragon statue whenever you want to update that checkpoint to your current area, and whenever you die, you'll go to that. For now, we do this one without bothering to save, because it really doesn't offer us any benefit. The only downside is, like, in a marathon, you've got to play Doofus pretty safe. Oh, I've got to go outside and then come back in. I forgot about that. I also need to change up my party here. Get Rand, Sten, Nina. So now I have access to Rand again. I won't have access to Bo for a while. And Bo would normally learn Cure 2 anyway, so... Putting it on Nina is good, because her damage is going to drop off pretty heavily in the near future. So using her AP for Cure 2 is a very good way to avoid having to bother with healing items. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go Rand, or no, I'm going to go Sten, Rand, Nina. Yes, order manual. Do it that way. Switch, scram. So when we go outside, Rand should be... What? Why do you... What? I switched... Okay. That's interesting. I didn't realize it worked like that. Oh, that's super stupid. Rand rolling, baby. Yeesh. Okay, that was an interesting choice I made there. Alright, so there's a reason it's done that way. Got it. I'm such a goober. Yeah. So, ideally, we improve from the Rand roll earlier to get here. We want to roll all the way back to Winda. There's actually a peg that we need Sten to grab so we can cross the chasm. Because we are no longer allowed in the back door of Winda. Oh, come on. I disagree with that one. We'll just walk it from here. Ooh. Alright, we got very lucky on that roll. Despite messing up, I got a bunch of 50-50 wins. We're gonna come over here and talk to her because I don't have any money right now. I used it all before I death warped. And I didn't get into any, like, important encounters, so I've got pennies on me at most. So she takes me over to their hut to do a fusion experiment. This is the Fire Shaman, which, when fused with a character, will increase their strength. And of note, Sten actually gets a pretty major strength increase because he has good affinity with the Heat Shaman, or Fire Shaman Sana. The downside is he's not going to be attacking for the most part. We could theoretically fuse him later, but for right now, the building that you would use to unite characters is not available. Despite just getting Sana, we actually can't group or fuse her with any of the characters just yet, because Hometown won't be finished until we cross over to the Simafort area. And at that point, we will not be going back. Takes too long until we're done with Simafort. Also, even if we did, we would want to fuse her to Sten, because we can't fuse her to Ryu, who's the one that really could use to make most out of the power buff. We could theoretically put her on Rand, but it would not be a very effective one, so it'd be a minor bump. And Sten is going to be... We're going to be taking the Silver Dagger from him to sell, so that we can buy 3 W fruits with that. And he's just going to spam Chop Chop, which is something we can get from beating a side boss that we have to beat at the very least to progress the story. But if we beat them early, we can go in and he'll apologize and teach us Chop Chop rather than going back there and just doing it immediately. The restaurant has to be empty for him to offer to teach you Chop Chop. So right here, we gotta hoof it back to town after setting fire to their forest and getting access to our puppy transformations. Puppies will do 256 if the enemy is neutral to the element they use. Or it should take extra damage if they're weak to it, and it'll take half damage if they are resistant to it. Luckily, we only have to use puppies for a very short period of time, because the issue with puppies is they're a single target, not a full screen target like actual dragon transformations. So we have to put up with that. We're just going to try Death Warp here, because running away is just too inconsistent, which is why we kept ourselves equipped the way we did. The runaway chance is pretty low, and then it also risks us getting another fight, so... Ideally, this kills us, and we don't guts roll. Good. That puts us back in town, so I'm gonna go over here and talk to this guy. And that sets the checkpoint to here now. I don't need to bother updating. As you saw from the Death Warp, it puts us in Captain. So from here, we're going to go back out and Death Warp again. This setup has Ryu, Rand, Sten, and Nina. So, we'll see. I think this gives us our party back as is. I'm not 100% certain. Bo gets really annoyed because he intended for their fusing room to actually be our room between me and Bo. But we end up getting kicked back to the regular ones. I keep calling him a carpenter, too, and he's like, bro, I built this for myself. So we need to Death Warp back to Captain here. And pick up a carpenter as well on the way by. We de-equipped everybody but Rand here. He still has the, suede armor. We're gonna go scramble here, poke, 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 and poke. Okay, that's gonna slow things down. Great. Okay. Alright, hit you, hit yourself. Okay, we've got one more turn here. Sten one-shotting himself is super frustrating. Counterattacks is actually not what we want to see. We see another one. Okay, good. So the problem is we'd lose some time here if we didn't get our counterattack, if we got too many counterattacks there. Okay, chainmail, bronze, bronze. Chainmail, bronze. No, glass. Bronze. Wait, what? Steel. Bronze, bronze. He'll keep that for the rest of the game. Leotard, glass, steel. That's out of order. because of all the stupidness I did earlier. That'll fix that. So the leotard can fit on both Kat and Nina, so buying it there is super helpful. Decent enough death warp, but not my best work because I kind of messed things up there. Ugh. So the glass ring is kind of like a bad bronze hat, but we want the bronze hat for Rand here because it's his best equipment that we can get without going out of our way. And luckily he'll get enough levels that he'll be fine. So the next big RNG factor is, that's not what I wanted to do, is the Witch. At the top of Witch's Tower, Nimifu can use a bunch of spells, and for some bright, I don't understand why, reason, the Witch can spam, sort, change, this for smoke, can just use Sweet Breath. A couple of enemies in this area can just use Sweet Breath, which targets your whole party and can put everybody to sleep. The real frustrating part is the only way that a character can be woken up from sleep is by being hit by a physical attack, and the Witch will never do a physical attack. So you literally lose that fight if your entire party gets put to sleep. I don't know what the design choice was there. So if you see your entire party put to sleep, you just quit the game, I guess. And it's literally what I had to do earlier. Alright, all the way in one go. Nice. 50-50 it is! Attack, 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 and Thunder. Thunder, I think, can one-shot from Nina here, but if the attacks do enough, then it's whatever. Nope. How much damage does this do? Let's see. Alright, it would have to be an attack and a Thunder. Got it. So we're going to be keeping Ryu's AP for specifically just puppy damage. It's current AP versus max. So we'll use one here. Defend, bomb you, tornado you. I should also be in normal, I think. So the pigs here are very bulky, and if you hit them, they will counter very likely. So you end up losing a lot here if you don't just throw a puppy at them. Ideally, this is the only set that we see here, because they're just awful. Rand got a level here, which increases his HP. I'm going to throw down a Wise Fruit here, and then we're going to heal up Ryu just in case. Good to go. So we need to do at least 2 fights with Ryu in the lead here. We're going to attack, 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 and cold. I could puppy here, but with the amount of Wise Fruits, I don't really feel like burning another one already. Ugh. These guys are pretty bulky, so it usually takes all 3 of the boys. And they're weak to ice, so a cold will take care of one of them. Nice. Ideally, we can get out of here now. I'll open up the gate. There we go. Alright, I don't have to heal until we do the smoke tile up here. So I'm gonna jump in here, have Rand heal himself, and accidentally close the menu. Oops. Now I want to make sure I move as correct as possible here, so I get all the smoke tiles instead of losing some. Okay, auto here's fine. That's fine. So Curse will prevent your spells from critting, but that puppies really can't crit anyway. None of the dragons can. So Curse on Ryu effectively does nothing. It won't do anything on Rand either, because I don't plan on using Thunder with him. Sten, it will affect his smoke, or not smoke, but bomb or spark if I use it. The big one I don't want to see that happen to is Nina. Alright, no encounters. Nice. We're just trying to get through these rooms with 1 to 0 encounters, if at all possible. Attack, defend, attack, defend. So, with the Silver Dagger, Sten can one-shot, and with Ryu's Strength, he can one-shot. Wow, neither of them used a spell either, huh? Alright. We didn't need that, but whatever. Alright, we should be able to get out of here without another encounter. Very funny. We'll also go normal here and throw down a Thunder. So, Thunder... Oh my gosh. She has some damage mitigation being in normal stance here, but the thing is the back slot has like a 6% chance of being targeted, so this is pretty wild, honestly. We attack with Rand here just in case one of them gets low rolled. Okay, we're gonna have to... seriously. One. Okay, that's fine. Antidote you. Cure. Sure. Item smoke. Defend. Attack, defend, thunder. Now I need to poison cure again. Oh my freaking gosh! This is so ridiculous, dude. 2 of these in a row, really? That's just annoying. Alright, attack, scrambled defense, attack, defend. So they can choose the physical or cast a spell here. Want to make sure to defend to, like, mitigate the damage as much as possible. I probably should have just done that in normal, because I know Sten can one-shot in that situation. We're gonna stop and heal up everybody here, just in case. Herb, doop, 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 doop. Gotta be careful there. Whatever. Not sure if Nina can one-shot. Actually, Nina's not going to do anything unless she crits. Because she's going to go before Ryu here. Then Ryu's going to double dip, unfortunately. This will kill, and then Sten will kill the last one. Just trying to make sure that I keep all of the, you know, gas I still have in the tank. If I do this right here, I should be able to grab you. Ah! Alright. Puppy, you defend, that defend. We got deep enough that... Okay, that scared me, I'm gonna be honest. So, you don't want to go attacking the pigs, like I said. They will counter, and you will feel pain. Unfortunately, they're not weak to anything, so... item... W fruit... Doot doot... Into smoke. Run to Electric Boogaloo, yeah. It's, all gas, no brakes. Review. If, we get sleep blocked or any other shenanigans, it's checkout time. We are clocking out for the day. But for now, we're okay. Nimafu is... bunk. Yeah, we'll go with that, bunk. I do not like Nimafu. First turn can be Sweet Breath, which could sleep the entire party, and then it's GG. You literally want to see anything else. Or Sweet Breath not sleep your party. Like, But either way, you're at Nimifu's mercy here. Fire Puppy, Wise Fruit, attack, and AG down. AG down will guarantee that we go ahead of her next turn so that she only gets this one action. It's going to do a decent amount of damage, but it's fine. I'll heal up everybody after this fight, and then we're going to try and get out of here. So we need to use a couple of puppies here to kill, because she has 550 HP, and we're going to struggle to do damage otherwise. So we pop off two 256 attacks, and that will hit for 512, so all we got to do is kind of top things off. So we go Fire Puppy, attack, and Tornado. So that should be enough, but you want to run the Tornado just in case. But yeah, with the AG down here, it makes sure that everybody gets to take a turn on turn 2 before she does, so that you only have to run the risk of getting Sweet Breathed once. Learning Exit here kind of stinks. It actually doesn't help. 12-minute tower? No, it's like an 11-minute tower, excuse me. That could have been faster. That tower was kind of butt cheeks, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not super happy with how bad that tower was. Herb doot doot. Herb doot doot doot. And then we're gonna get out of here. Sure. Okay, whatever. Fire Puppy you. Defend. Attack. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Next turn, I should be able to kill him. This is annoying, because this fight, just, like, there's too much bulk to deal with. Bro! Oh. What did you do to deserve this? Normal, attack. Attack? Ugh. One-shotting Nina, man. What the heck? This isn't even the worst fight, either. That's the wild part. Wise Fruit. I think I'm gonna stop by the camp, honestly. Actually, no, I'm not. It's all or nothing at this point. Getting Jean here will heal my party back up, so... This is why we... retransfer... Shush. Oh my gosh. Bro. You're tilted, calm down. Horse. We're just gonna walk to the camp, yeah. Alright, puppy. Attack. Bomb. I knew as soon as I made a movement error, we were just on borrowed time. Alright, my colon is in a much better state right now! Normally, I wouldn't do this, but this run is and, without Nina, I'm feeling real naked right now. That revived her. So, I shouldn't need her, but if I do, I'm not screwed. And then I can also get a free heal here, too, so I can gas if this is an encounter, which it is. Normal's fine. Defend, attack, defend, thunder. Alright, so the trip to the tower was great. The tower itself was pretty good. This was abysmal. Luckily, one of them was a golem, or else it could have been much worse. Alright, so we're gonna head into the forest here. We're gonna need Sten later, so we're not gonna worry about him for now. I gotta grab Nina here, or Jean here. We're gonna put Sten, Nina, and then Jean last. We're gonna roll YOLO on the Wildcat. I'm gonna have to remember to buy an extra smoke, because I'm gonna go outside and use one. Because there's no way my previous smoke is still active. So the problem here is I need to go up to the top by the pond. And my movement's been pretty cheeks lately, so... I want to reduce the thing with Jean is he actually moves 2 tiles for every hop. Yes, we want Rand, Nina. Wait, is that right? Wrong. Sten, Nina. No. Sten, Nina, Jean. Yes, order, manual, swap you 2 out. You'd think I'd remember this, but whatever. We're gonna start using a smoke here. Seriously, I don't know how to do this. Dang it! Okay. Not like this. I hate that fight, man! Ugh. I'm gonna have to heal everybody here. Because we're risking it in Wildcat's anal observatory. Herb. If Jean gets hit, Jean's gonna die, so Jean's not getting healed. Double Golem always puckers my colon. Because if they both cold breath, you just die, and you should be able to run from them, because they have 1 agility. But sometimes you just miss the roll, which is so absurd. So we're gonna head in here. I need to put Jean back in front. If the characters are, like, kind of screwy, the way that the, thing does damage here is kind of weird. So here's the problem. We gotta take out our items and put them in the bin. We gotta take our armor off and put them in the bin. We gotta take off our swords and shields and put them in the bin. And this guy that we gotta fight here at the Wildcat has 610 HP. It's some shibbity-dibbity, if you ask me. So, we need a Thunder Dragon here. It can be any dragon, Thunder, Fire, or Ice. The Thunder animation is just faster, so we spam it. We also are going to need a bomb and a tornado, and then one of those needs to land again the next turn. The big thing is, we need Dragon turn 1, and if he kills either Nina or Sten, we're in a very tight position, and if he goes and kills the other one the next turn, we're done. It's DOA. Normally, I would save and just walk back in here, but too late for stupid games, stupid prizes. So we're gonna go Tornado, and we're gonna go Thunder Dragon. Be okay. Good. Like I said, it doesn't really matter. Jean technically would have survived that had I healed him, but also 69 HP. Alright, we get to keep playing the game. So the big problem is he can use Chop Chop or Dice. And those do like a fixed damage. So our defensive formation does nothing to mitigate that. The only thing it'll mitigate is the actual normal physical attack. Need to say no yes here. That will speed this up a little bit and save us some dialogue. We're going to talk to him, and he's going to say he'll show us a trick, and then tell us to give him the person. We've already moved Sten forward here. Sten is going to be learning Chop Chop. So for pretty much every fight here, Sten will be spamming Chop Chop like an actual madman. That will be his basic attack for the rest of the run. Most of the rest of the run. Dang it. Alright, I need to do some equipment manipulation here. Give me the good stuff. Okay, Sten, give me my dagger back. You're good. And I want to give you the Skawklet right now. So it should be this. We need to switch back to Jean here, because we want to go inside. We've already saved at the camp here, so we don't really need to worry about anything. And spending the night at the camp turns this to the day cycle. So now we've got like 10 minutes of yapping. And I am not being facetious. There's like 10 minutes of yapping here. This area takes forever to get through. Even if you're fast. So the next big thing here is I need to remember what to sell. Because we actually do need to do a little bit of a fire sale here. We're not going to sell everything. We're just going to sell most everything. We want to sell the extra suede armor that we got off Sten. We're going to sell the silver dagger we took off. We're going to sell all the salad bowls we took off. I would sell the charm here if I hadn't sold it earlier, but turns out I needed the extra W fruits. The kamikaze ball, despite its name, does not kill you. It just casts Tornado, which does ignore resistances and is a guaranteed crit, but it's only a single target, so meh. It's worth 500, so it's much more worth to sell it for money. We'll also sell that deluxe pull that I'm going to be picking up in this room here, too. We could hold on to it, but it's 500 gold. So that's, 2 wise balls, or wise fruits. And with a kamikaze ball, it ends up being like 6 fruits that we can get, which is super good. Well, we made it past H to bitch. So we do have a longer dialogue branch later, when we actually go to save Jean from the prison. So I'll take that as a opportunity to take a leak, but for now, we're close enough that I'll get set back up. So the Wildcat is like the biggest dice roll. As long as I play things correctly, we are past the point where I have 0 control. The only other boss that's kind of like that is we have Munmar, who will always open with Horror, which is the same thing as Sweet Breath. That boss, however, will actually physically attack. So if I get Sweet Breath, I'm not sleep blocked for the rest of the fight. There is a chance that I do get sleeped, and depending on who he hits, if he continually one-shots everybody he hits, I'm boned. If he doesn't one-shot the person that he punches, I am okay, because then I can use them to wake up Ryu, then I can start spamming dragons with Ryu, and we can get through the fight. It's not going to be optimal, it's not going to be pretty, but we should be able to get through fights. The only other segment that I find is very kind of touch and go is going into High Fort, which is Sten's town. That segment's pretty rough because we spend a lot of our money purchasing things that we're going to need for the rest of the run. Fire rocks in particular. We blow a lot of money on fire rocks. And we also blow a lot of money on the fast shoe, which is incredibly important. That'll give us a 10 AG buff and also increase the first strike rate or lead-off rate of whoever, as long as the person in the front of the combat party has it equipped. Now, we're going to ignore the shopping for the moment. Good job. Because we're actually going to go help out Jean right now. The reason is, we want to buy the stuff on the way back, because we do have to do a few more fights between here and there. So getting the extra cash to kind of, like, top off, and then min-max on W-Fruits and stuff is super important. So I do need to buy a smoke here. I think I used both my Help BLs and Terrapin, which is kind of frustrating, but we can grab... As long as we have, like, 2 Help BLs in the basement, I'll be happy. Yes. You want to say yes here, or else you have to leave the room and come back in. Doofus here does not have enough HP to survive a Thunder Dragon, and he does not have enough damage to kill any of us. Since when Jean leaves the party, everybody gets full HP. And AP. I will need to drop by the tent now and refill my AP. Nina Lee learning Sonic Boom seems good, because that's a mid-game spell. Her stats are just not high enough to do anything with it, unfortunately. The only place where I could theoretically consider casting spells is in Whale, or Grandpa. And at that point, the enemies are kind of too bulky unless we exactly hit their weakness. Luckily, right after we get Whale, we can pick up Blue, who's level 35 while everybody's level 20. So we kind of go from the Ryu show to the Ryu and Blue show, and they split the difference a lot of times. Usually Blue spamming spells and Ryu just farting out dragons left, right, and center. Because they do 5-12. The big thing is organizing turns in such a way that we heal Ryu's AP after he does a dragon, so he can perform another dragon the next turn. The downside is spamming W-Fruits at somebody like that does whittle away their HP 20 at a time, so it can put them in a very risky scenario. Which is why we want to start making sure we have Help BLs and stuff, so that if they start becoming a punching bag, we have some Help BLs in our back pocket. I'm probably going to sort my items here. Well, I should be able to look at them in the menu, but... So the big thing here is we're going to go get the Royal Ring to prove that Jean is not a fake. No matter which door we come out, we always come in the left side. So if that chef decides to hook right immediately, we get blocked in. Because if I walk back into the door frame, he blocks me. So we're going to go back to the camp here. We're going to change up our party. I don't need to save again because I've already saved once. We're not going to be using it anyway. So we're going to sleep in the open here. We're going to camp. And we're going to change our party out to Rand, Sten, and Cat. So we have some good deeps for the under area. And we don't have to worry about Nina biting the dust. Sten, Cat, yes. And we'll stay defense for the moment. That was the weirdest way to do it. Whatever. Sure, don't get punished. That's fine. I should be rolling with Rand here, but since I already walked halfway, I decided to just roll the dice. Do I still have my smoke active? No, I don't. Okay. I need to rand roll back. Because ideally, if you can rand roll up that side, it's a 50% chance you get an encounter. Because you have to roll the 50-50 when you land. But since I walked like that, I just decided to walk it out. Luckily, getting a double golem fight is extremely scary, like I showed earlier. If they both cold breath, you're dead. But they both have 1 agility, so you have an extremely high rate of running. The game is very annoying with, 1 agility enemies like that. Sometimes you don't run. And I think it's because we don't hit the max run rate because our agility isn't high enough, but boyo, does it feel bad when you die to golems because you got cold breathed. Or you miss 2 runs in a row and they cold breath on 2 separate turns. The breath attacks are extremely, very dangerous. Luckily, not a lot of things spam those, but there's enough things that if something has a party-wide attack, it's usually the worst thing you can possibly see. I can't talk to that guy to warp out this time, so we walk it. Come down here, and we're going to try and make the roll without any... Oh! We're going to walk from here. We go scramble auto. Thunder would be nice here, but I... we're still going to have to 3v1 him. Rand hitting the other one here should offset it enough. So Thunder would be very good here because they are weak to Thunder from what I understand. I could have used the Thunder Dragon there, but it's... Okay, I guess we're just going to walk through here because I'm a goober. I mean, that does reset the encounter rate. I'm not going to bother using the camp if I don't need to. What I will do, however, is... cure yourself. I probably could have... You know what? That's actually a bad idea. Because the next fight that I have to take will be the Goldfly, fight 1. And the Goldfly will attack you for 5 consecutive turns and possibly Egg Beater. So... Alright, I'm pretty sure that this just goes into the King's Room. So, I'll go take a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna stay over here just in case to make sure. Let's go. There we go. So this is one of the most drawn-out cutscenes. The 2 biggest cutscenes, I think, are this one and the one after we get the ingredients for the cooking contest. So if you need to do something, this is the time to do it as a runner. Sometimes you don't need to. So we do still have some bronze things that we could sell. There are certain things that we want to hold on to so that we can sell them later, because we don't need all of the money right now. If we were doing SNES any %, we could just death warp out of the dungeon to avoid the walk back. The downside is just like, we need the money. Triple money and losing it all right there is just awful. It's not a good idea. Because pretty much every penny we earn, we spend. The only time we don't really spend it is at the very end, and even then, because we Chad walk the end game, we use Kat and her speed shaman transformation to speed through the upper parts of Infinity and just run from everything that is not a Gannett. Then we switch over, lose the Cat fusion, and then just Chad walk through the rest and hit it with dragons until it dies. It actually ends up being a little bit faster than going all the way to Blueberry, doing the Blueberry fight, warping back to Infinity, then walking, or death warping back down. Especially on GBA, because it takes us a little bit longer to get a fight. Not a lot, but a little bit. So we've got to go down and get the cooking ingredients from the basement. But I do need to do some shopping. So I need to sell the silver dagger, the suede armor that we got off Jean, because his armor will never matter, the wise soup that we picked up in the Witch's Tower, a kamikaze ball that we picked up in the Sage's Waterfall segment, and the deluxe pole that we got from the infirmary? I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Sell, don't sell that. This, don't, this, and we're good. Alright. Now we buy a iron mail here. Trade for a new sword. Trade for a new stick. Trade for a new shield on both of you. What is it? Iron armor for Ryu. And then we go from here. Ooh, that is not a lot of money. Chainmail. And then chainmail. We're going to grab this real quick. We are going to get an extra smoke here so that I have enough wise fruits and then 3 healthy elves. We are in kind of a rough state here. Let's see here. I think we have 9 fruits? 9 fruits. Okay. It's not that bad, but it's not good either. We need the 5 healthy elves. We only have a few herbs, but Rand has a ton of AP at this point. So he can be our healing mule, as intended by the devs. So we need to get to the basement, and as you do, we've got to go to the top of the fort to go down. So we have to go through the king's room, up here, talk to Tata, who got crucified for trying to sneak real Jean a snack by the fake Jean. Then we gotta go back downstairs to go get his girlfriend, Petepe, to give him some water, so that he doesn't die on the roof. And then because we saved... Oh, Fiolina, excuse me. Petepe is Jean's sister. I'm wrong about that. So we have to tell her that he's on the roof drying up, so she goes up there to bring him some water. And that is enough to help him out. So now that we've done him a solid, he's going to give us the key. Now, we have 2 different answers. Secret info or money. The money does lower your, dragon crystal or whatever, but that actually doesn't impact anything in the run. This little dragon crystal just kind of, is a insight into how your, relationships with characters are. The darker it is, the more rude you've been, the closer to rainbow and higher colors is you being good. But the reason we do that is there's 1,000 coins here, and the answer is much quicker. Okay. So we're almost done with the Mucho Texto segment, and that's where I split. Okay. So we're headed into the basement here. Interesting. Did I? Huh. I thought I changed that split. I guess I must have, undone the split then. Alright, so we're gonna head out of here. There's actually another 3,000 coins that we can get, up on the wall in the previous room we were in. That's not really well signposted. He kind of tells you there's money in the corner of the room, which isn't... but if you investigate those tiles, you get 1,000 coins out of it. So the Goldfly here is gonna friggin' just go super aggro on us, so we want to be in defense stance and just spam defense, which we are not. because he's going to Egg Beater very likely here. The only thing we don't want to see is counterattacks from Ryu, because it'll just slow things down. Because we can't kill the Gold Fly here. We can only take damage. It's 3 turns. Nice. Ideally, the less Egg Beaters, the faster this goes, but 4 should be the last turn. Okay, nice. We only saw like 2 Egg Beaters. We didn't take a ton of damage here, so what we need is a few dragon transformations to kill the J-Worm. So we need the initial dragon plus a fruit for the second one. We need to start with a dragon on the Roach. Luckily, that one doesn't have to be a full power dragon, but it's better if it is. We're going to throw a smoke here, because this is going to be one of the longer rooms down here. I bought an extra smoke to replace the one that I used earlier. Because this room will take 3, and then we'll use 1 more on the way out. Okay. We're going to throw down a Thunder Dragon here, because there's 3 or more enemies. Sten does have Chop Chop, which does somewhere between 60 to 70 damage on kind of a random roll. If we see 3 or more enemies, we want to just yeet a dragon here. We can save some more time by getting a gold here. Then we don't have to bother getting one in a later cave, and we actually have a decent chance of getting golds here. Turns out that's not the case for this one. W Fruit. W Fruit 1 here. Okay. No, do not discard that. Holy Crajubus. Alright. Ideally, you could try and wait till here, but if we get a... we'll go attack, attack, attack. Nope. Chop, chop. Attack. Thank you, cat. I probably should have chopped the back one. Okay, never mind, we're fine. No matter which one we hit, we're good. Chop Chop, the damage does not matter if an enemy's defending or not. Rand may not be able to kill this, but... Okay, yeah, we're good. That's fine. Ryu's AP is 21, so we're fine. Smoke again. Let me double check the HP values here. We do want to top you 2 off. J-Worm hits really hard, so we want to go in this with max HP. Otherwise, we might get our blocks rocked. We're going to go back to defense. Thunder Dragon. I'm going to punch Ryu here to make sure he stays awake and attack with Cat. We need to do some non-dragon damage here. Nice, we didn't get countered. That's great. That's great. So he's always going to open with Sweet Breath here. We punch with Rand just in case Ryu gets put to sleep. If you're feeling particularly frisky, you could throw a W Fruit with Rand and just risk wasting it. But the amount of fruits that you have is not that many, so you really shouldn't. We're going to block with everybody here. I'll throw another Chop Chop along with the dragon. So the big thing here is I got to pay attention because this W Fruit will lower my HP, which is why we went defense there. Thunder Dragon, defend. I don't think we need the extra damage here, but I'll make sure we have all the damage we could possibly need. This is why I blocked previous turn, because he has a very good chance of critting. So there is a real chance you could just die here if J-Worm is particularly nasty to Ryu. And we are done with J-Worm. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. My J-Worm split's probably a bit skewed because I YOLO'd a W Fruit one time. You really shouldn't do it because you lose it out on a W Fruit, which is huge. Cure, boop boop. Get out of here. We're just gonna Dragon this. There's no reason to not Dragon this. This fight's a little bit more annoying, because I don't have the Silver Dagger. It's either Chop Chop the Ghost, or use multiple hits. So Dragoning here is usually the right play. So the thing is, Ryu is at 21 AP right now, and we're not firing the dragon at full AP. And the reason that this is working is there's a rounding error at 21, 41, and 61. So as long as you're at 20 out of 21, 40, let's see here, we're going to go Scramble again, attack, Chop Chop, you, and attack. Sheesh! That is not what I want to see. I don't know if I have antidotes. I think I bought more, actually. That's unfortunate. That'll kill, though. Playing this a bit conservatively. I don't want to waste a bunch of HP here, so we'll go for using these 2 antidotes now, and then smoke here. We'll need the last smoke for... Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That's ridiculous. Getting in an encounter on the very last tile is pretty infuriating, I'm not gonna lie. This dungeon is just really annoying with that particular interaction. Okay. Should be able to get through these rooms without an encounter because of the free steps. And then we've got to deal with the cockroaches. Okay. Scramble, attack, attack, chop, chop, attack. Okay, that should make this take 3 hits. Okay, we're gonna have to heal. Ah, unlucky. They do have a high rate of slamming, but normally they don't hit quite that hard. Sten's got flame. That'll be nice on the spiders on the way back if we run into any in the main room. Okay. 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 We're gonna be taking a bunch of hits here, so... so with the gold roach here, he has 0 defense. So spamming works out pretty well here. We're gonna throw out a dragon here for some of the free damage. Chop, chop, and then attack. And then we are just gonna spam from here. 136. Plus 81. Plus 512. So we're already 730 into the 2,000 HP he has. 65. Plus 63. Plus 55. 900. Plus 86. Plus 62. We're at 1,000. It's just faster to attack with Sten here, even though he's got no good weapon. Because the enemy has 0 defense, so there's very little difference between that and Chop Chop, and it's much quicker to just spam auto like this. Okay, 81. HP looks good. We're at 1,500. Okay, this is 1,700. He'll die here shortly, and we'll heal up after. That should kill, I think. No, that'll kill. So, the gold fly... that's super annoying. Gonna have to W fruit twice. That's super frustrating. This... Having to use 2 fruits here is suboptimal, but it happens sometimes. So we're gonna go to defense again. Dragon, defend, chop, chop, defend. And that's all he does. We're gonna use the inn anyway, so as long as we get out of here, I don't care. The Goldfly has 580 HP, so we need to make sure that we have a full power Thunder Dragon. I'm not supposed to use Chop Chop there, I just kind of blanked out again. So getting out of this room is free, this one is not. Luckily, it was close enough. All right, we're gonna go to a side room here to try and get a stamina for free, which a stamina plus 2 wise fruits cooked up later will give me a wise ball, or at least a chance for one. There is a chance it does charcoal and turns into nothing, if I'm very unlucky. But the fact that I can get a guaranteed one here means we're doing the easier blueberry strat. Attack. We're gonna have to do it this way. Flame, attack. Flame will kill the spider, but I don't think it does any damage to the chests. Yeah, that's what I thought. Scramble auto. Bit annoying, but I expected it. Okay, good. As long as we get the one fight there, I'm happy with that. Okay, I guess we're gonna do it this way again. I could have sworn I split on this dumb thing, but... it split. I was looking at the splits and I was like, oh, I need to split for Golden Doofus, but then I decided not to. Alright. So we want to buy some fruits here and some smokes. We want to put Sten and swap Rand out. So we go form, order, just swap you two. So it should be Sten, Rand, Ryu. We'll sort this then. I do need to make some small purchases before I actually initiate the rest of this side quest, so we're gonna go dip by the counters and do that, and we're gonna go use the inn as well. We're gonna do the inn first, because it's always super obnoxious trying to deal with the character or the NPCs. Sometimes they'll just get stuck in the door. So everybody's topped off here. Everybody would be revived. Could you get out of my way? Alright, 9 and then 18. 9 and then E. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll sort here, change this for this. Okay. We don't sell everything here, or buy everything here. We can, because we want to start saving this money for Fire Rocks. Because 18 W Fruits is enough. If anything, it's more than enough. Alright, so we gotta do the cooking competition here, so I'm gonna go take another standing break. So my knees don't explode. Oh, wait. That's right. I've got to go upstairs. I gotta go to the dining room first. Good thing I didn't run away at full speed. So they're gonna block off the door here, and then this will allow me to start the cooking competition. Ugh. These guys take forever. So, yay. So we're coming up to Kuadora here. There are some combinations where I will just die to Kuadora. But for the most part, the only reason I should ever die here is if I make a menuing error. At this point, our Thunder Dragons aren't doing full damage because we have 23 AP after 1 W Fruit. So we have to compensate somehow. This is the main difference from the SNES to the GBA, that we start getting these weird AP values where we end up needing more than 1 fruit to get full damage. And we kind of need to find that in other places. So in this fight, Kuadora normally only needs like 1 hit and then dragons. With the way that it works out, because we kind of lose off of that 5-12, what we need to do is actually Chop Chop with Sten, Fruit Ryu, Dragon. And we Fruit Ryu with Rand, who is always going to be slower than Ryu. So we Dragon, and then we Fruit so that we can select Dragon again on the next turn. And then from there, we Chop Chop again with Sten to get more of that additional damage that we need, and throw out the Thunder Dragon. We need to hit the magic number of 206 so that the last dragon kills on the button. And we need to make sure that we don't do over 306 damage, because that will cause him to change phases and will end my turn prematurely. So that if I overheal for the dragon, I will do too little damage, or too much damage, and it will force that phase change. And then I'll be at the mercy of RNG at that point. No strats, no nothing is going to help. I just have to hope that Ryu doesn't get punched in the throat before I get his AP back to max and ready to go. So the big thing here is going to be counting up to 206 damage and making sure that I'm in the range between 206 and 306. Luckily, nobody can really do 100 damage, even with a crit, I think. And Chop Chop does guaranteed 60 to 70 damage. So it's very consistent in the amount of damage that you deal with it. And very likely that Sten will get killed anyway in the front slot after a few turns. If we're lucky, Sten will stay alive. If we're not, Sten will not stay alive. Actually, it's probably lucky if Sten dies, because that means he hit him twice. Because we do want Sten to be eating the damage here. We want to get at least 1 Chop Chop in. Then the rest we can just hit him with our other characters. So we're going to Dragon and then W Fruit so we can Dragon again. But we're not going to W Fruit more than that and take only the 20 AP Dragon. I also need to make sure I'm in defense stance here where I start this fight for the damage reductions. So the only person that's taking max damage, or normal damage, is Sten. Sten is already the minimum level that we would need for High Fort anyway, so that's the whole benefit here. The fact that he has Flame now is actually kind of funny, because he wouldn't be getting it at all this close. Chop Chop W Fruit Dragon attack. Chop Chop, form, defense. No, we do not want to use that. W Fruit, Ryu, Dragon, and attack. Okay, good. Rand getting it here is very good, because he's pretty tanky. 73. We're at 112 right now. So, a Chop Chop and an attack will do this. Since Ryu didn't take any damage here, we should be fine. Chop Chop. Since you're normally going to defend here, though, we'll use Herb on Ryu. Why? We will use a Cure on Ryu instead. Select Thunder Dragon and attack. This should put us where we need to be damage-wise. 37. Alright, this will definitely put us in the right range. So we're 222. We've got enough damage in. Now the rest has to be done with the dragon. We're curing Ryu here with Rand. Just to make sure. Oh, that's right. The turn gets canceled. Derp. Spell. Wait. Yeah, we want to cure Ryu here. Wise Fruit. Wise Fruit. Seems about right. Alright, we're good to go. So the downside of this, well, the reason we put Ryu in slot 3 instead of slot 4, is that 50% chance to be targeted that Sten had there would transfer to Ryu. In this case, now it'll transfer to Cat instead, which is fine, because Cat just will dodge everything. GG. And this dragon hits hard enough to one-shot. It's all about setup and executing the setup properly. That's gonna say it's gold, but that's because my previous split was at gold fly, so that basement split's a bit warped. So the whole thing is, we were at, Patepe was under the impression that this switch would explode the castle. That's not correct. There's actually a holy sword down here, the soul sword, that this switch allows us access to. It's going to be a nice attack boost in the short term, and it also is going to be worth some money later, so we're going to pick it up on the way out. We also want to switch to, we also want to switch to a couple of things here. We're going to do this. Alright, there we go. So we're going to grab the soul sword on the way out. Gene will get forced added to our party after we leave this room. And that'll put us in a pretty nice spot. The big mistake that you can make here that will kill your run, at least a PB attempt, would be forgetting Patty. However, if you did make it all the way back and you forgot, you still have the save at Simifort, so what you could do is just death warp back. Just make sure that if you got any money, you put it in the bank before you death warp back. And then you roll on back again. This will be the last time we'll use a death warp for the most part. Because we'll be able to pick up Blue here very shortly. And she actually has the warp ability. So that'll get us where we need to go 90% of the time. So we grab Jean here. We go Rand, Cat, Zhen. And then we swap Ryu and Zhen. So that Jean is leading here. So we can use his frog form to get over the gaps that normally we'd need Sten for. And then we'll do Rand to roll over any land masses that we would need to cover normally. This will be one of the few times we have him in the party because he's pretty useless for the most part. Rand, Cat, you. Yes. Order, manual, swap you two out, and we'll stay in defense position here. I mean, there's a better way to do this, but we'll just go around to the basement. We're going to take the long way around. We got to go pick up Patty first. So no matter what we do, we have to go by the actual dungeon over here. So I'm going to head over here. Talk to this guy. And this is the thief that actually stole what Bo was trying to steal. So we're going to go turn her in to get Bo name cleared so he can actually journey with us. And by that I mean we're going to fight one boss and then put him back in the box and pretend he doesn't exist. Like I said before, it's quite a shame because he learns defense up X. Which are very good defensive skills, and they layer, so you can double dip on the defense boost for certain characters. He has Cure 3 as one of the skills he learns as well, which heals everybody for 120. Pretty bulky, and then he also has the unique twin bow weapon, which we wouldn't normally be able to get our hands on, but it would save... it would hit twice, which can be very nice. Yeah, I figured that was going to happen. Scramble... stupid thing. So yeah, Jean is needed to kind of hop around these areas. Alright, roll again. That's pretty bad. And the reason that this is pretty bad is there's actually a tile here next to the poles that Sten grabs that would guarantee not give an encounter when we finish a roll. So accidentally bonking here is pretty rough because it means we have to deal with a 50-50 instead of the guaranteed, 0% chance. It's one of the only places that I think is known of where that's a thing. It's this tile right here. L to switch to Froggo. I was holding right, you lying ho 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 ho. I don't want to swear, but I do. Yes, I don't. God darn it! I'm bad. Luckily, this should be a two-shot, though. Oh, especially this fight, because that's from the previous area. Oh, wow. Abysmal. For this, I will take it. It would be faster to run here, but I want the chance of getting a free gold. It was not worth it. I disagree very much. What a bad roll. Luckily, this is like the last one I've got to worry about. Most of the other ones are pretty easy. There's not a lot of slides. At least I remember to go to town this time. So with that lead off, I could have just left. I opted to take the fight because I wanted the chance of getting a free gold. Worst case scenario, I pick up the gold anyway in Upa Cave. I gotta go up here. I pick up the gold in Upa Cave anyway, and then I just use a gold to fish up the Empire Sword instead of grabbing an urchin. So I grab 2 urchins anyway, just in case I mess up my mashing. So Kudor is over. That roll was abysmal, as expected. We're going to deliver party here and go pick up, swap our party out to Cat Jin Bo. We need Jean to do another trip through the water, and then that's most everything he'll do. The neat thing is when he's transformed, he moves 2 tiles and only rolls an encounter once every 2 tiles. So he is good for overworld movement if you're not just going to use rand rolling. And honestly, I prefer the Jean movement because it's not as nearly as awful. The fact that it checks for your, whether you're changing directions like over 1 frame is frustrating. Because, tapping doesn't work. You have to hold it. And if you don't hold it soon enough, you're just boned. And the problem is, the bonk animation always feels bad. Alright, we are going to come over here, pick up Bo from the statue. So we go to Cat Jin Ryu. And Bo down here, yes. Order, manual, swap you 2 out. We need Bo to talk to Kilgore over here so that we can progress the story, which is why we swap these 2 out the way that we do, so that Bo can be in the front of the party without having to do the L or R buttons to change the marching order. Normally, swapping marching order would need to be used a lot more in the SNES version, because I mentioned before, there is the fast shoe item that gives us a 10% agility, or 10-point agility buff, and increases our lead-off chances from 10% to 25% as long as it's the leading character in combat. In the SNES version, it's programmed differently, so that it has to be the person in front of the marching order in the overworld. So, if, say, Ryu is in the front of the party in slot 1, he's the one that needs fast shoes in GBA. If he has fast shoes, he has to be the one on the overworld in front of the party, so Spar can't be there. Jean can't be there. So you'd often have to, like, juggle the shoes around in a very obnoxious way. The downside of that is they changed it so that works now for the fast shoes. The problem was fast shoes worked all the time in SNES by accident. If you have nothing equipped, you'd get the fast shoes lead-off buff. We're going to say yes here, because Kilgore or Trout's house is abysmal without Ryu and Bo. And the Holy Scarf and Collar are both items that both lower and increase encounter rate. Don't function anymore because now they are referenced as if they're bait. Let's see, where's that? Here it is. Equip and auto. I could equip the items from the basement, where Jean, where we picked up Patty, but I don't need that upgrade right now. This is going to be a matter of 1 Durgan plus attack done. We're going to try and get through here without encounters, but there's not anything we can do besides taking a direct line. This area is really weird, and it's the only area like it, but encounters are just rolled every single frame. There's no free steps here. Every single step is a chance to get an encounter, period. Like, going in and out of this room here does not give us 7 free steps. We are on the same flat rate. I don't know why they coded this area like this. Sometimes you can walk through with 0 encounters. Other days you get like 6 encounters and you're like, yay! Luckily, we got 1. The big thing is, you gotta keep track of whether Ryu levels up there or not. Because if Ryu levels up, your dragon is going to do slightly under 512, and Trout has 550 HP. So if you're at full AP, a dragon plus an attack from Bo will end this fight. If not, you'll have to do an extra poke with Ryu after, because he'll usually outspeed Bo, since he's like level 15 and Bo's like level 9. We could theoretically buy a better bow, the false bow from here, but it's just not worth it for a single fight. We need to spend our money wisely. We have been buying a lot of upgrades, but as we want to make sure we're buying the right upgrades for the right reason. Not just because we can. This and Durgan. One way you can double check is to see if you have 24 there, but it really doesn't matter. Can we also buy a better... Yeah, I had a feeling that somebody was going to go with that wordplay. Now my coins! This is also part of the reason why you don't want this fight to drag on, because this dude will steal your money. Ooh! Okay, so Extract is a full heal. I am probably going to keep it for the end game. It doesn't sell for a lot. I think it sells for like 100. So I'll probably put it in the bank with the Wise Ball and the Stamina. And I'll grab it before we head into Infinity. So that I have that as another healing method that doesn't involve Wise Balls. Or, Help Balls, rather. Because Help Balls only do 100, and we can't really get a better healing item. There's other things I'd rather have, but Extract is I. Personally, what I'd like to see is a Vanilla Extract, which is 120 for everybody. We could have got one in Terrapin's Cave, but there's no, like, very good use for it, where it's like, yes, this'll guarantee the fight type of thing. For the most part, we're just gonna have stacks of Help BLs for a lot of the game. When we can afford it. Because 50 gold is still quite a bit. So, like, Help BLs are not something we really, concern ourselves with getting a ton unless we're literally not going to have a healer. This next area, Nina's going to be the healer, so whether or not we have healing is not a discussion point. It's more so a matter of how many dragons we have to use and how often we have to use Cure 2 from her. The one thing we need to make sure is that we have enough to exit, or we have a Wise Ball to let her cast exit again. You have to have a very miserable whale, though, to have to consider giving her a Wise Ball. Or, not a Wise Ball, Wise Fruit, excuse me. That's part of the reason why I want to take the Wise Ball out of my inventory, so that I don't accidentally go, that's a W Fruit, and use it, because it will make Barberry a abysmal if I don't have minimum 4 wise balls. If I have less than 4, I don't even know if it's doable. Even with the ridiculous amount of levels that you get out of playing on GBA. You probably have to grind a few more, honestly. Oh, also, I love the shake, rattle, and roll here. Definitely hurts my eyes. Probably be a couple of, like, flashing lights warnings on the walk to window. It's very doable. It's just slower. Okay. I trust you. Well, I guess I'll rephrase this. At my current skill level, I don't think it's doable. I don't know enough about the game to know the recovery methods. I do have a save there, though, so I can practice recovery methods for Blueberry. Oh, did not want to go in there just yet. So we're going to head over here and talk to the Ranger HQ now. So, we're going to be doing the last Death Warp here. I don't really have anything in particular I want to purchase. This is the one town that doesn't sell wise fruits, so there's really nothing to buy here. I'd have to go all the way to Corsair, or I would have had to try and spend all my money in Simifort on fruits. So we're going to do something a little bit different here. We're going to actually take this money and put it in the bank. Now, the reason we're doing that is the Fire Rock that I used earlier is a purchasable item. The golds that I've been slobbering over are actually bait used to fish a Monero up, which is a special shop. The shop's inventory depends on where you fish him up. Luckily, the 2 that we want are right next to Gandaroof, or Gandalf, if you realize that the translation in this game is very questionable. The one next to Whale, which is where we normally any percent would purchase it right now on this path, we don't have enough money because we have the Death Warp. There's no bank at Simifort, and there's no bank near Whale either. We'd have to go out of our way to a completely different place and then come back. So we'd have to, like, cross, go to Captain, and then come back. We just don't have enough money to buy enough Fire Rocks. So we'd have to get another gold drop if we did it that way. So it's just not worth it. We'll just spam dragons and walk through Whale a little bit slower. Honestly, Whale isn't that bad anyway. You usually get, like, maybe 3 encounters unless you're really unlucky. Sometimes Whale is, like, 5 encounters and sometimes it's 0 and you're just like, huh? That's really going to be the big, flex point here. Are money and EXP. EXP to a lesser extent, because, like, the level isn't as important at this point. The only time your levels really are a problem is when your AP pushes above that 20-point curve. So when you start hitting, like, 43 AP, that's when it starts being annoying again. But at this point, normally you'd have more than 21 AP anyway, so you kind of, the route kind of works around it anyway. But the big problem is just, like, money and when to spend it and when we can't spend it. We could carry the stamina and wise ball and the extract for a long time here. But I just want to get it out of my inventory because I shouldn't be using the wise ball anytime soon. We'll use the stamina to make another wise ball later. And then we'll get a, we'll grab that extract later as well. Most of this is like, not super important stuff anyway. Luckily, there will be one last shop where there's actually a bank. So I'll be able to grab that stuff after I do the majority of my cooking. And having an extra couple of slots will allow me to buy more Fire Rocks, assuming I have enough money, which I don't know if I really have enough to buy more than 30. But that also means I'll have additional slots to do cooking as well, because I need sets of 4 Frisbees. So the easier and closer I can get to 24 open slots, the better. And I need to buy some other, like, items at that point, so it's very hard to make 24 without fire sailing all the way. So we're going to go over here, we're going to hit up the store, and I'm going to grab a fish pole from here, a stick rod specifically, 10,000's not bad. Last time I was sub 10, which was pretty rough. Coin deposit this. Okay. So now all my money is in the bank. I'm gonna do something a little bit weird here because I gotta remove everybody's armor anyway. Put these on. Bandana. Since we're gonna be death warping, I want to get all the garbage on. You're garbage, and you are not garbage. Here we go. And we're gonna head on out. Scramble, Bo himself, Ryu hit you, you hit yourself. That's not what I wanted to do. That could be dangerous. Okay, great. Alright, Ryu hit himself, Bo hit himself, you hit yourself. Okay. The reason I'm having them target themselves like this is because they have a high chance of countering. Yeah. If Ryu dies, then the cat targeting herself, or cat targeting Ryu will get retargeted. Okay, good. I managed to avoid screwing up big time. You want to death warp here as quickly as possible, and attacking an enemy like that is not a good idea. Especially when you're down to Cat and Ryu like that. Because, it will keep you from... It can increase the risk of you countering. TLDR on that one. Alright, so we want to... That's very annoying. I could have just comboed there, I think, but... Alright, should we get 7 free steps here, so it'll be aight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Auto. Of course you would attack. Okay, they're both not going to hit for anything then. Alright, what I'll do is I'll cure Ryu here. Equip the Iron AR and the Royal Hat then. There we go. Equip, attack, defend, attack. Of course, I don't get a toasty out of it. That's why my damage was bad. I decided not to Wise Fruit here because I was pretty confident I could make it here, and of course I'm like 3 steps away, which is super infuriating. I need to swap my party out before. Hello? W Tunnel, change out. We want to grab Cat Sten Nina. Yes, defense. Want to Wise Fruit you. Herb you. Equip Ryu with Breath. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be. Skocklet and Iron Shield. You get Royal Hat and Backlaw. You get Chain, Glass, Backlaw. And then you've got what you're supposed to have. Okay. Alright, I probably should have just attacked the other one that was a single enemy. But it looks like I'm right. I should just deform and put a Wise Fruit on. Because here's the thing. That was really dumb. Because I very easily could have Wise Fruited anyway. And the thing is, I have to Wise Fruit before we get in here. So there's no reason to not do it. This doesn't save any time. It only, technically saves time because I have to turn into a frog and then turn back to open the menu. And it avoids having to open the menu an extra time because I should smoke. When I counted 7, I should have just de-transformed and been like, nope, we're not doing this. Luckily, we have some experience now. So we gotta wait for this yapping to end. What are you from? I got you covered.
Hey, Bud Joe. Where's my little buddy?
I love it when you show up. It makes me so calm. Oh, I love you. You're such a little scaredy cat, though. Yes, you are. You're so scaredy. All right, Grandpa's out of here.
So this is the next, like, scary boss. The bosses kind of come in waves. From this point out, most of it is, like, pure execution. This one's a bit, frustrating, though. Because it can and will open with, sleep. So you're at just the mercy of that. Pretty decent so far. Wait, no. Thunder, defend. Okay. This guy is actually not weak to lightning, I found out last run. So, I tried Sonic Booming this dude, and I think he's weak to fire. Unfortunately, my best fire spell is Flame. So I probably could kill with it, but there's a reason everybody does it the way that it does, and there's a point where you, like, gotta stop trying to reinvent the wheel, you know what I mean? That is a bad habit that you will, that you can pick up. There's a reason it's done the way that it is, and other people just know better than you. It's the sad truth. Sometimes it's right to try and reinvent the wheel. Other times it is very wrong. So what we're trying to do is get through here as efficiently as possible. Grab this gold armor here for some extra cash, and then we're going to get on out of here. And by that, I mean we're going to go to the boss. Okay. Smoke route went perfectly. The big trick is knowing what tiles to smoke on and being consistent with it. This theoretically can be taken care of in different ways. We're just going to hit this with a dragon instead of overcomplicating this. These guys are fairly weak. I think either Flame or Sonic Boom will kill them, but once again, don't reinvent the wheel. I'll have to look at the stats at a different time and mess with it. It should be good here, though. This is actually Munmar, so I need to W Fruit twice here, and then heal up with you. Cat, doesn't matter. Yeah, we just get in here. Alright, so Munmar goes one of two ways. Either he sleeps Ryu, or he doesn't sleep Ryu. And that is it. Those are the only two differences here. We're gonna remain in defense formation, because, if I do get put to sleep here, Munmar may have to punch my characters awake. So being in defense is a very nice bonus. But if we do have to start attacking with Ryu, we're going to switch back to normal to get him that big attack bonus. We're going to Thunder Dragon here, defend. We're going to chop, and then poke Ryu on the chance that Nina doesn't go to sleep. As long as we have one awake character here, we're good to go. Alright, we're good. That's the perfect combination, actually. Having both Sten and Ryu awake is optimal. So Munmar has 800 HP, so this 512 does a majority of the heavy lifting here. Ryu's still going to get hit by Nina. Luckily, her damage is garbage. Normal, attack, chop, defend. And this is what I mean, where Munmar isn't like a stun lock, because he will hit you. Oh, nice. Get wrecked, idiot. GG. Good whale. Not only did we have a good whale, I executed very well on the smokes. Very consistent, and we stuck to the game plan instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. We're gonna spam the menu here, because Nina also has exit. We're gonna get on out of here. So we're gonna have to do a lot of shenanigans here to get to the next few areas. We gotta do a little bit of world travel. The whale here allows us to have access to the world. The cool part about this is we can finally get access to the most busted character, Blue. Now, here's the downside. Blue's house is in a very late game area. Very late game. There is only one way to kill those guys if I get into an encounter, and that is Dragon. My agility is so low, running is not an option. Unless I get lucky, I will not be able to run from those fights. So, what we're gonna do is I'm going to use a W fruit, and I will have a 20 AP dragon sitting in my back pocket. If I have to fight anything, I have 300 damage on the butt. The downside is, they hit like a truck, they might kill Ryu. If they kill Ryu, GG runs over. But I will fruit here, because there is no reason not to. The reason that you wouldn't is because when you get blue, you'll get a full heal. But if you get in a fight with any of these enemies, you will die. Tunlin is the next area we're supposed to go to, but those enemies are also very strong too. Despite the size of the island being extremely tiny, there is a very good chance that we'll get into a fight. Those enemies aren't quite as dangerous. They won't kill us in one turn, or like kill Ryu and then just slowly pick apart the rest of the party. Luckily, we still have the life pill. Oopsie doopsie. I guess we'll use that W fruit while we're up here. We're gonna cure him with Nina just for consistency. I'm supposed to roll down here to actually talk to Grandpa to get the bell. I leveraged my stick against the... Uh-oh, this is gonna be very annoying. Why is this slimy? Can I get some paper towel, man? Alright, I gotta get in here. I'm gonna go to the circus. That's funny. This is why we do this. Hey, hold on. Well, I didn't expect the whole roll. Okay. So we're gonna head in here real quick. You know what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually sleep at Tunlin to reset our day-night cycle. Do I really need to hold on to W fruit that much? Yes, I do. But we're not gonna do it that way anyway. I am going to re-heal Ryu. That's not negotiable. Heal up Cat, because if we do, rubber meets the road and Cat somehow survives, we have a decent chance of running. Because her speed is reasonably high. Not really high enough for shenanigans, but it is enough if I have to YOLO run. Ugh. So, here's the thing. Our story progression is this doofus. This is the big difference between SNES and 8%. He's gonna talk a bunch of smack and be like, look, bring me 900,000, or bring me an Oopa. And SNES has that money from the money glitch. There ain't no way in heck, even with the money that we get, that we could potentially save up to this. It's not happening. We're gonna head over here, we're gonna head back out, we're gonna pop into the tent, head back out, and we're gonna head over to the beach. So now we're gonna be going and picking up Blue here from the world map. So we want to go here, and once we see that, we just go down. So we need to pass by both Township, Hometown, and the Fishing Hut. The Fishing Hut will give us access to the, Bro, did I go too far? I think I did. Okay, I almost went too far, yeah. I overshot pretty bad there. The Fishing Hut will give us access to High Fort, which we will be going to shortly. We're not going to do it yet, because we don't have access to our full party. Really, we want to use Rand's Rolling to get over there. We're going to come in here and grab a condition up, which is worth another 500 coins. It's not super necessary, but we should be able to get out of here. Getting to the hut is the dangerous part. Getting out of it is less dangerous because of the free 7 tiles. Whale travel does increment your step count, so you will be out of a smoke by the time you're done with whale travel. We normally would want to go up there, and we could pimp walk to High Fort, but that's really slow, so we're going to do it with Rand. We're going to come up here, and because we're picking up blue, our party's going to get healed, but we do need to make some changes. We actually need to change out her weapon, because she's not going to be hitting all that hard, and we're going to be taking everything off of Nina here. And I head in here. I'm going to grab our money that we stored earlier and bring it with us. Not item, coin. Actually, item, not draw, deposit, because we forgot to do that. Wise ball, stamina, and where is that extract? There it is. Now we're going to coin, draw all this money. 1, 1, 5. You never know. Each penny counts. Oh yeah, I gotta be hitting B here. So we stored the extract. Piss has been piss. It's good enough to not quit, which is almost frustrating, because I would like to just be done with this. But it's a good run. And I feel the commentary is pretty strong, too. Unfortunate part is I know in reality they're going to watch, like, maybe 5 minutes of this if I get lucky. So, at this point, I'm just practicing commentary for actual events. Rand, Sten, Ryu. So we go Rand, Sten, and then we're going to put blue here. We're going to order, put blue in front because she's level 35. And then swap back out. So I will hit the split after I leave town just to make that menu a little bit easier. And then we are going to head to Oopa Doopa Doopa Cave. And we grabbed Roll. I mean, I guess his name is technically Roll. We grabbed Rand so that we can use him to roll the High Fort after this. Blue comes equipped with Warp. So that is going to speed things up quite a bit. She's also very strong for the level she's at. Flame, defend, chop chop, attack. We could use Flame with Sten as well, but there's no guarantee. Well, he's got a very little AP, so we can't afford to spam Flame here. Flame doesn't always kill these little guys, even at the level she's at. So we're going to be using a chop chop with Sten here to top things off if we miss. You can also just swing with Ryu, but I expected her to underdamage both, which unfortunately, or fortunately rather, was the case. Flame and defend, defend, defend. So this is actually a good time to not get any lead-offs. This is probably the most important time that we min-max on cash here. Every penny we earn here can be used on fire rocks, healing items, or otherwise powering ourselves up. This item, smoke. The ocean robe here will let us swap out and get a little bit of extra magic power, as well as, yeah, we're definitely gonna do this, chop chop, and attack. The downside of doing this is Sten isn't defending, so these guys can make your day awful. Wait, does Ocean Robe increase the speed? I thought it increased wisdom. Yeah, this is why we edge-cased with this. He might die, though. Okay, never mind. He's a champ. I don't think Hush works on this. Oh, wait, I think Hush isn't retroactive. It can't stop you from casting the turn. We're just gonna auto here, and we're good to go. That's gonna slow down the Oopa a bit, but I'm not wasting a Wise Fruit for that. We'll just wait a turn. Actually, I think we can just attack with a bomb. Alright, we go, brain, doot, 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 doot. Okay, so we're gonna lose a little bit of damage on the Oopa here from the dragon, from not being at full AP, but it's fine. Come here. Alright, so we're gonna go Bomb, Defend, Chop Chop, and Dragon. Bomb should do enough damage to offset the lower AP, because Ryu leveled up right before this fight, which means he's going to be short AP. That's the one downside. When you level up, you get HP, you get AP growth, but your HP is the only thing that automatically refills. Good. Alright, so we're going to let the Oopa go away, because we actually don't care. Bringing him to that doofus is not going to help us in any way, so we take the Buster Sword off this one. There's a bunch of different Oopas that if you let them go, they'll give you different things. The Buster Sword here is a really nice, high damage weapon. That is a big boon for Ryu. Equip. Buster Sword. Item Smoke. Flame. Defend, defend, defend. So, one thing you could do is if you know the other characters are going to go after that character and it's not going to affect anything, you can spam attacks. But you should get into the habit of defending as quickly as possible. Because if the enemies are going to go before your party does, it does put your party at risk of getting beat up. That's the annoying part. You don't want to take the extra steps right after that room. We're going to grab the gold here so that we can fish up a second Manillo. Flame, defend, defend, and attack. The Harpy will survive a flame here, so we just have to do some extra damage. Luckily, it really doesn't matter, because the Harpy's going to outspeed Bleh anyway. Fudge off! Mother Fludger! Pew! Pew, pew! Alright, we gotta grab this gold. Because we didn't get a lucky gold drop. It's frustrating, but whatever. Oh, lead off. So I can just say, bye! Alright. We're gonna heal up everybody here. Doot doot. I need to refill Ryu's AP. So we'll give him one right now, so that if we get caught on the beach going to, Circus, or in the roll to high fort, we're good. Now we gotta go over a little bit here. Yeah, we're almost there. We're gonna walk up a little bit, because Rand can't transform immediately. Blue doesn't have any overworld effects. She's just the goat. I disagree. What? You tripped over your shoelace, bro! I got so lucky. Defend, 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 thunder. My brain was like, S-boom, S-boom, S-boom. S-boom will take care of the pollens, but not the dragon. So, yay. Alright, so here we're gonna walk into High Fort to get the warp point. Seriously? Oh, that's right, he can only thunder once. Thank all that is holy. Well, that's the EXP curve messing with things again. Okay, we're gonna go W Fruit twice. Spell. Boop, 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 boop. Then we go wrong spell. Warp to Tunland. Now we gotta deal with Captain Doofus here. Luckily, this warp will put us right next to the circus tent. I could have done something suboptimal there and used the inn instead. I probably should have. How many W fruits do I have? Because the thing is, I want to have 6. It's a little bit tighter than I'd like to be going into High Fort. I should have used the inn. That was kind of silly. So, I need to have exactly 8 W fruits minimum going into High Fort. Luckily, we have 6 of the 8, so we're good. But I would prefer to not be that tight. What I should be doing is using the inn. Well, yes. I'll give you nothing. Warp to Tunland. I think I'm going to route that in. Okay. We want to go Flame. I believe it's W for Ryu. Yes. W for Ryu here. Flame and Durgan. Alright. That will save me 2 fruits in the future. Enter backspace, backspace. Who got hit? Oh, blue. Okay. So, we're still going to be depending on T-Dragon to do a ton of damage here. Luckily, this fight's going to drag on long enough that spamming a couple of flames is very beneficial. So, actually, this would allow me to use Flame in the, Flame... Tundergurgen. So, if I did this, I'd be able to use Flame in the Upa Cave as well, from Sten. That is a little bit more than I'm happy to take. Surely he won't hit blue again. Luckily, blue will go first here. I know I heard 1 crit. If I get another one, we should be able to finish this off before. Chop, chop, and defend. If this crits, I think she'll survive. If he hits anybody but her, we're good. That's annoying. That's 100. Okay, so Flame will kill next turn, period. Flame, that, sure. Chop, chop, attack. Yeah, we should be using the inn there, so that way I don't have to conserve AP on Sten either. Because that could speed up the cave. So we learned Smoke here, which is nice. Smoke can help us in High Fort here. The big issue with High Fort is we're going to blow all of our money on fast shoes and a F-ton of fire rocks. Ideally, we get a minimum of 30 fire rocks and the fast shoes. The fast shoes, like I said, if they're on the first person in the party, we go from a 10% leadoff chance to 25, which is massive. This whole game, you may have seen like 5 leadoffs for the last 3 hours. We're going to see a lot more in the near future. The 10 agility is also going to help us rejigger our turns so that either Ryu outspeeds a boss, or that Ryu outspeeds Bleu, or other certain characters so that he outspeeds in a very beneficial way so that we can do a dragon and then W fruit after, so that we can queue up a dragon and then spam more W fruits while it's queued up. We do need to make sure that we spend down to 11,000. That's a bit of safety to make sure that we have enough W fruits here. Otherwise, it's a bit risky. We need to grab Ryu Blue, Rand, and then Spar. Yes, that's fine. And so getting Spar here heals us, so we'll head on out. And we got to do some fishing. We're going to head back to the whale platform again. And then from there, we're going to be heading up. There was a fishing spot you may have noticed on the way to Grandpa. And that is actually the fishing spot where we get 1 Monero. So we're going to S-Boom here, because blue is strong enough to one-shot these dinguses. Stamina? Oh, that's interesting, actually. That'll get me an extra wise ball. I should be equipped, right? Yes. Alright, let's go. Get up here. Alright. That's one doofus out of the way. Equip. Gold. Use the smoke. Okay, and then we want to buy a lot of stuff here. So we're going to sell everything but a set of clothing. So buy, sell, sell. We're selling this as well. Sell this, this. We'll keep one bum's clothes. We are going to keep one wristband. And then we're going to keep one bandana. So get rid of that. This, 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 this. And we'll keep the stamina because it's not worth very much anyway. We're going to buy a ton of fire rocks here. Some of these to get them at the top. I need to buy 3 ice chunks. And then we'll buy more of these. We're good. We will go. So the only thing we have to drag in here is the sea bears, and we're not going to even do that because we have to run away. So you could be a little bit more, be more aggressive with your purchasing there and buy a little bit below and hope that you get enough money from the encounters, but it's a really bad idea. We need to make sure that we have the W fruits by High Fort, and we want to make sure we have at least 4 smokes so that at least during the Sten segment we can minimize the amount. If we have 9 fruits, we can do some of the smoking with Ryu, but it will be slower than doing it in the inventory, so we would prefer to just have the actual smoke item. Defend, S-bomb, sure, defend. So if we see sea bears, we have to throw out a dragon, which we prefer not to. That is the only other fight we're gonna get, except for the one at the fishing hole, rather. This tree doesn't exist. Land here. Okay. Okay, fine. Just land the 50-50 twice. Defend, S-boom, defend. We need to have a fight to spawn the fishing spot here, so... Okay, equip. Oh, I already equipped it. Got it. Get over here. You do it right, you can do it in 1 throw, but I'm a doofus, so 2 throws it is. Buy the fast shoe and leave. Alright, hopefully we can get to Tunland without having to time warp. Let me in. Yes! Okay. Need to go change my party here and go grab Sten. Oops. Hello! Thank you! Blue Cat Ryu. Cat Ryu. So that's Sten. Yes. Order. Manual. Swap you 2 out. And we're good to go. Wrong. We want to go to High Fruit. This is the one annoying thing, is sometimes you get stuck in night. Luckily, Time Warp is not that long, but it is frustrating. Alright, that is entering High Fort. So, the big thing here is there's a soft lock. We're not sure when the value gets dirty. It's sometime after Wildcat Cafe. But what happens is, once you finish this area, the castle collapses. And if you do not save and reload on the Game Boy Advance version, because this doesn't happen on the SNES, the collapse segment will soft lock. And the rest of the castle will not collapse, and you'll just be sitting on the roof with the sound playing, but nothing else happening. We're not sure what dirties it, but I do know it's after Wildcat, because I tested it last time. Because I died at Wildcat, and then I had to reload, so I was like, okay, maybe, you know, and took a crack at it, and it did not work that way. So what we're going to have to do is talk to Trubo, use the RIP command to lower our defense to 0, let him kill us, and then save and load. Luckily, losing to Trubo is a two-phase fight where you have to fight him, and then you have to fight him again. Letting him kill us speeds that first fight up, but on the way out, I'm going to be buying things with the 2000 I got in my pocket right now, because that's more important. The big thing right now is I don't have any extra healing, so I need to get some help BLs, so that just in case Sten gets hit, we have some. I think right now we have like 4, which is not a ton. Now we just huff it through the castle because there's no encounters, and just go. We'll give him the fast shoes so that he has that 10 agility and has the 25% lead-off chance. Like I said before, the SNES version doesn't need the fast shoes for that. For some reason, it's bugged out, and as long as you have an empty accessory slot, you get the 25% boost. So, basically, the entire game, you have the lead-off rate boost. But for the GBA version, we need to equip it and make sure it's on the person in the front of our party. So there's some times where we're just not going to worry about that, because there's such a short period of encounters. But, I do tend to like to optimize for it. Which is probably a nasty habit, but it is what it is. So we're looking at least another 3 hours of gameplay, if not more. We'll see if somebody claps my cheeks. The next big risky one is actually the Portal fight. Portal has a ton of HP, and it can fart out the Typhoon spell, which does a lot of damage to the entire party. So if we see Typhoons from Portal, we might die. My strat does things slightly differently to reduce the risk of dying to the bare minimum, but if he decides to just spam Typhoons, you really can't do much about it. Unfortunately, some of the bosses, you just get wrecked. As long as you're not too aggressive with W fruits, which I'm going to be a little bit more passive in the marathon, you can always just walk back. Because this fight right here, you can just walk back. It's just a matter of, like, being annoying. I'll probably take a safety save just in case, because I don't want to lose out. I don't want to not have enough W fruits. So what we're going to do is come up here and purchase some things. I want to get up to 9 W fruits real quick. So that's 4. We want 9 smokes, I think. Where the hell is it? Here we go, 13. So 9. What? 2 and 9. Okay, we want to buy 2 of these, and that should be enough. Grab a couple of herbs, because that's better than nothing. Let's go items, change, swap you out. Where the heck is the smoke? 9 smokes, there we go. So we'll be taking everything off Sten later, but for now we want him to have some defense for these fights. After we get Sten done here, we're going to be switching over to Cat. So that we can do a little bit more. So Trubo's gonna come down here and be like, "Ah, you suck," and I'm gonna say, "Yeah, I suck. Come at me." So Rip here will lower your defense to 0. With the Egg Beater here, he should kill. Of course, he rolled low. The trick with Rip is it's supposed to reduce your counter, the targeting on you. Yes. So I need to do this. Gotta reset. And then we gotta go fight Trubo again. Except this time we're gonna throw a fire rock at him. I'll sort my items after we get through a couple of fire rocks, because right now they're very conveniently placed at the top. Not erase. Please! Not like this! So, that save in the middle slot is actually my save from yesterday's run that soft-locked here. You'll notice that Ryu was at level 20, we're at 19 right now. That just kind of shows the little bits of variance that you can have from having too many encounters and not enough. We've gotten a lot of high earning encounters in terms of money, but we haven't got a lot of enemy encounters in general. That means we actually have a pretty good time. That's basically what it boils down to. Because, not having enough kind of stinks. Fat pig, huh? Man, that's fucked up. What a dick, body shaming his best friend. It's almost like best friends do that kind of thing. Actually, he's more of a war buddy, so I don't know. We're gonna fire rock here. We alternatively could chop 2 turns in a row and get the same effect. But fire rocks are... We have more than enough money to buy all the fire rocks we need. I most likely will have a non-zero amount of fire rocks on the final boss as well. Because Blue being at 35 is really good. 36, she's going to learn Fireball. 37, she's going to learn Hail. 39, I think she learns Missile. And getting her to 39 is going to be a trial. It's not very easy to do, except with the new route change. I used to always come in just under level 39, but since we switched the endgame out so that we just kind of walk through the endgame and drag in everything that moves, outside of the odd, oh, those things are weak to fire, so Fire Rock will kill it, or those things are weak to ice, so Ice Chunk will kill it. Yeah. So we'll always end up hitting 39. The big one is we're going to be grinding in 2 different spots. The unintentional grind at the end game of killing everything instead of trying to do the run strats is fine. But, we also have to grind on the queen because we have to remove the fat in her body. And to do that, we have to, we just have to fight enemies. And if the enemies run away, it does count as a fight, which is nice, but, So we should have enough smokes to get through here and the next area without having to use Ryu to smoke. So this is where it kind of gets tight. I do have an extra Wise Fruit just in case something goofy happens, but... The main thing is we want to get through these 2 rooms without encounters if possible. Not much that we can do about it, we just kind of hope it happens. This room is probably the one... Well, not this one. This room is the one we'll probably see an encounter in. High Fort is honestly one of the hardest ones to keep on step count. Alright! Actually, I think I could chop that guy. We're just gonna Fire Rock anyway, instead of playing stupid games and winning stupid prizes. Normally, I'd go into that door to reset my step encounter. I'm pretty sure I got that fight because I accidentally misstepped. And what sucks is it was a really, like, useless fight. I got almost nothing out of it and burned a Fire Rock for my trouble. Yeah. Oops. Brain was braining. The music here does not actually indicate what area is an encounterable area. It's these actual rooms right here. That's always, like, a very annoying thing the game does. Is do things like that. So normally you don't want to get an encounter with Sten, but since I got one, I got one. I'm pretty sure that Pollen guy can be one-shot by Chop Chop. Where is it? Simafort? No. Keep going. High Fort. Pollen? 69? So I'd have to high roll with Chop Chop for that to kill. That's a bad idea. Okay. So I was right that you can kill it with Chop Chop, but you have to high roll to kill it with Chop Chop. Aye. So we're going to be taking the speed boots off Sten here very shortly and switching to Cat. So now the encounter table is going to change now that Sten's back in the group. Let this work out. Okay. Worked out perfectly. Alright, so we're going to go equip. Fast shoes on you. And then we're going to go formation. Not that. Manual, swap YouTube out. Alright, let's go. I think my step count's bit boned. Okay, we got another level there with Ryu, which is a bit funky. Okay. We gotta Fire Rock these guys. The little sludge has like 5 HP and just like massive defense. It's resistant to magic altogether and it's just very hard to hit in general. So you think you would be afraid to use all your Fire Rocks here, but that's not an issue. I have so many that it's very likely that I won't run out anytime soon. I might even be able to drag some to the final boss, which is nice. Is this, no, it's not. Alright, we'll go 7 steps and then see. Okay, I know where it is then. So it should be around here. I'm gonna double check. I need to go back to defense here, too. Normal is not the stance I want to be in. Take the 7 steps and then smoke here. Yeah, my step count's boned here. Ah! Okay. And we leave. I'd rather double check than take too many steps without smoke active. Should be a smoke tile then. We're gonna go sort, change you for you, and use you. Get some. Oh, really? One step. That's rough, bruh. Looks like that life pill's gonna make it to the end. Nice. Alright, so this is the portal fight. I need to put the fast shoes on Ryu, and put him in front row here. Actually, what? Oh, we don't put him in the front, we put Blue in the front, that's right. Because Blue can actually tank stuff. Bonk! Alright, so we're gonna go form, order, auto, swap you two out then. And then cat for you. Okay. Equip. You don't have the boot. You got the boot. Into you. Your AP is not max, so I need to top it off. Wait. Yeah. I do need to top it off here. Okay. Ryu's HP being a little bit low here is probably not what I should do. Not herb. W Fruit Ryu. Defend, and dragon. Being at 32 is a bit frustrating, but it is what it is. Next turn, we'll use a Help BL on Ryu just in case. Alright, so what we're gonna do is W Fruit Ryu here. W Fruit him. And then you, my man, are going to heal him. And we're gonna throw out another dragon. So, the reason we do it in this order is so that he gets max HP here. And max AP after the W Fruit. Then that way, if Doofus here decides to slap me in the throat with a Typhoon, which will eat most of Ryu's HP, we're good. We'll W Fruit again, and Durgan. Alright. Alright, portal's down. We're gonna do some stuff a couple of steps into this next room, so... There's a couple of ways I could do this. I think I'm just gonna move the shoes to blue. That was not correct. Ugh. Okay, item, W Fruit, doot doot. Help BL, help BL. Nope, we gotta smoke. Okay. We're moving the shoes up to blue to increase the chances of a 25% lead off. It should be good, though. Because this next room's fairly short. That's the longest one out of all of them. So we could grab the collar item. This is why we do it. Because that does happen sometimes. And now I get to skip a fight. I want to make sure to put the fast shoes back on Ryu here. And leave Blue Cat stand Ryu. Okay. This boss automatically starts here. So you got to make sure to do all your menuing before you walk up the stairs. Or you are in for a bad time. So luckily the fast boot on Ryu makes sure that he outspeeds Blue here. Problem is Cat and Sten are very high speed-wise, so it's really hard to get Ryu in front of them. That's part of the reason Rand is a very good character, is because he'll also be slower than Ryu, so we can go Dragon, and then have Rand W Fruit Ryu. For consistency. Alright, we're gonna go, should be W Fruit Ryu here. And then defend, and dragon. So, Shupke likes to just spam abilities here. Specifically Hush. And that just doesn't work out for her. Putting Ryu in the back here makes the targeting chance of Ryu 6%. We're defend, and want that last W fruit on you. And Durgan. Alright, we're good to go. Cat might die to this, though. Okay, we're good. This fight's almost fully free. The big thing here is we want to finish this up with dragons, so we don't accidentally push Shupke into the real dangerous phase. 350? That's not bad. This is going to take a while, so I'm going to go take a standing break. See ya! Wouldn't wanna bleed ya! Whoa. Let's see if the dogs will eat dry chicken. So if I hadn't save loaded before the Trubo fight, you could also save load after, because there's actually a save statue in the room that Trubo walks into. That's actually where you respawn if you die. This is where it would softlock right here. And it didn't softlock, so we get to play the game. We got like another 3-ish hours. Unless I, like, God PB here. We'll see, though. So the next thing is going to be the trip up Mount Moray, so that we can get the mushroom and the mirror to enter the Queen and perform the dark black juju juba juju. And we're going to also use that as an opportunity to get a little bit more cash and a couple of pieces of equipment that we can sell to make sure that we can get all the W fruits that we're going to need, because the Queen segment is very, very long and drawn out grind where we're going to need a lot of W fruits. The main struggle is some of the enemies in Queen that are very common on the first half can outspeed Blue, which just is annoying. Okay. So this nonsense is almost done. After this, we're gonna shoot off to the mountain. We're gonna rejigger this party to grab or put Cat in front, so that we get that 25% run rate, as well as have the fastest person with the agility boost, so that she can outspeed everything. We're still at a point where, like, our agility is so low that the team average is not enough to outspeed the enemies. So we really can't just run from stuff. We are still, the only thing we can still run from is golems. Any rocky enemy has 1 agility, so we have a very good chance of running from those. It should be 100%, run rate almost, but the game is really annoying about it. The big thing is, like I said, they spam Cold Breath or Flame Breath, which hits like a truck. And if there's 2 of them, or one of them with a Flame Breath and something else, you might just go daisies up. Luckily, our life pill lasted the whole way. Normally we have to use it in a few different places But being able to make it this far without it is super nice. Alright, get on out of here. Okay, we are going to grab, I believe, shoe off you, put shoe on you, and then I also should take this off. Form, order, auto, manual, swap. Yeah, it's probably gonna work. I should also put us to defense. We're gonna leave here and then warp to Tunlin. A lot of this is gonna be warp to X, warp to Y. Warp to Tunlin here. And since Sten rejoins our party here, we get a full heal. However, we will need to walk over to Mount Murray. So I'll do a couple of smokes with Ryu anyway. Because I can use the, I can use the pond in Mount Murray to heal his AP back up. That way it doesn't affect my smoke route. The problem is that the whale burns through your smoke steps. So I'm going to use the smoke for the beach here. So hopefully I get to the beach without an encounter. And then I'm going to do that again when I have to come back. Because I'm going to have to go from here, go to Mount Murray, and then come back and then go back to Mount Murray. You've got... Okay. See you later, I guess. I can't believe it. Last step and a lead off and a golem. I feel some kind of way about that. Alright, that should... Actually, we need to go a little bit higher. There we go. If I run into gate, I'm pretty much in line with it. Come in here. I need to have Cat in the front for two different reasons. One, so that we get the lead-off bonus, so it works out here anyway. Two, because I gotta beat this idiot up. He only will talk to women, and the game has Blue as a secret character, so it doesn't allow you to talk to him with Blue here. So, Cat or Nina have to be here, and Cat's apparently faster, which seems weird, because she's like, beat the crap out of him. This seems like it takes longer, but also he deserves this. So, even if this wasn't faster, I might consider routing this. The main thing is that Cat's agility is so high with the fast shoes, we are guaranteed to outspeed everything. So it's probably the right way to handle it. I can't believe I got an encounter on the last tile. What a kick in the groin. Gonna go back to Tunlin here. The big downside is time of day progresses while you're waiting for a warp to work, which is super frustrating. So we're gonna go up to Granny again and drop her off. We won't need to use dragons, so this really doesn't matter. Let's see here. This is not the time to do it, but I'll do it anyway. And then put this on you. What? That's super infuriating. I thought I didn't hear it going because I was cleaning out my one ear and didn't realize I opened that menu. Ah, it's so frustrating, dude. Come here, Willow. Ah. Who's a good girl? You're a little pupper. Hmm? You're a good girl, Willow? Yes, you are. You're a good puppy. I'm my little puppy. Who's my little baby? I swear, if I frickin' get screwed over it and on this smoke, I'm gonna be livid. So this is the nice thing about having this pond here. You can actually use reuse smokes in this area in lieu of actual smoke items. The problem is that, like, your cost is a bit different it is technically cheaper to buy a W fruit and then use Ryu to smoke like 4 or 5 times. I think it's like 4 smokes you can get out of 1 W fruit. The problem is, it takes a while to get into his menu to actually use the smoke. You can't just mash it out. Then you also have to refill his AP, and it puts you at a point where your equipment, or you have to use W fruits, so it's like it's inefficient, basically. Need to put Sten in the front here. Dang it. I'm only doing it because I can do these... Okay. Oh, this one's free. I got it. Because it carries... Oh. Why am I thinking about this? We're just gonna Thunder Dragon here. Tunland. Dynafunga, 289, yeah. I could use Death with blue there, now I'm thinking about it. We're almost to the right spot. Go up a little bit more, Mount Mirai, nice. Want to make sure to smoke here so that my smoke pattern is correct. Since I got tagged by that thunder, I want to top everybody off. Ideally, I won't have to do that again on the way out, but just in case I have to. Yeah, that fungi has like near 300 HP, so I'm fairly certain I got a dragon him. My other option would be use Death, which probably would work. I'll just have to remember that that's a thing I can do. So we're going to need to use Sten to move around a lot of these areas. Since the fast shoe doesn't have to be on the person in front of marching order and just has to be the person in front of the combat order, we can leave it on Cat here, and it's not a problem. I think I walked one too many steps there, but whatevs. Should be able to run. Shit. Oh, that's fine, because this resets it, this stair anyway. Smoke. That's so frustrating. There's no point in going in the door at this point. There was a point to going in the door, but it didn't matter. Okay, sort. Do we not have an extra smoke here? No, we don't. Okay, well, I guess we'll just do this then. I mean, it works. And it does nothing. That's great. Alright, we're using a lot more fire rocks than I'd like to. Whatevs. That's what they're there for. Okay, Mount Mirai split. Yeah, having to fumble for that last smoke was kind of a Billy. We're gonna hit up the pond here anyway, because using that last smoke with Ryu was a bit inefficient money-wise, or AP-wise, and I'm gonna need his Thunder Dragons to kill the enemies in the next portion, And I really would rather not spend a W fruit to top it off. We're gonna go here. Blue, warp to Tunland. Alright. Took everything off. Take the fast shoes off. Put it on blue. Take that off you. Put it on you. We'll change the party order in here. It's going to be Blue, Ryu, Rand. So Blue, Rand, Cat. Cat, yes. Order, manual, swap you two out. Switch defense, that's fine. Okay, we want to do some shopping first. Sell stick. Flame sword. Steel AR chainmail glass. Buy one of these at least. 4. 2 of these. And then the rest in W fruits. 45, good. We'll buy an extra one of these. A couple more. And 2 of these. And we will sort. And I'm going to store this extra stamina. Item, deposit, stamina. So I'm not going to be going by the cook anytime soon. We don't really need the flame sword. Damage-wise, our party is mainly going to be focusing around blue and dragons still. So swords are not going to do much here. Okay. So we've got to do this in a very particular way to optimize here. Most rooms have 2 fights. Some rooms only have a single fight. And the important part is cleaning those fights up efficiently. Ideally, we see fluffs. Ah! Here's what we're gonna do. Defend, defend, thunder, because that'll kill. Defend. We could S-boom with blue here, but thunder will clear. The thing is, she's not going to outspeed these annoying little jerks, so that's the worst fight we can run into, and there's not much we can do about it other than just killing them and moving on with it and hoping that's the last one we see until we level up. Okay, S-boom, defend, defend, defend. If there's 4 enemies, or 3+ enemies, really, we want to just one-shot them like this. Everything dies to S-boom. Dinker is nice. I don't want to use that yet, but we can use that later. Guess I don't have to get it off the shelf then. S-boom. Defend, defend, defend. There's 2 fights here. That's fine. Auto. Nice. Cat still outspeed, so luckily it's a single shot item. We'll throw that Dinker onto Cat, or Blue. Off chance she outspeeds those obnoxious little dinkuses. Gotta be careful with that, because sometimes it's a very narrow margin. And we have to kill the enemy here. So if we lead off, we'll just go with an attack here. Probably should S-boom, but whatever. Guaranteed to outspeed them, so we'll just go for attacks. Here. 2 fights in this room that we want to clear, so we'll just wander back and forth over and over again. This is a flame fight. Flame, defend, defend, defend. Main trick here is we have enough W fruits, so we need to use them. Ryu will not need to Dragon until the next side, so I will pop up his AP when I get a chance and W fruit him. Flame, defend, defend, defend. Alright, we're done. We're almost about halfway done with red side. Blue side has the same amount of fights, but they also include fat bodies, which are extremely valuable in terms of EXP. Need to do a single fight in here still. There we go. Nice. Lead off may seem useless, but a lot of these enemies can outspeed early on. And it's just going to get worse in the blue side. So it's better, because like right now, those little fluff balls could outspeed blue. So having that, skipping their attacks is very nice. It also means I don't have to waste time healing too. That's this room. Okay, I was off a room. Got it. Flame. Okay. I think the Dinker pushed us over the threshold, actually. Nice. Okay, we're gonna go in here. And we're gonna spam out 2 more fights. We only have 5 more to go here. Flame, defend, defend, defend. One more to go here. So we are forced to kill all the enemies in here. The only time we don't have to kill enemies is when the enemies run away. And that really only happens with the fat bodies. So in this side, it's a meat grinder. And we prefer fights that like give the most EXP. Unfortunately, we can't get any money in here. So this is purely a level grind. Oh, that's nice. Flame, defend, 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 please. The formation also doesn't affect, like, your agility and turn order. All it affects is your damage multipliers, your damage received multipliers, and the formation of which place characters are standing in will determine how likely they are to be targeted. Minus any special scripting where it targets a character with, like, the highest AP or something like that, which does exist. Alright, we got one more fight, and then we're done with the red side. We will refill, reuse AP here, so that I can just drag in the next time I need to. Rhea did just level up, so S-Boom, defend, 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 defend. We'll give Blue a couple extra AP, too. While I'm in that menu, because he's gonna need it. Or she's gonna need it, rather. So the blue side can yield fat bodies. So we're gonna go W fruit doot 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 doot. And then we're going to cure 2 boop boop. Alright, let's go. So the blue side here has the highest value fights. The fat bodies are very likely to run away though, which makes this a bit annoying. Like I said, we're gonna have to actually fight this. That was probably not the best way to handle it. Shite, I forgot these guys are bulky as fudge. Fine. That was a big mistake. Wasted a lot of time. The, sludges and goos, or oozes, whatever you want to call them, are very bulky. So attacking them is a bad idea. I should have just used Flame and moved on with my day. That did not save time. If anything, it lost time. It's so easy when you, like, see a fight like this where you're like, this is gonna take forever. If I had, like, focused down the puffs, maybe, I don't know. Alright, so we're gonna go through this door and progress to the next area. Ideally, we see a fight on the way over here. That's annoying. So normally you'd want to use the collar to increase your encounter rate here. But we just can't use it. The Holy Scarf item that you could purchase for 5,000 from Minero doesn't function because it needs to have a stack amount, like fishing bait. and the Caller has the same issue. So neither of them actually function, unfortunately. Which it makes this area very slow, unfortunately. Flame, no. Thunder, defend. So the Fat Body can run away here, so we hedge our bets by using Flame, and then Thunder Dragon to kill it if it does stay. If it runs, fight's over. We do want to see some Fat Bodies stay, but because we Chad walk the end of the game now, we should be able to hit the levels we want to hit anyway. So we're just gonna... Wait, no. We want to attack, Thunder Dragon, defend, attack. I'm not gonna bother casting Flame, because Thunder Dragon's gonna get rid of the rest. I had to hedge this off because I leveled up again, which lowered my AP more than I would have liked. The problem is like, you need to be ready for a fight immediately when you get in here, so we're gonna go W Fruit. Okay, that should be enough for blue for the rest of the run in here, if not too much, but that's fine. Flame, Thunder Dragon, defend. That's frustrating. We have really got like 0 Fat Bodies, and we're almost halfway through this. This is a bit frustrating. Seeing that many run away and getting so few is... I think we got 1, actually, because we got a first strike on it, and that was it. Flame, Thunder, defend. These fights are quicker, don't get me wrong, and I can save time on not spamming W Fruits to refill AP, but they do offer a lot of EXP, so it's not preferable to have all of them run like this. Super unfortunate. Still got like 2, 4, 6 encounters, but the way that the game is playing me, I'm not expecting to see much out of it. Blue hitting 37 here is nice. She's gonna get some more damage now. It's 2 levels. Flame. Thunder, defend. Ugh. Thank you. Alright, we're gonna... Let's see here. 2, so 1, 4, 5? I might have to give her more AP. We'll just top off Ryu for the moment. Item, W Fruit. That guy's asleep, so we gotta go back. Please? Brett. Flame. Thunder Dragon. If they both run away, I'm not gonna be happy. I want them both to stay, but there's no guarantee. Okay, we get at least 1, that's nice. Both of you, please. Ugh, very useless dragon, that's so frustrating. I'm gonna have to give her an AP up here, because I need 4 more fights. So I'll give her 1 fruit. Nah, we'll give her a fruit later if we absolutely need it. W Fruit. Since we have to spam so many fruits, I want to make sure Ryu's topped off. Because we're going to have to use the inn anyway. Flame. Thunder Dragon, defend. Okay, good. We hit the bare minimum then. I am gonna give her another fruit, because there's no way I make it through the next 3 fights without Flame. Flaming more than twice. Good. One fruit for you. Top you off. Got one more to go. Yep. We have just enough for all the flames or S-booms. That's very annoying, actually. Ryu leveling up there means that I would need another W fruit, so... If we do have a fat body, I'm gonna have to attack it. Flame, defend, defend, defend. Really, the whole thing is how many times did the enemy hit you first? How many lead-offs did you get? How many things were you able to just kill without spamming dragon? Etc., etc. Alright, well, Sonic Boom it is. Defend, defend, defend. And we are out. I'm gonna wait until he talks to me. Alright. Blue side was very quick, but the EXP gains were abso-garbo. Barbo-farbo. I hated it. I rated a 0 out of 10. So we've got to go to the memory of Gandalf. Yes. Oh, hey. Take whatever I like. Funny. Very funny.
Hey, budgie. Uh-oh. Hey, buddy. I love you. Abadoo. Bibidabadabadoo.
Alright, so we're gonna need to swap our party to Ryu Rand Spar here. But we're gonna hit up the inn first. One thing else I'm going to do is change these herbs out for a stack of smoke. Hey, Blue XMB, how's it going? Blue Max MB, ooh. I know how to read, I swear I do. We want to hit up the inn here because Blue's AP is pretty much spent at this point. And if we refill her AP, we can hard carry the next several segments. Fireball and Hail should be enough to kill most everything, unless it's magic immune. We want to go Blue, Rand, Spar, yes. Order, manual swap you two out, and we go. Alright, so we are going to go to the Whale Beach. I should have smoked it outside of Tunlin, but I'm a big goober, so it's not a problem. Not at all. Alright, into the forest we go. This should be fine. Back up with Ryu just in case. Okay, it was not indeed fine. The one time you need to use Spar. Actually, it's the second time, but fair. That is very true. Yes, Incha. Incha. So we're gonna roll here with Rand, and I'm gonna hate every second of it. Just thought I'd put that out there. Having to roll with Rand is not what I want to do. Bloop doot. Oh, why'd I do that twice? Whatever. I should have just... What are you doing? That is right. What am I doing? I'm just mashing at this point. Without a single brain cell. La, 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 la. So, the enemies here are pretty unique. The bugs and the nut guys, you'll understand that later if we actually run into them, are fire rock only because of their magic resistance. Okay, fine. You be a pain in my butt. That hill is really annoying to get through. Alright, bottom left corner of the ground floor. Smoke it up. Smoke it out. Ah! You've gotta be kidding me! Chest or fireball? That's fine. Chests and slugs are fireball. Fire rocks for bugs and the nut guys, because they're resistant to magic. Or resistant to fire. Luckily, the way that it works is, the fire rocks ignore resistances. Doesn't matter. We run from that. We don't take any fights we don't have to. That was an 8-step encounter, by the way. I'm kind of annoyed about that. Fireball. This is why we use the N, so we can start spamming spells with blue again. Spar learned a spell? Ooh, boy, Spar can spell. This is a bug, actually, so we Fire Rock. Defend, defend, defend. They have an 8 magic resistant, or, like, they're resistant to fire, so that we need the crit to guarantee the kill. I think is what it is, actually. Trying to stay on smoke route, but unfortunately, sometimes you just get rolled. Fireball, defend, defend, defend. Should be able to get through the rest of this area without having to do anything other than just murder stuff. That's a very vague way to put it, huh? I shouldn't need to smoke again, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. So we're gonna head on in here and deal with Arumel. He is a memory eater. We are going to set him on fire! Yeah. We're gonna fireball with blue here, because he'll actually block your spells on the first turn. So we go fireball. We go Thunder Dragon here. We want to W Fruit Ryu ×2 here. Doop. Huh? So he's just gonna either single target us, or he's going to make us forget. So forget here is gonna make us forget the fireball usually. So we're gonna have to attack up Ryu and then swing with him. We're gonna be spamming a couple more fire rocks to get him up to where he needs to be here. Or fire W fruits to top him off. So now his AP is kind of out of control to the point where we have to use extra. Yep, we're gonna attack up Ryu here. Attack. We need to W fruit Ryu again, and that's wrong as well. We want to fire rock. There we go. At this point, we'll throw another T-Dragon if we have access to it. We can use any dragon we want as long as we still have access. Unfortunately, this boss fight's kind of just, like, on rails. That's really good. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? 10. So we, defend. I guess we'll go Fire Dragon here, and then double rock. As long as we still have a dragon here, we can do a lot more damage. I don't think we'll need to use these rocks. You could use Fire Puppy, but for some reason, like, the elemental weakness doesn't buff the damage. It only does 256 here. I'm not sure why it's like that, but as long as we have access to any dragon, it's good. Keep throwing some fire rocks here for some extra damage. There we go. Decent enough. Alright, so I'm gonna spam here so that I can use the exit spell. I don't believe Spar has it learned. Nope. Alright. Just a quick look. Aruramel is a pretty straightforward fight. Now we're going to walk over here and roll back. I could pick up some extra W fruits here if I really feel like it. I might just do that. Take a couple of steps here to make this easier. Luckily, we maintained the 7 steps during the roll there, so... Grab an extra stack of fruits and call it a day. Okay. Okay. Alright, that's good. 2 full stacks of fruit, 3 full stacks of fruits, I feel good. That will kind of affect my equipment menu here in a bit, but I want to make sure I have enough W fruits, so we're going to do this. Sort, change, herb for smoke, and then we'll go. Oh, I'm supposed to take 7 steps here. Then we use it. Okay, Fireball's good here because they're not resistant. They're actually weak to fire. Luckily, we haven't had to burn a dragon yet. So we gotta come down to Fog Valley to progress things. That's annoying. That's really annoying, actually. Defend, defend. W fruit times 2 here. Yeah. Sea bears are too strong for anything else, so we're just gonna W fruit here twice. I forgot to W fruit after the boss. Ugh, so silly. Would have been a really good time for a lead-off. I need a W fruit again, too. Because I'm going to need Thunder Dragon in the Sky Tower. That was such a silly mistake. Ugh. I mean, the silly mistake was getting in an encounter with the bears, actually. I'd have been fine if it was anything else. W fruit, doot doot. Cure. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, let's go. Actually, it's fine. Keep going. I was looking at it thinking, I haven't had to T-Dragon bears yet. He said knowingly inciting the Pandora Chaotic Serbalfoff. Yeah, we want to make sure we have at least 40 AP at all times for dragons here, otherwise these fights are super annoying. Under here is basically just T-Dragon Turbo. There are some things that we can kill here, but they're just, it's not worth the nuances. Just dragoning and, or better yet, just not getting an encounter is the right play, honestly. A lot of these hallways, it would seem like you're in a much dire situation than you actually are. Oh, that was really bad. That might actually cost me to get an encounter. Alright, I got lucky, even though I'm playing like a clown. So, walking into this room, our smoke will run out. Okay. We've got to deal with occurrence here. And then go up the stairs. Grab all this equipment for extra money and a little bit of upgrades. Okay. Go upstairs. Want to be careful with this movement to minimize the chances of getting an encounter. Okay, we got Spooge. Exit again. Yeah, that time lost us from not being able to immediately Thunder Dragon Bears. The frustrating part is I should have noticed it in the previous fight. I should have been looking at my stuff to make sure that... I need to be more mindful about that, honestly. 3 steps out from Whale Beach. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Defend. Dragon. I think Ryu outspeeds these. Yeah, good. Oh, that's terrifying to see, I'm gonna be honest. We're getting close to Farm Town, which is where we will hit our next break point, and we'll be able to recover, so... Sonic Boom, defend, defend, defend. Alright, so I have 2 fireballs. What? Huh? Yeep. Huh. I guess these are slightly... I can't believe he actually killed. Alright, well... Alright, we're gonna walk through here. That's neat. Later. Alright. Come over here. Cure to you. Alright. Going to swap out our party here for Jean. So Ryu blue, blue, Rand, Jean, yes, we're good here. And then we head on over here. Alright, we get kicked out by Mom. Mom, please! We're gonna get a heal here, so... We did lose out on a few W fruits there, doing it this way. So having the extra stamina is nice. So even if I burn the Wise Ball, it's fine. I need to go in here. Hello? Bruh! Door. Door, 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 door. Gotta hit X. Gotta hit X, cause the door don't work. Gotta get out the WDX 40. Our mom's a little violent. So, these... Gosh, dang it. We just want to make sure Ryu is in the front spot, which he is. Because we're going to be attack-upping with Ryu and just stomping the stumps here. What? Hit X, you silly Billy. Normal, attack, attack up, defense, defense. We could be using fireballs or fire rocks here to speed things up, but just letting Ryu swing away is the best way to handle this. That's my fault. At least it killed, I guess. Not shed. Bomb. Defend, defend. Attack up, defend, defend. Luckily, attack up always lands on Ryu here. Doing this, we're taking full advantage of the normal stance's increased damage on slot 1 to give him an extra 30% damage out. It's gonna take 4 slashes. It should take 3 because of the special. It'll definitely take 3 if it's gonna go like that. Jean in here is not super impactful. We just need Jean for some movement later. We're going to be using the frog to jump over a cliff and also shorten the distance to Namada. And then that'll be the end of Jean. And we'll move on. Special guarantees the kill here. Problem is Ryu, like, with the amount of fat bodies that we got, Ryu's probably a little bit lower than normal. So, our damage is not as much as it could be. I'm gonna test something here, actually. I am less inclined to test it, but we're gonna try it anyway. Defense down. Might actually have 0 defense, so this might do nothing. Are you... It was a fucking tree trunk, dude! You failed to defense down the tree trunk? Bruh! I knew the, accuracy rate was garbage, but that's impressive. S-Golem is Thunder Dragon, Hail, and, W Fruit Ryu, W Fruit Ryu, okay. Okay, that not critting is probably going to cost me an ice chunk. Which is fine, because we buy an extra one now. W Fruit twice here to get some more dragon damage. What's up? I should be in defense. Okay, we go back to defense. Durgan, Hail, and then Ice Chunks. Ice Chunk, there we go. We may only need 1 Ice Chunk if she crits here. She did not. You can tell if Hail is going to crit because the puppies will come after the mother fox. These, you'll see it, because these always crit. So we'll have to see 2 of these. That's a bit frustrating to have to use 2 Ice Chunks here, but that's what they're for. We're gonna head over to Gotta go talk to Mom. So we're gonna use Gene to hop over to Namada here. Namda Bamda. We do get a refill here, so our AP is topped off again, which is nice. Move over to Jean, because we're going to need to be doing a little bit of hippity-hoppity. Okay. Head inside. So the smokes are still active from previous usage. So we'll head in here, head back up, head out. Okay. Want to reset at that door so we can hopefully get through here in one go. Exit on you. Into town. Put Rand in front, and let's hope we don't get bullied by the Paladin here is super annoying. He can bonk you. Honestly, this would be a good spot to use the Extract if he decides to start swinging early. He's got 496 HP, and our only recourse is to Fire Rock the crap out of him. Any other character, and we'd be able to, like, medicate, which would give us an attack up, and then just swing away with the double attacking stuff. But we're going to have to heal if he starts swinging at us early. Usually turn 1 is almost always defense, but it depends on what turn 2 is. 165 is a very low roll. Okay, good. That's great. Twice now. I was worried I wasn't going to do enough damage, I'm going to be honest. Alright, Paladin down! If he starts swinging early, I need to start casting Cure 2 until I can get back to my max-ish HP. Basically, I have to wait for a turn where he starts not swinging. Because the problem is that, like, you'll get just a little bit back each time. This is why I was saying Extract would be good, because I could just re-heal to top and then go again. So there is an argument to keeping the Extract for this fight, specifically, instead of Death Evan. Yep. Alright, so now we gotta go to Winda. We want to make sure to top off Rand here, because he will be exiting the party, and the next time he joins, he won't be at full HP, if we don't do it now. Should be able to get his AP back, if I remember correctly, but, heal him up with the help BLs and call it a day. Jean's going to be leaving the party here, too. So we're going to warp to Winda first, and we'll be using Jean for that. Warp to Winda. Alright. So we're going to go to Winda now. We're going to remove the fast shoe off blue shortly. First thing we're going to be doing is changing our party. Come over here. Blue Ryu, Cat Nina, so it's going to be Blue, Cat Nina. Cat Nina, yes. Order, manual, swap you two out. Switch to Nina, so we can actually do the progression. Ugh. My queen! Hilarious. So this is where we're gonna get our only moon drop for the rest of the run. There are other places we could get some, but they're all way out of the way. Okay, sure, that works too. Hina, Mina, Nina. Oh my gosh. Very creative names. So you're gonna head upstairs here and say hi to the king. We're also gonna stop by and pilfer his drawers for the moon drop. Alright, so we're gonna talk to him. We're gonna want to go get the emblem so that we can turn into the Great Bird. Take a quick pee break here. We don't get many more. Okay. It's black and white, so it must be a memory. Cool. Anyway. Okay. So we gotta go downstairs and grab the emblem. And the thing we want to do there is get the emblem. I might want to grab the wind robe. We'll see if it happens. The big thing is the way down is pretty safe. We still got the fast shoes on Bleu. And Bleu is pretty tanky up in front. The big problem is Nina is very fragile. And very easily gets mulled over. So if we get into any fights down in the basement, it's most likely she'll die. Fortunately, it doesn't kick us back to a save point. It kicks us outside of the trial. So we can just go right back in, full healed and ready. The encounter rate is so low down there that we should be able to at least get to old Nina and get the emblem. Question is, will I be able to grab the wind robe before I leave? I probably will go for it as a backup measure. So we get the moon drop here. That is a nice safety net that we can revive our entire party or move negative status effects. But we do have to be very mindful of when we fire that off. So we do still have the smoke effect from the previous area, so we don't need to use one here. That's unfortunate, but very common. We're going to use a Fire Rock here and defend. Fire Rock should get through this. Don't you egg beater me. There we go. Yep. Alright. We'll heal her up when we get through here. We're going to be able to use the inn and or get a free heal anyway in a second. So we're going to go equip, take this off. Spell, cure 2. No. You. Cure 2 twice. Wrong. Equip, fast shoe, form, manual, swap you two out, and smoke. E. Alright, so we gotta head in here and undergo the test. And we have to fight the Guardian. The Guardian in the SNES version's a bit screwy, and when I stopped at that corner, I was very confused. The Guardian is a bit screwy and can just straight up attack first turn, which makes this fight very risky. Luckily, if you die here, you just go back in. I also should have put the breath armor on. I forgot about that. Luckily, I didn't have to, like, worry about not selling it. So we'll just... Where is it? I don't have it. That's fine. Alright. I'll have to re-equip Ryu after this, because I didn't equip him with the ice armor. Which is fine. So this fight's pretty safe. I just gotta remember to re-equip after this. When was I supposed to put that stuff on? Oh, here it is. I'm supposed to do this. Okay. And then I'm supposed to do that here. Do that, yeah. Yeah, that's my fault. I had some quirks in my notes. So I am going to go try and get the wind robe, but I can sell it for money if I really want to. So anybody that played Breath of Fire 1, they know that Nina can turn into a big burb and fly. So what we're doing is re-obtaining that power here. That's the point of the emblem and all this nonsense. Okay. We're not getting the fruit, I guess, or the robe. That's fine. Alright, equip. Supposed to give you that. We'll leave Nina in the front here. Actually would like to do something different here. Sort, change this to smoke. Equip Urchant. Spell, wait, no. Item, smoke. Okay, we go to defense and run. Luckily, the lead-off chance has nothing to do with much of anything. If a character's dead, you still get the lead-off chance. So, I probably should just give up on the Wind Robe. It's really not necessary, but it does allow me to equip it on Cat on the fly to have her outspeed Death Evan. So, the early phases, I can swap her back and forth between Wind Robe and no Wind Robe. The other thing is I can get money out of it as well. So it does help. We do need to do some purchasing on the second trip to Evrai here, so hopefully we'll get some money. What you looking at, Boudreaux?
Here, buddy. It's a good girl, Willow.
Hey, yellow puppy.
You're so cute. You're such a good baby. Yeah, you are. Oh, you're so much. You're so cute. I get some nice little pets to make myself feel better. So we get a little heal here, so Nina getting knocked out really doesn't matter at the end of the day.
We do, however, need to give her the breath armor. Because it has very low speed penalty. And it's probably the best defense that we can get for her. What? What? Why did that not work the first time? Whatever, man. This game is so goofy. Sub 5 bird boys. We're just gonna split here. We wasted time on the Wind Robe, but it's whatever. This is gonna be long. So we need to go by Evrai after we get access to the Flying Goober. The Wind Robe is some cash, but we're not gonna grab the Wind Robe. Alright, do this. So we're gonna go get our Wise Ball from Claris, and then we'll be able to cook those staminas too. Is there an easy way to do this? Nah, because I'm not going to be by Township anytime soon. We'll have to do it at the second cook. Which is fine, because the idea is to get my 24 Frisbees here. So, we need to go head to the Church of Evrai, and we can only reach that via the flying bird here. So that's why we've had to do it this way. Burb! Big burb! So we're going to head over to Evrai here, which is simply a north east thing here. I overcorrected. Boop, boo. Okay, good. We do need to buy some Frisbees at some point, but we don't need them just yet. We want to cook 4 Frisbees for a biscuit, and then we want to combine the staminas that we have with a 2 wise fruits a pop. Gotta hit the edge of town here and then come back in. If you try to walk outside of town, the game will do a little cutscene where it says, "Oh, you were held in by a magical thingamajigger." Because the problem here is when you talk to Claris the first time, she will never progress to this line of dialogue until you've walked on the exit tile. The annoying one here is we need to fall down a hole, and Nina's overworld ability is to float out of holes. And the one place where we actually want it in Thieves' Tomb, because there's just random holes, we can't. Because that's cool. Okay? So we actually are going to have to deal with those holes on our own. All the holes. I'm going to jump into the toilet here. Then we're going to head over here to jump into the hole. Switch to Rhea real quick. Drop down. Switch back. And smoke. And then hope. Nope. Nope hope. Defend formula, please. Tunder, defend, defend. We're at the point where Thunder Dragons are gonna be a thing. I'm pretty certain Fireball wouldn't work with this layout. Ideally, you just get a first strike and leave. Or you can just get punched into your throat for all your HP. That works too. I don't need to heal here because we're actually going to use a win in on the way out. Okay. The bookshelf there, I don't know what it has, but the chest of drawers has a Tolan. There's actually a trade quest you can do with the Tolans if you get that villager. We're going to come up here and grab our Charm Rod real quick. Equip that, because I'm stubborn about things like this for no particular reason. And then we're going to fly to Coatland. Coatland. Kittle Cattle Coatland. Fly north a bit. And then fly this direction. That should line us up with Coatland. Oh, pretty good. The bird shadow is a bit displaced. It's like 1 tile lower. No matter what you do here, it's going to take 2 rotations. Oh, we're going to be losing Kat soon, but we need her to get in and out of Coatland. So, because there's Mr. Molester in here, Taiga is just a degenerate.
Ugh, you're a cat lady. We must be meant for each other.
Weirdo.
You're such a weirdo, dude.
And you're a weirdo, too. Why are you on the other side of the bed? You suck.
So we're gonna head over to Thieves' Tomb here and get the evidence that Evrai is evil. Why is it in a tomb? Who knows? But we gotta go get it.
So. Do. Thieves' Tomb, fortunately, is mainly, and they lived happily ever after. I'm actually gonna fast shoe Blue here and put her up front because, most of the enemies in Thieves' Tomb will outspeed her if I don't put the boot on her. And I think with the boot and the dinker that I got from the Queen, we should be in a pretty good spot, actually. Alright. Equip, shoe, and form, order, manual, swap you two out. I don't know, we'll find out. Okay, that's fair. So we gotta go down a little bit here to line up with Thieves' Tomb. Almost there. And by almost there, I mean I was, like, way off. Okay, nice. Oh, shabooby! That's so annoying. I might just come back in from the top, honestly. Alright, we'll try and go get this. I hate it here! Okay, that's a little bit worse. Maybe a little bit. This is pretty rough. Could you stop? Oh my god. Bro. Okay. We're gonna reset things here. Okay, good. Now we want to fall down. That's frustrating, but it happens like that a lot. Lead off. Lead out. See you later, scumbag! So, these tiles have a litany of effects, depending on which... This should be a fireball, actually. Defend, 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 defend. Oh, wow, she doesn't outspeed them. That's annoying. Huh. So, Rot Breath will turn us into a zombie if we let it stay for a turn. Fireball's gonna clear this up, though. The problem is that when you get in a fight on the tile, something happens. Losing 300 coins is probably the least awful thing that'll happen. Yeah, they do look a bit, questionable, sir. I do agree. I do agree. Having to jump around through hoops for all that armor and stuff kind of sucks, but, see here. We're gonna do a re-equip at the water side to get the Empire Sword. Very good, thief. Now we get the evidence. So we're gonna come down here. She steals the evidence. Doesn't matter. We want to exit here, but we can't exit immediately. We have to come down here first. Exit. Boo-boo, boo-boo. From here, up here. Next thing I gotta remember to do is to warp to Cotland here, so we have access to the warp spell. This is a bit annoying, because we have to just run and hope that we get an encounter here, which is super frustrating, honestly. Luckily, running counts. Good, good. do, do, do. This is why I buy an extra urgent, because sometimes I almost screw it up. Okay. Return to map. Items. Equip. You. Nope. Sun mask. Shield. Take this off. Take this off. Grab shoe. Put shoe on you. Spell. You have warp? No, you don't. So we warp to Cotland here. I need to put the Skocklet on Nina, actually, so that's a bit of a mistake here, but that'll be fine. I want to do that before we go to Bando. God dang it, I forgot to split again. I did split! The game is just being annoying. Oh, I hate it. Alright. Hello? Super annoying. This is why these are two different splits. One, so I remember to do things in the right order. And two, so if I screw up this split, the game doesn't... Yeah, it doesn't throw everything off. I guess we'll just do it this way. Back here. Edit. Where is it? Sure, we'll do it that way. So Taiga is getting hot and heavy on Cat here. Cat don't like that, so Cat hides behind us because we're friends. And then he gets the wrong idea and decides he's gonna fight us because he's a flippin' idiot. So, us being the speedrunner that we are, we're gonna light him up real quick and move on with our day. And by that, I mean I'm not fighting him. Maybe a dono incentive? I don't know. There's no need to fight him, though. Every time I've accidentally fought him, he's wiped the floor with me. You might be okay with Empire Sword if you have, like, maybe a... Medicate, you heal yourself, but... So Bando is super obnoxious. But this is also where we hit the Oops All Dragons button. If it moves, it catches a dragon. There are some, like, corner cases, but for the most part, we are no longer using Fireball or Fire Rocks to kill anything unless we know for certain that it's weak to fire. Like, Thieves' Tomb is a good place because both the Thieves and the, mummies or mages, whatever you want to call them, are weak to fire. Such a cute little Bubba. We're gonna have to deal with a couple of bulkier fights here, which makes this area a little bit obnoxious, and we also don't get our full party. Nina's gonna be in the back, hoping she doesn't die, and then Blue is gonna be right next to us, hoping she doesn't die. And by that I mean she's probably gonna survive. We're gonna fly down to Bando. Go inside. Want to make sure the characters are in the right order. Form, order, manual, U2. Alright, we're good. Let me through. Ugh. So we will need to take Nina's stuff after this, but for now we need her to use Cure 2 and get through these fights. The footmen here would be a little bit obnoxious, so what we're going to do is we're going to attack attack up Ryu, attack and fireball, while Nina just kind of sits in the back and blocks and hopes she doesn't get hit hard enough to really make a difference. That is super obnoxious. Okay. Attack up Ryu, scramble, and defense. Nino get a decent defensive buff being in the back of scramble, but she's really just here for a healing battery. That's fine, actually. That's almost his entire HP bar. We should be fine. A little bit under, but this'll kill anyway, even with the Cure 2. He'll just sit there and Cure 2 indefinitely. Missile, we're not going to get to use. Oops, I also should smoke. Wait, no, dragons. My brain works, it works great. My brain works, it works great, super great. If we get lucky, we can get through here with very minimal amount of encounters. Unfortunately, the game is usually not such a merciful ruler. It's a very ruthless one. W Fruit 1, W Fruit 2, and we go. One, two, three. One more. Alright. This can move up to 5 times, but we only need 4 to progress. Okay, we gotta go an indeterminate amount of steps to do our smoke. We're going to Cure 2 both of you, since we're in the menu, and use the smoke. Okay. Then we gotta go north. Pretty good, Bando. One fight. Going to W Fruit again here, and then help BL once. I should have herb, but whatever. That's frustrating. That always happens, I swear, dude. Alright, that's not good. We actually want Nina in the next fight. Okay, good. That's annoying, but fine. The fact is, I'm gonna have to waste some extra W fruits here, which really annoys me. I was one step short of the boss. W. Spell, Cure 2, Cure 2, Cure 2. And we go. One step. One. So annoying. Meh. Alright, so we gotta fight some zombies here, so we want to switch back to normal to reduce the amount of damage we take. And then Necroman is mainly going to be Empire Sword Turbo. So we're going to go back to Scramble. Hopefully these Necroman's a fair and merciful ruler. We also hope the zombies don't frickin' suck our AP. At least not reuse AP. These zombies are pretty tanky, so we need a Thunder Dragon, a, what? Brain. Okay, I was in the wrong menu. That's why everything kind of felt goofy there. Then defend. I should be in normal. That might actually bite me in the ass. But it's probably going to bite me in the ass, it looks like. Okay. 2 out of 3. Good. I'm gonna skip the fire rock here with Nina so I can heal Ryu here. attack up. Cure to Ryu here. Ryu is our damage dealer here, so I need to make sure he stays up. Beg, borrow, and steal. Single zombies... Wait, what? She survived by 1 HP. Alright, sure, dude. That's interesting. Alright, attack, fireball, and fire rock. That's a bit frustrating if that lands. Okay, we're good. That's a free turn then. Attack, fireball, and fire rock. I needed to make sure to heal up Ryu here, just in case he punched him, because he can do a lot of damage. Like, Rot Breath here hits like a truck, if I remember correctly. Oh no, it's just... Okay, that's annoying, but fine. Fire Rock should clean this up. Yep. We will split once we get out of here. Luckily, the encounters in this area are turned off now. I do want to make sure to top everybody off here, because I do not get healed after this segment, which is super annoying. So I need to sloppy toppy everybody here. We're gonna throw a fruit on you, fill you up, cure 2, doot, because she's not coming with us. Okay, now we can leave. Exit. Okay. And then I will split once we hit this. I think my previous split may have been on boss death, but this works too. This is going to get changed anyway if I warp out, if I do Cotland as the previous split. So we did have to get some cure-alls just in case he started spamming zombie. I can sell those though now. The cure-alls really won't do much of anything at this point. I don't think there's really anything that can hit me with statuses. I did want to top everybody off there because I don't get healed before the next one. And Nina's out of the party for good now because we can just use warp for everything else. Yep. We're gonna go by Armory Island and buy some garbage. And by garbage, I mean I'm gonna buy some really good stuff. We probably won't be able to buy Blue the Holy Shield as usual. My encounters have been actually pretty decent, so my money is probably going to be a little bit on the downtrend. No! I was supposed to say no! Whatever, dude. You're supposed to say no, and then he goes, just go to a church. Nice, like, 20-second loss there, doofus. It's just another one of those saying no is faster type things. So we are going to have to fly to Armory Island here. Alright, so this will take us to Evrai. Actually, I have to go south a little bit here. Okay, go past Evrai here. We're going to go re-equip. Get equipped with equipment. Let's go inside. Then we're going to sort here. Sort, change herbs for smoke. Come in here, talk to you. Sell these. Charm, Urchant, and then we sell everything but the Buster Sword. This. Not yet. I need to de-equip Nina as well. Okay. sell. Oh, it goes to the same spot, huh? Doop, doop. Then we buy you, and then we trade and give you the Brave Armor Holy Shield. Okay, we got enough money. Kinda. Just walk into the church from here. Doot doot. Alright, we gotta come over here and purchase some things. What do I have? 2 stacks of W fruits. We're good to go, so I got some things I gotta sell. Okay. Sell, these, yes. And then we buy, 1, 2. And I buy a bunch of Frisbees. Okay, I need to sell. I think this is what I have to sell. Yeah, I don't wanna, but I need to. Frisbee, alright. Items, sort. Sort. No. Change this for the... Huh? Oh, the smokes go down to a really annoying spot. I forgot about that. Okay. Plenty of life pills, so we're gonna go talk to Clara here. Got the amount of W fruits that I want to have. Let's penetrate the church. Oh yeah, I should probably split here. So there's going to be a very long cutscene here, so I'm going to redo my... Go take a break and refill my water and stuff. We are nearing the ending. Shouldn't have more than an hour and a half left, hopefully. Hopefully. The big one here is Ray is going to slap us up. And that's just kind of how the fight's designed, so I need to be very careful and make sure that I'm in defense for that fight. Luckily, I don't need to be all the way up on AP here. I could have had a little bit less, but it's whatever. You want to hit at least 256 with the T-Dragon here. So you only need, like, 2 fruits, not 3, but it's whatever. No more teachings for us. So all we have to do is answer the question. What's his name? Evans. Oh, woo, Death Evans. Ha 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 ha. All right, so not everybody gets full healed here, so I need to make sure that I am on top of that. I will see you all on the outside of this cutscene.
my god, he's gonna kill Clara! What a bitch! This is also the first time that I've had enough space for the fucking frisbees. Which means I spent a normal amount of fucking fire rocks for once. Because I normally, like, I'm like, only have enough for 20, which is really bad. I think I still have the stamina in my pocket. I'm not sure if I put it away or not. As long as I don't, like, charcoal any of these frisbees, it's fine if I'm short on the second trip. So the church is split into kind of two segments here. The trip up and the trip down. This also is the spot that determines whether you get the good ending or the bad ending. And by default, the category is required to get the good ending. There is no bad ending category. So if we accidentally kill Dad down here, the RTA submission to the leaderboard is donezo. For Marathon, obviously, you can just finish the run anyway. But the strat is super safe. It's very consistent in the way that it's set up. And the way that we do things, the fight should be very consistent. We use a couple of shave ices to kill the bottom eye because it's weak to ice. We use a fire puppy to kill the left eye because it's weak to fire. And then we throw out a party-wide attack to hit all the enemies, all three eyes. Unfortunately, it hits our father as well, but he's got more than enough HP. And then at that point, as long as you don't, like, have some galactic mishap and accidentally attack your dad, you're good. The other eye keeps spamming Cure 3 anyway, so... as long as you don't, like, immediately hit him and then crit him, you should be fine. But I'm not 100% certain of how much HP he actually has. He has enough to eat a hail, and that's about it, I think. Otherwise, we'd probably just try to use a dragon. That's the funny part, actually. The dragon, gets you a huge chunk of damage. But it's too much there, so it's one of those fights that punishes you for using a dragon, which is very rare, actually. Alright, so he killed Taiga, killed Claris. That do be rough, bruh. Pew pew pew! Thunder, thunder, thundercats! Oh! Evil people. Evil people. Alright, so we need to put our new party together here. We're going to grab, Ryu. Rand, Blue, and Cat. Rand, Blue, Cat. Yes. We want to go defense here. And then we are going to re-equip Cat with the good stuff. Alright. I believe we leave Boot on Ryu here. Yep. Alright. Good. We want to make sure everybody's healed up here because Rand is going to hit everybody really hard. And it's kind of hard to survive this if you're at anything other than max. Because I don't really have any items to not do that. You know what I mean? Ray is probably the most... I wouldn't... He's not even the most dangerous thing in this church, actually. If you don't know how to deal with Ray, he is. So we gotta hit him for at least 256. If I don't have enough AP here, I can just attack up Ryu and swing. That usually works. Thunder Dragon, Cure 2, defend. So the Cure 2 is to make sure that we can survive this next turn, where Ray just blasts the entire party. We really don't know how hard he's going to hit here, but we will just go defend. Level 29 Cat, level 38 Blue. Nice. So this is going to unlock the G-Dragon transformation, and luckily we get to use this one for free. And it's a very funny one, too, because it actually resets our party formation as well.
It's also kind of goofy. So we go G-Dragon, defend, 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 defend. G-Dragon is extremely powerful. This can go up to 999 per hit, based on how much AP you have. So, it bunks. We want to use at least 2 W fruits here, so the rest of our Thunder Dragons can kill pretty much anything. Ideally, we get through here with a minimal amount of dragoning, but that's what we get the 18 W fruits for, so that we can get through here. Everybody takes a big beating here, so we're going to spam some Cure 2 anyway. You could theoretically equip Cat here, but I have a habit of doing it when we get the party together. We'll be using a smoke here shortly, so I should come up here and do it. We're going to go W fruit times 2, doot. Spell Cure 2, boop, 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 boop. Sure, that's good. Smoke. And then we're gonna go. Oh, that's nice. Good movement. T-Dragon is what I need here. I also should be in defense. So, the thieves would die to Fire Rock / Fireball. The big dude in the back would not. So, gotta do it this way. Also, he's very slow, fortunately, so... We're gonna need to fruit up Ryu every time we get through a fight here. Luckily, that wouldn't be that big a deal since I have extra staminas, but it would feel bad. So we need to shuffle to Rand here. He's the only one that can break the wall. Hit this. Switch to Rand. Break the wall. Oh, Hordead. Very funny. Thanks, Ma. Okay, come here. 7 steps in. Smoke them up. Thunder. I'm not 100% sure if Fireball or Fire Rocks would work here. So, we're just not going to risk it. Going to trust in the process. Okay. This floor may have encounters? I can't fully remember, so we'll W fruit twice here as well. Cure twice, and then roll in. Split here just to get this consistent. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and we are moving to the end game.
Where's your puppy? Where's your good girl? Yeah, you are. You're a good puppy. Where's a good girl? I can't believe you're all the way over there, you little gremlin.
Alright, Rand is now out of the party permanently. He will be crushed into a fine paste. Oh, look, it's his mom that was beating the crap out of him like an hour ago. Surely this will end fine. So, yeah, the only place where we need to make sure that we have a full power puppy is by Guard Eyes. This area is short enough that 18 fruits should be more than enough. We'd really have to, like, get 3 fights on, like, every floor for it to be a problem. We're already halfway through here anyway. Because the big problem is, if you don't have Fire Puppy by the end of the fight for Guard Eyes, they have 538 HP. They're a little bit tricky to kill if you can't just blast them. One-shot the crack out of them. See, it's going to be Shave Ice for the bottom one that's weak to ice, Fire Puppy for the left one that's weak to fire, and then Hail will be enough to finish those 2 off while not killing our father in the center. And then we'll just punch the upper right one that's spamming Cure until it's dead. Alright, so the next smoke will be after we fall down to the bottom floor. Archers here could be a bit annoying. That's fine, we were going to get in a fight anyway. Redo! That's 7 steps. Okay, I need to fruit up here, actually. Heal Ryu up. Okay, I need to switch to defense here as well. We want to W fruit twice here. No, we are not going to quit. You're lame. We are in defense here. That's good. T-Dragon, defend. She'll go after he hits, so we want to help BL here with blue. But she'll go before. Okay, we're fine. The thing is, Ryu takes a ton of damage here. So, the help BL here means that our risk is 0. It means we have to waste a help BL, but shrug, I guess, you know? We're done with this guy. Cat hit 30. I sure did. Attack, defend. Attack up and defend. He doesn't like Rand. Neither of them did. Alright, so Ryu should be able to one-shot here. We need to stay in defense, but these guys only have 300 HP, so it's good. It's all Gucci. We will heal our AP when we hit the bottom floor, though, so it's not a problem. Hello? Thank you. Do 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 do. W fruit. Cure. Oh, wow, that's a bit frustrating. Help BLU. And then smoke. Let's get out of here. Grab the rainbow robe here. Discard smoke. Yes. That's a new one to me. Put that on, and let's get out of here. You gotta be careful here, or else you'll fall back down. There's no encounters on this floor, though, so we're good from here on out. Well, that's not actually true. Up, up. Down, down. Bottom, bottom, rather. This is what the help BLs are for. Need to make sure blue has at least 55 HP here. Okay. Which is good. Item. Doot, 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 doot. Okay, sort, and... yeah, we're good here. Alright, let's go. The big one is, like, thinking that I need to change fast boots, but we're good. about an hour out from the ending, maybe an hour 15, depending on how I play things. The big thing is, we gotta, like, run around in circles for a while and get the cooks off. Which is a bit annoying, but it's fine. Double check my items. So, Fire Puppy is upper left, Shave Ice is for the bottom one, and then we'll be spamming Hail with blue. We're gonna stay in defense here, because there's no reason to switch to offense. Yet. I'll switch to normal next turn. That's wrong. Fire Puppy. That one. Item. Shave Ice. I do not have the staminas on me. Okay. Spell. Hail. And item Shave Ice. Luckily, Cure 3 goes off first here. Why am I got 40 AP? This might be a bit spicy. I don't know why my AP is only at 40. I must have run out. Oh, I didn't fully heal it. This is going to be a bit rough, actually, then. At least one of them is going down, for sure. That's 300. Yeah, we're gonna have to hit him again. Minimum once. Attack. You go into normal item. I think we just throw a life pill at him just in case he dies. That's probably the best way to handle this. Attack up. And attack. That's a bit of a funky monkey. Okay, you can't do anything. I shouldn't be surprised here. That's on Rand. Fantastic, actually. Ryu should be able to finish this guy off, then. Oof. That's a bit lower than I wanted that to be. Alright. We're gonna have to stall this out. We will go for the Help BL this time, then. Defend, defend. Unfortunate mistake. That's Ryu this time. That's gonna kill him. I think we can Fire Rock at this point, honestly. Life Pill. Fireball should kill here. And not Doofus, because he's so low on HP. Defend. Why does it not kill? Ah! Why am I so bulky? What a frustrating experience. Defend. Attack up. And defend. Alright, that was abysmal. That's blue. Finally, attack you, defend, defend, defend. Ryu, can you crit and save me from my embarrassment? Thank you! Oops. You, defend, defend, defend. Well, that's one way to piss away like 4 minutes. Why couldn't you have crit the other guy, though? What the fuck? What a dick. If you didn't crit the other eye, we would have been out of there like 5 seconds. Ugh. Okay, so I need to do this. Okay. We added a big, bold note. See here. Bold that. Italicize. Underline. Make that shit so bright a blind man can see it. It's not even like I didn't have enough W fruits. That was just complete brain rot. Charles, I picked up a extra dinker. Do I still grab the one in the fusion chamber, right? Do I give that to Cat or just give it to Blue? Are you Z? I'm blind. What a way to... There's no real benefit to a second one. Okay, that's what I thought. My cat is level 30, though. She might make it to 32, honestly. I'll grab it and give it to her anyway. Maybe she outspeeds Dip Death. I got, like, really a lot of EXP, apparently. It's funny, because I was, like, struggling. Most of the fat bodies ran away for, like, the first half, and then I got a shit ton of them. Like, they stopped running away all of a sudden. I was, like, fucking molding over it. Fat body! Flee. Brrr! Fat body! Flee. Brrr! I don't know if she can hit 32, though, even with the endgame experience. That's whatever. I don't see any downside to using it. He hit a demon! What a Chad. Alright, so we do have a couple of staminas, so we can do a faster variation of, Habaruku Buka Pika Baka Buku. We're not gonna cook the wise balls now. I need to sort to get the frisbees further up to make this quicker. Wow, that fight is miserable if Ryu is not max AP. Holy shit, dude. I guess I was right about that, wise need to be maxed out. Item sort, get these up a little bit higher. Okay, frisbee, yes. Here's your charcoal. Alright, fuck you too. This is so frustrating, I swear. I did also get an extract earlier that I can save for Death Evan, too. So if you talk too fast, you'll talk to the guy again, then he'll tell you to actually take the dang thing, and you're like, look, dude, I'm trying to do that! Maybe I just do this. It's never enough. It's never enough for this guy. Stop talking to me. I don't like you. Look at the brain rot. It's finally taking hold. Alright, we've hit all the biscuits so far. So biscuits are a full party heal and give you... You fucking piece of shit. I hate you. Discard this, yes. Sort. Ugh. Little bastard. Alright, we're gonna go to the well here, because this is actually needed to progress the story flags, so that we can pick up a Chi-Chi and fix everything. What level is she? She is 30. There is a chance she might hit 32. Very good one, I think. Wise BL. That's 2. Do these not stack immediately? No, they don't. That's annoying. Okay, so we're gonna go to gate here. No, we're going to sail to guns, because I'm a dum-dum. Let me see if I remember how to get to guns. I think guns is down here? Should be guns. Yeah, this is guns. Alright. It's better than sharp stick in the eye. Smoke. Item. Let's see here. We'll come up here first. Let's, grab our extra shit. Items, draw, boop, 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 boop. And then we can go sort here. Item, sort, to stack those back up. By 20, and then I'm gonna make some space here. We sell this stuff? Yes. That, and that. I gotta go pick up some armor first. Blinded shield, blinded mail. Trade blinded mail. For 600? Yeah, that's we're good with that. I can buy the rest of the stuff at the bottom. Alright, we got a couple of life pills, so first things first is 1. 14. We're gonna have to make do with 14. Stack of that. That's all we get. Actually, I need to buy smokes. I can't buy smokes. Ryu can't use smoke in this instance, so... What is the best way to fix this? I guess... I know how to fix this. We'll take a fight in Gate when we go get the Demon Shaman. And that will get me enough money to buy smokes. It's not the best way to handle it, but it works. Which means I want to heal everybody here first. So I want to go here. Sort. Use. Boop, 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 boop. Okay. So I'll have to dip by hometown to buy smokes. Gate doesn't have a shop. Warp to Gate. And then I can go into the township entrance. I need to start dipping by the party area to get the free refill from now on. After that. Problem is like you come out of there, so like the game doesn't refill. If you walk back inside, you'll get a free refill out of it. I think this is the split. Ugh. So that is a bit of a mistake, but we do have enough gas to get us through. I just need to heal Rand here. Or heal everybody in general, actually, to refill my AP. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in there, I'm going to get the Devil Shaman, and I'm going to pick a fight on purpose. And we're going to, whatever it is, we're going to hit it with a dragon. And that should be enough. Unless it's something like a Cyclops, and then we'll just hit it with a Death instead. We gotta go over to the other side to grab Shin anyway, and I need some more cash, because, trying to get through Infinity without smokes will lose a numerous amount of time. So, yeah. I guess I could always, like, sell the, smoke. If I'd been well, the problem is, like, with the amount of smokes that I needed, I just need extra money from somewhere. The problem is that W fruits I could have gotten after Habaruku, as long as I didn't die on the way down. And by die, I mean unfuse cat. So that was a... It's fine. We'll make it work. Too bad the extract really isn't worth much, or I could have sold that. Because I need how many smokes to get down there? 9? Yeah, I need 9 smokes. I need at least a full stack. So I needed an extra 900. I'm going to do something that I've done before, but it's not really orthodox. Thankfully, this time I actually have I have my dragon ready and waiting. Thank you. Thunder Dragon. If that KO, that'd be funny as fuck. Alright, this will get me a little bit of money. Should be enough to buy smokes. It's enough. Spell exit. We gotta go by Cotland first. So we'll do that. I'll take an extra warp to, hometown. Then I guess I can just take the whale over to township at that point. Go in here. Talk to this little doofus. Oh, fly township, that's what it is. Warp to hometown. I'm gonna dip in here so I can buy those smokes that I need. Okay, yeah, I do. Smoke. Smoke. There we go. That's, I think, exactly what I need anyway. Go in here, please. Get in the whale, please. Alright, we're going to come up here. We're going to do the fusion first. That's annoying as hell. I should have done the fusion after. I'm probably gonna come back for the Dinker, maybe? Cat, Spoo, Shin. Yes. I mean, there's really no downside to coming back for it. So I do want to... Yeah, it's fine. I gotta go talk to Patty anyway, so we'll grab it on the way back. What I'll do is I'll leave here, go over here to do the cooking, speak to you. We're gonna do stamina, fruit. Stamina, fruit. Alright, so I have like 10 fruits. Yeesh. Frisbee, 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 frisbee. I'll take an extra fucking biscuit. That would be nice. Oh, that's so annoying. It's like the one menu where mashing would be nice. Though, the real question is, how does a frisbee make a biscuit? But whatevs, man. This last segment is so slow, man. Grab the biscuit. I think I got like 2 more left. 1 more? Alright, that's fine. Alright. Items. Sort. Okay. Go into here to fly the town. Thank you. So we don't need to use a bunch of wise fruits on Babaruku here, so that'll speed things up a little bit. That does mean I will have 10 fruits, which is gonna be a few encounters. Hopefully we don't unfuse Cat like we did last time. That was a real rough one. Probably should check the damage on Death Evan this time. We have all of the biscuits we could want. We bought enough for that charcoal, so we have the exact amount minimum we need. We have the smokes that we want as well, which will get me down to the bottom. And then we have an extra wise ball, which will speed up Babaruku. Let's see here. Babaruku. That's Barbary. Okay. I wanted to make a note of the way that I wanted to do Babaruku if speed boost, but... Okay, we're gonna grab this real quick. Use this Dinker, which is gonna be down, down, down. Dinker on you. Okay. And then we're gonna head in here, which is nice because we get a full heal from entering here. Because we could change our party. And we need to head up here to see our sister anyway. Talk to her. Patty on second floor, warp to gate. I need to write the strat for Wise Ball. I know what it is. I just gotta, like, remember what it was. Exit here, and then we warp to gate. Warp to gate. Okay, we switch out to Ryu Ran Blue. Ran Blue Spar. Yes. Defense. There we go. So we go G-Dragon. Rand will Wise Ball because he's last. We will Fireball. Well, we'll attack up with Blue here. And then we will Fire Rock. So it's enter 1 G.GRAGON. That's great. I'll have to, like, rewrite it. No. Y is E-L.
Fireball. That's wrong. Fire. Rock. 2, period. Okay, and then we G.Gragon. Fire. Rock. Up. Fire. Rock. And then enter 3 dot. Defend. Fire. Ball. Defend. Defending? No. Defend. I don't even think I have to do turn 3 if I remember right. Because we do 18,000 from the G-Dragons, so I may not even need to do that. It may be Fire Rock. Fireball, Fireball. Yeah. We'll just... C... Control V. No, no, no. No, please don't bold that. Unbold. Oh, yeah. G-Dragon. Wrong. G-Dragon. Wise Ball. Spell. Fireball. Fire Rock. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this works then, because this is going to be really annoying if that goes through. Great. Let me see here. 999 plus 999. Plus 162. Yeah, we should be good here then. We just go G-Dragon, Fire Rock, Fireball, Fire Rock. $105. Yeah. Bro, could you fuck off? Great. All right. Fucker. Little shithead. All right, so turn 3 is not needed. All right. Okay. All right, Babaruku got Babarurude. The downside is Spar is dead, so I can't use Spar's exit, but this is fine. Do. I know it's a pretty obvious strat, but I am really happy with figuring out the Wise Ball strat on my own. I feel like there's probably some variance, but whatevs. Can't believe he hit so friggin' hard. Alright, I gotta get the fast boots off and give those to Blue, or, Cat. For some extra speed! No Windrobe today. I think I'm gonna start trying to get Windrobe just for the extra cash. Because my wallet gets a little bit too tight around here, and I'm not really digging it, honestly. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, there we go. Ding, 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 da, ding, ding, da, ding, 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 grrr. Bro, he's losing it. Yes, I am. Alright, so I need to buy some life pills while I'm down there, too. I'm definitely going to buy all this stuff, because you don't really have the space to get it beforehand. Which is kind of frustrating, but, you know, that's how it is. So, this next split is for having the setup done, and escaping the first fight with Cat. I mean, I should be able to get a juicy PB as long as I don't fucking choke all over the place. We're going to get in here. Then we are going to cast Exit. Right. Come back in, and I need to heal... Should I heal everybody up? I gotta heal up Ryu is what it is. It's, this, Cure 2, use 1 on you. She's gonna get 1 shot anyway. Okay. Change party. Rand, Blue, and then Cat. Yes, order. Manual, swap you 2 out, and go into Scramble. We will make the 1 save that I should always make. But if I have to reset this, I think we're boned anyway. Alright, equip, shoes off. We need to leave Empire on for the moment. And then we put the shooty booties on, and hooray, we get the hooty badooty kasubita booby. I also need to sort items, change this for this for that. Okay. I don't think that's 7 steps, but whatever. Defend, attack you, attack up, and defend. How's the run? PBable, I think. Question is, do we make it? Pretty good, though. Could you not, though? That'd be great. Defend. Defend. That's not funny. Please don't hit Cat. I said please! You hit Ryu? No, 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 okay. Alright, we're good. It's time go. Time to heal you up, and we run like a frickin' coward! Alright, left side parallel with stairs. Sure. Whatever, I guess. I mean, isn't the hummus the safe one, though? Because that's the one that can cast Death, but it does nothing. Because it doesn't have enough EXP, or AP, or whatever. Spiral on top right. Run.
Sleep? Oh, yeah, you're right. Come here. Grab bitch hat. Go back. Okay, I guess we just won't go back. It's fine. Mm-hmm. Ooh, speaking of things I need to do, give me that. I'll have to absorb that information at a different time, because I'm kind of locked in right now. My brain is on focus mode for one thing and one thing only. Am I off steps? Might be. Yeah, I am. Okay. Nope. You can keep them big hands to yourself, motherfucker. Okay, room 3 is probably worth it. Bro, my smoke already out? There's no way. I don't believe it. Smoke's out, okay. Bro, apparently smokes are a mild suggestion to have more encounters. Fuck off! 8 steps, motherfucker! 8 steps! Ugh. I don't trust it. Yeah, it's like you're always like, did I put the holy scarf on the right character? Oh my god. Did the smoke just run out? It's fine. We'll just do it in this room. It did at some point. I don't know fucking when. Alright, we just gonna have to YOLO this. Oh my god. Down, down, down. No, fuck, it's left. Such a stupid asshole. Want to open up the map, but I think we're in worse situation if I do open it up. Smoke. Oh, it's this side. Yeah, definitely because of the bridge. Please, I'm just a young boy. I'm just a young boy. I'm but a wee lad! Great. Form, order, defense. I'm gonna be very nervous about my... Oh, I actually need to do this for sure. Piss off, bro! Fuck you! Fuck your mother, too! Holy shit. Oh my god. Fucking Gannets. How the fuck is it like this, man? Actually, equip. This, and item W for ×2. Where the help BL here, and then change this, and then that, and then use the smoke. Down, 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 down. This is super, ultra, mega, super giga fun. I love getting defused halfway through the bullshit room. My asshole's getting ripped raw red again. What a way to lose a PB, you piece of shit ass fuckers. I hope you die in a fire. Almost there, though. 2 more fruits. I should probably... It's whatever, man. Fuck this. The best choice is to just Empire Sword here, and then defend. Why the fuck couldn't you have done that a minute ago, you piece of shit? Fuck you! Fucking Ryu's catching these hands, bro! This is not the place to play fuck around and find out. Oh my god, dude. Oh, that's not Infinity either. I think we're just gonna change that to Delogony, honestly. Whatever, however the fuck that's spelled, I don't give a shit. Okay, so I need to get up to 36 fruits, absolutely, 36 health BLs, and I need to get a stack of life pills. I need to get the fruits first, grab a stack of health BLs minimum. I also need to use the inn, too, because my party is just absolutely thrashed right now. Need to top everything off. Bro, what the fuck, man? 2 runs in a row. Just hemorrhage like 4 minutes because she just gets... Fucking, they have 2 moves and they're just like, attack, attack, and fucking attack. And I remembered the Empire Sword like I was supposed to. And I left her in the back slot. She still got fucking dirt dive. The thing that really is the kick in the teeth is if I put her in the front for the extra leadoff chance so that I don't have to deal with that fight, I would have fucking died. But there's a 15% chance I could have just run the fuck away on a leadoff. I hate it. This is why I want the Wind Robe. So that I can Wind Robe and fucking leave the boots on Ryu there and just put him in the front. And have my 25% leadoff chance, and have my cake and fucking eat it too. But what do I get? Here's a dick for you. So Blueberry is like a 20-minute split. So this is going to be like a 7-hour run. What a bitch. If there was a PB, I think that fucking clinched my cheeks shut. At least we made it through hell. Because the rest of this we were planning on nuking anyway. The only problem is I'll have to nuke a few more fights on the way down, but that's okay. I really want to make sure I have more W fruits coming into here from now on. Because, like, cutting corners and doing 40 AP dragons is very dangerous. Especially in something like with a Gannet. Like, if I had full gash, I could have just pagged him with a fucking T-Dragon, and I wouldn't need to roll the dice on getting punched too fucking hard. We do have an extract, so... You're so fucked when you see Gannets. It's either death or nothing. We're not saving here. I'm not coming back. We'll save before death, Evan, and that's it. Alright, we're gonna head in here, take the free heal, and stock up. Should have enough money having to fucking kill fights on the way down and take the rest. I guess I could just buy the stuff and then spam it and heal up faster, but whatevs. I go, one more. And then stack of 9. Buy an extra U, buy an extra U. Sure, whatever. And then we'll sort. Change. Boop, boop. For the stack of smokes. And that'll get me to the end of the game. I hate this shit, man! This shit's so fucking horse shit. What do you mean? Oh, my smoke counter's all fucked, too. Wait, these are Dragoons? Yeah. Defend, 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 and Cat should outspeed with the, Ice Chunk. Glad I had to burn my Ice Chunk this early, but whatever, I guess. That's what it's there for. I think I can hail. Okay, she definitely will outspeed them now. Hail. Actually, we'll hedge our bets here. T-Dragon, defend. Hail, defend. If this doesn't kill, the dragon surely will. Great. Wasted time on Hail, but I have learned things out. Do I have that listed as Hail? Nope. That is not true. Ice Chunk only, baby. Unless I want to attack with everybody, which I could do. I think Cat might still do shit damage. My smoke run out. We will use Doot Doot. Doot Doot. And smoke. We'll burn most of it in Anfini anyway. Alright. It wasn't really necessary to heal up there, but whatever. Yeah. See here, Sword Smokes. Okay. There. I've got notes if I lose fusion now. So I do need to remember to re-equip all that shit if I lose fusion. The Empire Sword, the Shiny Hat, the Sun Mask, the Final Knife. All that, because it is beneficial, and there's no reason to not equip it. Shiny Hat increases my survivability, same thing with Sun Mask on blue. Final Knife I might actually want to punch with Rand, probably not, but I could. Cat ain't gonna do shit in that setup, though, without Riot Stick. Surely I can get Meowstaff to save some time! Ugh. Can you even get the Meowstaff drop before Riot Stick? Because, I mean, I could just avoid picking that up, which would be kind of nice. Maybe time save. Ugh. When is the next time I'm going to get through Delogany without getting Cat punched out of her fusion? Because that's 2 runs in a row now. Kind of kind of frustrating, actually. Long as I don't remember to boot Blue, we can get through this, though. It'd be funny if I hit level 32 with Cat and I fucking outspeed Death Evan naturally with a Dinker. Does anybody know what affects the crit rate in this game? Like, is it a speed formula, or is it like a bunch of bullshit that just makes it really annoying to figure out? Or is it just like a flat rate that you get, period, and that's it? Because I will settle for it's a convoluted-ass formula that you're not gonna understand as well. Because I'm wondering, like, what are the chances of just, like, slamming crits on Death Evan? I'd imagine it changed based on the characters, because Cat and Ryu seem to fucking dole out crits pretty frequently. Rand, on the other hand, does not. Nice movement, dude. So, the only thing I got left is Death on Cyclopses and Skeletons are Fire Rocks. Maybe it's just better to spam dragons at this point. Kind of frustrating that Hail and Fireball are just not strong enough. Okay. Fucking Thumb is killing me right now, dude. Alright. So either we get a shit ton of fights and Cat hits 32, so she outspeeds Death Evan naturally with the Dinker, or we get, like, no fights and save a shit ton of time. Either are fine with me. Prefer the no fight thing, though. Considering how I got fucking sucker punched on the way down. Wiseman of the Dragon. Next you will go into this room and listen to the man inside. You may not like him, you may even hate him, but you must listen to him. Oh, yeah. Basically, like, whenever we get Big Hand, it's, if it's only one, it's not gonna be fun, but it is okay. But if it's two, you death one of them every time, and you take your sweet-ass time. My ass has a crack in it, and I'm using it liberally. Be brave and choose someone. No. Don't be weak. Choose someone. No. No. You weakling! You're losing sight! Don't be such a good guy! Demon eat you alive! Choose now or die! Okay. Guess I'll die. Walk to Barbary teleport tile. Blueberry. Hi. Okay, Blue's gonna outspeed Ryu. I need the dragon armor for slowing him down. Alright. Already re-equipped stuff, so... Smoke at the door, and then we go. And pray. Oh, that's great. I managed to not get in a fight. I'm fucking lucky. Okay. Oh. I am supposed to... we equip that, and then we go and smoke it up. We drag in here because the archer in the back is weak to ice, and the idiots in the front. Why am I in normal stance? Damn it. Good to know that Anthony fucks with my stances. Great. Oh, nice Anthony exit split, by the way. Form, switch, defense. Wrong. Let's see here. W fruit, doot. We use 3. Cure 2. That's fine. T-Dragon, defend. Okay. Fuck off. Fuck off! Ugh. Attack. Defend. Attack up. You know what? Scramble, attack. Attack up, attack. Fucking hell. I'm gonna die to this, asshole, ain't I? Forgot to use fucking fruits. I think I have to try and run from this. We have to commit to attacking at this point. Ryu and pray. Well, that works too. I think. Okay. Good job, Ryu. You saved me from my own fucking stupidity. Item. Life pill. W fruit. Cure. You know what? We're just gonna use the health deals. Doot. He needs one more, actually. Let's see here. The next smoke is 8 steps into this.
Stop this movie! God damn it!
Alright, back to defense and run. The one fight that I need to be wary of, I was not wary, was not ready for. Holy fuck, dude. I need to practice this dive more, I think. Luckily, I have a save just for that. Let's... attack, defend... No, attack, scramble... Spell, attack up, Ryu, attack. Forgot to fucking AP up again, because I was too busy looking at the smokes. I was busy. Okay, good. She's 32, so she'll outspeed dipshit. Okay, this is definitely the smoke tile at this point. Doot. LBLU. Spell Cure 2. Item Smoke. Oh, yeah, that's not a fucking warp tile. I'm on the wrong floor. Spell Thunder Dragon. Do. Could you not? I would prefer her to be alive. Holy shit, dude!
I think that... No, at 55 we're fine. I keep forgetting to W fruit because I'm just thinking about too many other fucking things. Like an idiot. No. I should also heal Cat. Help BOU. Go back. Grab this. Please. Oh, shit. Thunder Dragon into defense. Doot. Alright. I should be able to get into this next fight without much of an issue. Go here. He's supposed to have the shoe on. So we go W fruit times 2, W fruit U, help BL. Everybody's topped off. Sort, equip, dragon armor, correct. Alright, we good to go. Oh, God. Sub what? I'm about to sub my fucking self. A submissive little bitch. Good job throwing it away, dummy. Alright. Alright, so Blueberry is very safe here as long as you take the fight in a standard method. The big trick here is we are going to use W fruits to get a lot of damage in. And we're going to take advantage of our different modes here. So I want to G-Dragon for the most damage here. We want to W fruit Ryu, which is fine. We want to attack up Ryu for later, because we're going to attack next turn, and then I want to defend here. Because we will just spam W fruits next turn. For now, we want to make sure Cat does not get knocked the freak out. And the thing is, she will outspeed Ryu here. So if I threw the W fruit, it would get wasted. And Ryu would lose 20 HP, which is not good. Right, I need to remember to switch... Oh my god. Cat might just get smoked anyway. Fuck off, bro. Shit. This is rough, actually. How do I do this? Okay, we're gonna have to... attack? W fruit... Biscuit... and W fruit. Okay, the biscuit here should get everybody back up. I don't really want to have to use it here, but I kind of have to, because Ryu got tapped way too hard. So I gotta use it early. I have to. I stayed in defense here, just in case that didn't kill. Because I wasn't really confident in it killing, honestly. This is fine, however. So, in this case, we can use another W fruit. So we'll go normal, attack. We'll just defend across the board, it's fine. Ryu hit first. That kills. And we're back at max AP here. The big thing is, like, the W fruits will kill you if you're not paying attention. I will not fight you myself. Fuck off! So this is a bit more scary than I want it to be. We'll go G-Dragon. We go Wise Ball here on Ryu. We throw a Biscuit, and then we just defend. The downside here is I'm going to have to use my Biscuits. I had to use an extra Biscuit there, so we're in a not safe scenario. Which means I have less Biscuits for Death Evan. Fortunately, I do have an extract and a decent amount of life pills. So I have some other options that are better than a sharp stick in the eye. But we're going to have to burn 4 biscuits here. Just
It's non-negotiable, unfortunately. Gold Dragon, Wise Ball Ryu, Biscuit, and Defend. Alright. We're one dragon in. This will be dragon number 2. Once I run out of Wise Balls, I run out of real life. Sub 7 ain't happening. Not with that fuckery. The big problem is, like, Death Evan takes forever to kill. And if he doesn't let you, Death Evan can just, like, stall you out. Man. This feels really annoying to have to, Gold Dragon. W Ball. Biscuit Defend. So we charcoaled a Biscuit, and we lost an extra Biscuit here. I probably should have just Moondropped, but that's a better backup in Death Evan, honestly. Because if things get very dire, I can Biscuit with, or not Biscuit, but Moondrop with Rand. If it looks like I'm gonna tank. Funny. Wrong. G-Dragon, item, Wise Ball. We're almost done with this idiot. And Biscuit. That's the last Biscuit I have to waste. At this point, I might as well just get the Hero BT, so I'm immune to death. So we gotta do one more dragon after this, because this jerk has 5k HP. Death Evan runs a little bit differently. We just have to You know, you guys could have done that any other turn, and we would have saved a Biscuit. I'm fucking kind of mad right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so mad. Dodge, dodge, dodge! One person takes damage. Ah! You goobers! Nice split. Got a full heal in every one of these fights. Sort. Use triple fruit. Help BL. Sort. I also need to heal you. We're good. Okay. I'm gonna play this safe. Change. Rand. Sten Cat. Yes. Go back. One more. You'd be surprised. I can make a 10-minute boss take 20. It's not hard. Okay, doot. Alright, we'll do one last setup here. And go back to Rand Blue. Wait, no, it's gonna be Rand Cat Blue here. Yes, okay. Order, fine. Let me make sure everybody's topped off. Doot. We're good to go. We don't have a smoke active, though. Luckily, it's not that big a video. Yo, you're a G-Dragon idiot, aren't you? That might kill if I'm lucky. Yep, okay. I don't know the exact enemies down here. W doot 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 doot. Cure 2 boop boop boop. Yeah, that was such a weird way to do that. Smoke. Could you fuck off? That's a mom, isn't it? Okay. Rand's level 30. What the fuck? Cat is level 32! Holy shit, brother! Okay. At door. Equip. Life BR. Fast shoes. Help BL. Boop boop. You're maxed. You're maxed. And we go. Boo doo doo.
Can I pet the cute puppy? Buddy, you're gonna make me feel good before I get mauled by the final boss. Yeah, you're such a pretty girl. Who's a good puppy?
So Death Evan here is boost attack and oh, do you? Okay. Alright, boys. So, I did realize something the other day. Agility Up actually works for the GBA version. So something else I could have done to get my colon out of, fucking Hawk was I could have Agility Up, Blue. Obviously, it would have had to have been Phase 2, because he could have, and probably would have just removed it in Phase 1. But, you know. We're not gonna start this fight before 7 hours, huh? Yeah, this endgame was rough. I was distracted. A lot of these fights should not have been like this. Excuse me? Should not have been this bad. Forgetting to, refill my AP like 3 different times. And then also, Cat getting swatted out of fusion is really rough. Kinda. Gotta, spam to get out of this form here. My thumb is killing me, killing me, killing me, doodle-doodle-doo. Alright, so we've got to end Finny to start with to make this idiot killable. But first, cool guy running pose, go! I'll bet I break you into pieces instead. How's that sound? So we gotta make these biscuits stretch. So if he only hits one character, we're gonna be help BLing or extracting, depending on how hard he hits them. We do still have the Moondrop intact, so that will be a last-ditch effort. Hopefully Rand will survive. We do have a lot of fire rocks, too, so it'll help push the phase. Hopefully this first phase will go fairly quick, because we'll land a Gold Dragon, but I'm gonna do what I should have been doing all along, starting to count damage if possible. We'll see if I can do this efficiently. Wow, we're just barely gonna start this boss fight before 7 hours, huh? Ass fucking rude. I mean, it's still an improvement, shaving off 10 minutes. We can still shave off a lot more. Mainly if this endgame was just trash, so I need to practice it. Go to Anfinny. And Finn, hate this game. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Alright, boys. You ready for me to shit the bed again? Ugh. God, this boss takes forever, man. Just never feels good. I'm fairly certain I pissed away about 5 minutes. That might have pushed us under sub 7. Or pushed us into a sub 7, I guess, depending on how you want to look at it. We're going to start with defense here. Pop off a G-Dragon, Cure 2 Ryu, attack with Cat, and then attack up with Blue here. Both Cat and Blue should be outspeeding Death Evan. So we're going to be able to swing a lot harder and a lot faster here. And that also means that I have access to a lot of healing. I mean, yeah. The thing is like, luckily I have a huge amount of time to save, so I just need to, like, get more practice across the board. I've done this for years. I did this with Final Fantasy VII Remake. I did this with Rebirth. Remake, I spent a lot of time grinding, so I know the perpetual getting nowhere. Z had friends to fight with and a world to save. Could you guys revive faster? Thank you. So Cat is level 33 and has a dinker, so I think she outspeeds naturally. I think she would have outspeed naturally at 33, but hey, who knows? Want to make sure to put ourselves in normal formation here to, or defense, to limit the amount of damage we take. Hopefully he doesn't suck my AP and completely render my freaking opening dragon trash. Jerk. Alright. G-Dragon. We want to go to defense. Defense? Yeah. Okay. Fire Rock. Attack. And attack up Cat. Yeah, she goes before Blue now. That's rough. Ugh. Penis laser. Doo-doo-doo. 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 Doo-doo-doo-doo. Dee-doo-da-da. Doodle-da-da. Dee-doo-da-da. 66 attack, form, scramble, cure to you, attack, and attack up Ryu. 188. Rip sub 7, yeah. It do be like that. We're at 1500 already. That... Fuck you. Woo! Attack, life pill. Don't worry, Rubble, I'll kill him before you pass out. Cock breath! We're gonna... Probably well, I don't want a biscuit here, actually. 60... Jesus, he's hitting like a fucking freight train. Fire Rock, attack. We're gonna actually just extract Ryu here. 227. Alright, now I'll biscuit. We're almost at 5,000 here, so biscuiting is fine at this point. Attack, rock, attack, and biscuit. 207. Yeah, we're almost at 5,000 damage, so he'll stop using disappear after this. Could you fuck off? Bruh. Attack, another life pill. So we're out of the early phase, now we're in gas pedal to the floor phase. Cold breath, huh? That's great. I'm gonna biscuit in response to that. 336, attack. Rock, attack.
Biscuit. 414. Did I count his damage? Whatever, I don't give a shit. $566. 6,000. Attack. What am I doing? Fire Rock. Attack. Biscuit. 414. 6,600 right now. Oh, I've got it open. I think I missed an attack from Ryu. Suck my dick. We don't have to heal here, thankfully. I should heal Ryu, though. Uh, 169. I missed Ryu's attack there. Help BLU attack and help BL Ryu here should be good. We're gonna kill him very soon. I missed like 2 attacks from Ryu. 239. Alright. Weird, but okay. 621. He is at 8,000 right now. Attack. Firecock. Attack and heal yourself. Yeah, we are fucking clit wriggling all over the place. Oh boy, the fucking laser that fucked my ass. 310. 166. Attack. Rock. Attack and biscuit. 207. We are just shy of 9,000, and I think we're over 9,000 because I fucking don't know how to use a goddamn calculator properly. That's why you fucking biscuit! Attack. If we have another rock, that'd be great. We have one more. This is GG. He's not gonna fucking kill me here. If I've got all of the attacks in, we're at 9,674, so he's not surviving Ryu plus Fire Rock here. No matter what. Excuse me? Attack, attack, spell, attack up you. If that doesn't kill, I don't know what does. Yeah, it's what I thought. Get fucked, idiot. I must have missed input there. Holy shit. So... 18, 2... About 5-minute PB. I think we threw away 5 minutes on the walk down for sure. I fucked up 2 of the fights and didn't have my AP ready for the dragons. And then Cat got knocked out of fusion again. Luckily we had enough gas to limp down, but some of those fights weren't as simple as Fire Dragon Go Burr. Because I forgot AP on one of the fights too, so I had to go full scramble attack, checkmate atheist mode, which was not so checky-matey. So for a marathon run, I'd say this is pretty close to what you'll be seeing. Ideally, I can guarantee sub 7 in the marathon, but I think to be safe, a 7:15 estimate is probably reasonable. Obviously, a good run of this is around 6:15, but it does require a decent chunk of good RNG and execution.
I'd say about 20 minutes of that relies on good RNG, and the other 40 is just better menuing, understanding of, and responding to bad luck, and not missing, you know, AP up refills so that, you know, fights take forever, and knowing how every fight interacts with one another. But that's a pretty decent death, Evan. We were handing out crits left, right, and center, so we sped through phase 1. The problem with phase 1 is he likes to spam disappear, which will remove your attack buff. Which isn't really a big problem. It's kind of a free turn, but it does slow things down a lot. So that's the damage there. The big requirement here is I need to let the video run out till, at the very least, the town crashes in on gate. Because we need to secure the good ending and show that it has actually been performed. The Fatal Child. So we're going to sit that out and wait for a little bit here. I mean, I guess it was worth going again. We'll do another run tomorrow morning. Maybe a little bit later since I was up so late with this. Well, I would be up another 2 hours anyway. Who the fuck am I gassing up? I disconnect from the internet around 11. Guaranteed. But, this is a pretty decent run. I guess here's a good let's see. Averages. Yep, that looks about right. Pissed away around 5 minutes going into Logany. Blueberry was good. The run to Blueberry was bad. But we did manage to save some time on Blueberry because I executed it. Blueberry was scary because he fucking tagged my entire party to a point where I couldn't just W Fruit Ryu twice. And that is... whew, that is not what you want to see. Also, thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for the GGs. I mean, I guess I'll do my normal thing and see if there's somebody streaming. I doubt it, though. Blink, fire up a stream. Give me someone to raid. Get in there, Blink. It's your turn. Go pee-pee, boy. Let's see here. Wow. Is he actively playing? Let me see. No. Maybe? I mean, Claude playing Umawai Kawase is pretty dope, but I don't know if you guys are down for that nonsense. Let me see, are you actually playing 7, or are you playing something else right now? No, he's playing Mugenics. Okay. That, unfortunately, does not cut the mustard. I could throw you guys at close to war. You know what? We're gonna stick with the Kawaii Kawase. Let me see. Double check here. Karakarn's doing X. You know what? Let's go say hi to Karakarn. How's that sound, guys? All right. So I'm gonna submit this, and then I need to go put this into my that's ready. Raid. There you go. Space Control V. All right. So we gotta wait for the gate to crash here, and then we are going to dibbity dip. I will send you guys over to Karakarn, who's doing X. Final Fantasy X-Deuce. I'll be doing another run tomorrow, and we're going to keep the runs up until the 15th. Ideally, we manage to spit out a 705, is I think really what I would like to have. Let's take a look at the whole run in general. So we had a pretty good Bando. Our end game was on the whole an improvement. There were a few shittier segments. We need to stop going for the wind rope because it's just not helping us. The grind was pretty decent. We saved some more time there by just like sticking to the strats. Mirai, I mean, were saving little bits of time everywhere. It seemed to pick up around Kuadora, really. I think actually we saved time on this split because this was actually the gold split, the exit basement. Because this was gold fly, and I keep forgetting to do it, so I changed the split location. And I'm just gonna split when we exit the basement because it's easier that way. The Witch was a pretty good split. Turtle was a godsend. That was a godly turtle. He tried for a little bit, and then he just let me roll him over. And then our Death Warp split was meh. We could have done better, but we fucked up the roll a ton, but we got safe rolls that were 50s for no encounters. Across the board, pretty decent. I think we can still improve this by just better execution. And also, not getting my butt plundered on the way down to Dologoni would probably help a ton. Alright, so we're going to save these splits before I forgore. Yes. There we go. Alright, everybody. I am going to send you to Karakarn. VI. Don't save... Don't do that twice. There you go. Stupid. Alright. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Just drop by and say hi at Karakarn. I would appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. If I don't, have a good one. Peace. What? Okay, we'll start the stream. Hey, boys. For marathon submission, I think we can improve this a little bit, but I think this is more or less what you would expect in a marathon run. Did play things a little bit unsafe, so we'd lose some extra time to that, but I think more or less this should be the consistent hit. So we wouldn't need to run out the ending in a marathon run, obviously. There's a couple of dono incentives. We could do different townspeople, because there is a cool shop that you can get only if you do a ton of runs. Or you do it early enough in the segments of the story. There's also an additional boss that we don't do. We could also do the fight with Taiga. There's a couple of different options. But if there's no marathon incentives or anything, I think we're good. Have a good one. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for your time.